Hey y'all, it's Friday. Everybody got their cups in their hands. I'm drinking coffee, decaffeinated. Okay, you guys, let me introduce our panelists for today. We have Team Della, Miss, girl, you changed your name, Christina, Mistaken, Juicy J, and Tam Tam. I am Shantae, not to be confused with Shantae, and this is a Chic Critique. Okay, you guys, I like to get right into the question. And first of all, let me just say this to all of our handsome, beautiful, sexy Black men out there, please do not get offended at these questions because we love you above all men. We love you. Okay, so please don't get upset at the questions that are going to be asked tonight. This is a discussion that needs to be had. Okay, so let's move forward. Making sure I'm not forgetting anything. Oh, tonight we're going to do something a little bit different. We're going to have an hour of girl power, maybe a little less than an hour, and then we're going to bring the guys up maybe 45 minutes from now. Okay, so our first question, ladies. So we heard last week about we talked about marriage last week. So my question to you is, do you think Black women are too loyal to our handsome, beautiful Black men?
Yes. I speak about this all the time with my girlfriends. We will stick next to a man like glue who ain't shit because we see the possibility in them. We will see the good that we're through the mug. So yes, we do. We heard it last week. I'm with my girl for 13 years. 15 years. I met a couple on the plane that was together for 40 years and they were going to get married and they were celebrating their 1-year wedding anniversary. So it's like we are very loyal to our Black men. Why that is? Because we just love them. We just do.
I think we got to stop falling in love with potential. I'm guilty of it. Sometimes I can see things in a man that he may not even see him in himself. And I'm like, okay, maybe I can be that motivation for him. Because I'm willing to work with the man. Like, you don't have to just absolutely have every single thing lined up in a row. But as long as, you have some drive, some ambition, and you're working towards something, like I can get with that. But a lot of times that falls under that we fall in love with the potential and we end up getting disappointed because they never can meet the expectations of that potential that we see in them. So we tend to disappoint ourselves most of the time.
I can say personally that yes, I was, and I can look back now at that time in my 20s, I wasn't thinking that, yes, I'm being so loyal to this man. I just thought that I was doing the right thing because I was being a nurturer. I was being the one that was hoping that if I loved more and if I did more, then maybe he just might change. But that was my mistake and I can hold myself accountable for that. But looking back now and be like, dang, you were quote unquote too loyal to him because he wasn't loyal to you. Now, there's sometimes when you have different scenarios. Let's say somebody is sick and they're going through a long disease and you're with them because you're loyal to making sure that they feel better and before you, let's say, take that step to move on. Prime example with Chloe, what she did with what is it, the one who had the mental health. She stayed with him, waited until he went through his mental health crisis, and then she left. Now, is that being quote unquote too loyal? Looking from the outside, looking in, maybe I personally don't think that's too loyal at that time because she was there for him during his time when he needed her. So that wasn't necessarily too loyal. But we as women make a choice as to why we're being loyal to the person. Are we being loyal because we want to help them? Are we being loyal because we're trying to feed something within ourselves? Are we being loyal because we want that long-term gratification with the hope of marriage, like Tam said, like we're loyal to somebody, the projection of somebody, or not the projection of somebody. Would you say what did you say, Tam? You said the
potential.
The potential, thank you. The potential of somebody. So it's just like we choose to be loyal. So it's up to you whether or not you choose, and what is it that you think of that choice based upon you being in that situation. Did I say that correctly? Did we get that?
Yeah, I think it's more so investment of time to answer your question. I think once we get to a certain point, sometimes it's like, okay, I put in so much time into this individual. Like, I'm going to get my return. I'm going to get my return someday. I'm going to get my return someday. I'm going to continue in this process. He's going to bloom. I'm putting all of this energy in him, and I know he's going to reach that maximum potential, like Tam said. It's like, yes, I know this is going to work. I'm going to chug, I'm going to hold on. And we are resilient women, period. Like, we will hold on to something and find the good in it. And it's just like, you should have let that go a little bit sooner. And you figure that out later. And you're like, oh.
But that's why you have to know when you've had enough. Like, you have to know your expiration date. When is too much loyalty too much? Like, at what point are you going to stop when you realize it's not getting you the results that you want?
What it sounds like to me is you guys are just loyal to the wrong Black man. Am I?
Well, I think we're loyal.
Yes, that was loyal to the wrong Black man.
Yeah,
that was accurate. Loyal to the wrong Black man. Party of
I
three.
was loyal to the wrong potential.
Right. I think we are loyal without limitation, and sometimes I think we should be loyal with limits. So we need to, it's okay to be loyal when you're starting out with, someone, even if you, like Tam said, you see the potential in them. I think it's okay, but I think there's a limitation to how long you stay involved without seeing any results. So when you're first starting off, go ahead and be loyal as you're supposed to in that relationship. But then when you don't see the relationship going in a direction that you anticipate or what you want, then I think we need to, at that point, set that limitation and then move on if we're not getting what we need in return, or if we don't see the potential coming to fruition.
I agree. So this piggybacks off a question. I met somebody when I was out of town, and we had a good conversation. And this is something that's probably been brought up a lot, but I wanted to ask y'all's opinion because it kind of relates to the question. We were talking about relationships, and we were talking about what is more important, respect or loyalty. And he was off of the tip that respect was more important because you got to respect me, blah, blah, blah. But then when I went into my spill of, well, for me, if you're going to be with me and you choose to be loyal to me, then there's something within you that respects me. So in my opinion, I felt that loyalty had respect in it. And so based on that, and we had more of a conversation because it's such a good conversation. He kind of came to my side with the loyalty and was like, okay, I understand where you're coming from. So if I had to choose one, it would be loyalty over respect. What do you all think about it? Because, what do you guys think about that? You think it's in a relationship that it's more important for loyalty or it's more important for respect?
Jay, I think we're kind of saying the same thing, but I would have to say, in my perspective, I would say respect. Just because from my perspective, if you respect me, if you respect my boundaries, if you respect the standards that we've set forth in this relationship, there wouldn't be a violation of loyalty, because loyalty is, from my perspective, an extension of what we spoke about. Like, we've put on the table that this is a monogamous situation, and if you respect that, then you'll move accordingly. So from my perspective, I would have to say that they're really hand in hand. Like, I can't, how could you not be loyal to me but say that you respect me? It's kind of how I perceive it.
Okay, so let me, because I don't think you guys are quite understanding my question. So let me take it another way. So raise your hand if you want to be married. You're already married. Okay. Okay, so we heard last week that a lot of, and you guys, the people at home, I know that there are men who want to be married. This is not an absolute. We never speak in absolutes, but there are some men who say they don't want marriage. Okay, the men who don't want marriage may be the guys that you want. There's a certain guy that you want that you have in your head, correct? So my question to you is, do you put away what you always wanted because you can't find it within your race? Or do you give up that loyalty to your race? You understand what I'm saying?
Mhm.
I
No.
think you should just love who
Did
you
I just
love.
say double? Did I double it?
Yeah.
Did I say- Okay, so what I'm saying to you, but did you understand what I was asking? So basically,
Mhm.
do you say, okay, but I gotta have a black man, so I'm just gonna take what I can get out of a black man, or do
No.
you have loyalty to yourself and you're like, no, these are the things that I want. If I can't find a black man who's willing to give me these things, I'll have to go elsewhere. So those are
I love black men.
Yeah.
I would love to marry a black man.
Me too.
I think we
However,
all do.
However, if the black man can't get it together, like I'm not opposed to dating outside of my race. I have dated outside of my race, but I love black men. I prefer to marry a black man, but I'm not going to put all of my eggs in the basket of black men and then I'm not getting the desired results. At what point do you draw the line? And it
Mhm.
could be an issue with us, maybe potential over quality. We're too invested in the potential versus the actual quality of a man. So that's something that we have to reflect back within ourselves and be like, okay, what is it that we may be doing wrong? We have to have that accountability with ourselves. And sometimes that's some of the hardest shit to do. But you have to have that reflection within yourself to see, okay, why am I not getting my desired results?
Mm.
Go from there.
I wouldn't blame that. Oh, you got
Go
it.
ahead. No, go ahead, honey.
You got a CC.
We can share. No, I'm the same, Tam. I have a preference for black men as well. And I mean I swipe right sometimes, and I have opened my preferences a little bit to the outside race. It's a little different, but gotta expand those horizons. But yeah, my preference is Shantae. It's black men. I have been very loyal to black men, but again, that potential, I can't fall in love with potential again. I'm just not. So I've been very specific about what I'm trying to date, who I'm trying to date, the questions I'm asking. I'll ask the same questions, whether you're white, black, purple, or green. It's just what I need versus my preferences.
Oh, you first.
Go ahead. Go ahead, T.
No, I
Okay.
just want to say I piggyback off of what y'all said. I prefer black men. I've never dated outside my race. I've had the chance, but the 2 dates that I went on outside of my race, I can't front. I am such I'm pro-black, and so some of the stuff that I wanted to say, excuse me, I didn't say because I didn't want to offend anybody, because sometimes my sarcasm can could be looked at offensive if you don't know who I am. So I say all that to say that, yeah, I ride with what you guys say, but we can't fall in love with the potential anymore. I think that when we do that, we tend to devalue ourselves because we're putting the potential in front of our need for ourselves as opposed to the need that we have for ourselves. So I ride with it. That's all. It was a piggyback. That's all.
I would say we miss out on a lot of blessings by having like attachments to certain expectations and forming like attachments to, expectations of other people that we can't control, where it's like you have this really great candidate that's sitting before you, but you have in your mind, you've formulated this world or, this only thing or person that can exist that's not there, and who knows if they're ever going to be there. And so I feel like we can get let down a lot of the times by attaching ourselves to expectations that we have absolutely no control over. Of course, it would be nice, if you want to be with a Black man, then, you know, sure, I get it. At the same time, I feel like if a candidate comes around that has completely swept you off of your feet and you both are aligned, you can't guarantee that someone else or a Black man is going to come and do the same thing. And I think for a lot of the times we push aside the blessings that we have because we don't want to accept what appears before us and choose to use it for our greatest good. And so we end up moving things to the side and trying to force things that aren't what they are. And so I would say just to not form attachments to certain expectations and just to accept whatever love comes, especially if it aligns with, you know, what you want and what you see for yourself.
Yeah, I was going to say that I think you should always remain loyal to your standards and expectations. So whatever form that comes in, whether it's with someone Black or someone else in general, then that's where I think you need to roll. Like, if your standards are met with whomever you meet, then you should be open to whatever that is. Like Della says, sometimes you stay stuck because you're used to doing what you've been doing and may miss out on potential opportunities by limiting yourself with the expectation of looking for your standard to be in this one person, or this idea or image that you have of what you want. But I think in general, most people are loyal to their own race. Like they have, well, should I say preference, their own race initially. But in general, when I was just doing a little bit of research, it was saying that even most Black men marry Black women. 75% of Black men, it was saying that are 75% of Black men marry Black women. But it goes even higher for those who are college educated and those who are making at least 100,000 plus. But within that research, it also showed that there is a significant difference with Black women being loyal to Black men or being married, which is at an 88%. So I think Black men are being more open to opportunity outside of just Black women. So I think we should kind of follow their lead and also be open to other opportunities as well.
So real fast, and I know JR told me to stay out of the comments, but who listens? I just want to clear some stuff up because I think that a few men have us twisted. Okay, who here has been hit on by lots of white men besides myself? Okay, don't say the white men not trying to
age.
Black women.
Let's not forget the old.
Yeah.
I probably get hit on by more white men than I do Black men in Atlanta. That's the truth. So if you have in your mind that white men or other races of men don't want Black women, sorry, they do.
Especially in the A.
Clear that up.
And especially Hispanic men.
Oh, they love
Black women. They've always.
They love Black women.
Mm-hmm. My first boyfriend was Puerto Rican, but I think he was Black. He was a Black Puerto Rican.
I'm sorry. I saw that and I just went, because that is a misconception. People, I don't know why men think that. They're just clueless. Just because we choose to stick to our race doesn't mean we don't have choices.
Talking about choosing, I just want to put it out there. You have more Black women who are loyal to the race of Black men than you have Black men who are loyal to the race of Black women.
Absolutely.
And my thing is, it's okay if you want to date outside the race. Do you? You know what I mean? But my thing is, don't dog the Black woman when you go to the other races. Like, just do it. Move in silence. Ain't nobody got to have you announce, hey, I'm about to go to the other side because y'all aren't doing what y'all supposed to do. Who gives a damn? Do you? You know what I'm saying? But my thing is, don't dog the Black woman all because you want to make a choice to go to the other side. Do you? You know, and that's the that I have.
Yeah, you don't have to down your race of women because you choose to date outside your race. I love who you
More
want to
power to
love.
you.
I don't lose no sleep at night
No.
when I see a black man walking down the street with someone else aside from a black woman. Like, but it's the men that try to talk
Dog
bad
us.
about the black women when
Thank
you
you for
don't have to
jumping
do
on
that
to
to
the
date
next
who you want to
question.
date.
Mhm.
What'd you say, Shantae?
It's okay.
What'd you say?
Carry on.
So-
So my one of my questions, since we're gonna just jump, is
Sorry.
does it bother you to see black men dating women outside of their race?
No.
This is honest.
You,
Be
beautiful.
honest.
Like, for example, when Kanye, or excuse me, I love me some Jeezy and I love me some Ye. Do you? I think that Jeannie Mae and Jeezy they're beautiful. You know what I mean? I'm very happy for them. I'm very happy that she can make him a happy snowman. Good for them. But my thing is, just like with the Kim, I didn't understand why people were so upset that Ye was dating Kim Kardashian. Okay, yeah, she's got bodies, whatever, but do you? You know what I'm saying? Nobody was judging that she had bodies. He didn't care. He even put that in his rap song. As
Because
to
body count doesn't matter.
well, what people are gonna say is because he's rich and he could do what he wants, but you know what I mean. It matters for people who want to make it matter. You know,
I
what I'm
think the
saying?
only time it really mattered, I'll say for me, I think the only time that it matters for me is when you're on the come up and then you want to switch sides. So you kind of, and I don't know, if that's the case for people walking down the street, I can't say that, but I would say the perception sometimes, like on when you're looking at like athletes or entertainers, black men in that industry. Sometimes the perception comes across as, they deal with black women when they're on the come up. So they, and I can't even say they all dog black women out when they're on the come up. And then when they get successful or make a lot of money, then it's like, oh, okay, now I have more options. And those options now are not going to include black women. I want to be with, like a Kim Kardashian or some other ethnicity outside of black women. I think that's when I usually have an issue with it. But just a typical walking down the street dude with, black dude with a white girl or someone of another ethnicity, that doesn't bother me.
I wanted to answer this question myself. So the only time it really bothers me if it's a guy that I like, which is very rare. Usually the guys I like are not with white women. But it's so funny that you brought that up, Mistaken, because I had just seen a video where Muhammad Ali's son. Undoubtedly, Muhammad Ali did not give his kids much when he was living. So the son married a woman. He had to live with the woman in her mom's apartment, like her mom owned apartments or something, and he had to live under her roof. And she did everything for him. Like he had odd jobs, like mowing lawns and stuff, and she took care of him. Well, anyhow, when Muhammad Ali died, he left his estate to his kids. And so once he got the money, he dipped. I was like, oh my God, I felt so sorry for her. And she was so hurt. She did, went like ghost. Isn't that crazy? So I understand completely what you're saying, Mistaken. Like that is the worst thing that could possibly ever happen to somebody. And that does happen a lot, unfortunately.
And a lot of black women will go through the struggle with black men. I know black men, some black men say, oh no, that's it. We got to deal with attitude. We got to deal with this and do that. But one thing that I can say, just based on my experience and the women that I've been around, these women be holding their men down. They will go through the struggle with them. They will go through the fire with them. They will, you might hear my mouth while I'm doing it or while they're doing it, but nevertheless, they're sticking it out. Like, you know what? If we got to do this, we're going to do it together. I see that. So it appeared, I think I saw the video that you were referring to with Muhammad Ali's son. And it appears that she was that woman. Like, she was the breadwinner. She was holding everything down. And then he got on a come up and then bounced. I think that's such a slap in the face to the women that are willing to be in that struggle with their men. And that's where, back to the original statement, are we loyal to a fault? You know, in that situation, she was married. So that's a little different. But I think we do that even when we're not married.
Anybody else wanted to go ahead?
I'll answer the question. I could give two shits whether somebody is dating outside their race. You like it, I love it, right? I'm not about to lose sleep because a Black man is dating outside his race. If you love who you love and if that's who brings you happiness, absolutely do it. What I do not like, though, and I have a personal experience where I met a man and he's like, you know what? I want to tell you, you are so beautiful, but I don't date Black women. But this is a Black man who's telling me this. So it's kind of like when stuff like that happens, then it makes you irritated. And it's like, oh, you're beautiful for a Black woman, or, you know, I don't, or we're grouped together as being the angry Black woman who doesn't listen, who doesn't want to be, what is it? What was the word we used last week? Cooperative. Submissive. Cooperative, not submissive, cooperative. We're not cooperative. We don't know how to be feminine. We don't know how to put our dicks away, so to speak. So that's the only time I don't like it, is especially like Juicy J said, when we are being put down because you want a different preference. Other than that, do what you do. Lay with who you lay with, love who you love. I'm with it.
Got you. I know Mistaken and I were talking to each other yesterday, and there was some stats that you brought up about marriage rates, about dating across, but it was interracial marriage. Do you want to share that?
Shoot, where is it?
Your mouth isn't moving when you talk, but it's okay. We're going to just not look at you.
And I was like, wait a minute. It confuses me. Can I speak
Sorry.
now? But started talking and I heard the audio and no mouth moving.
Mistaken, tell them where you at.
Tell them that Boost Mobile internet.
She got where you're at. Don't come on
just to let y'all know, I am at my mother-in-law's house. It's her 80th birthday, so I'm on like not really good internet service. So I apologize.
If somebody has to hook up on the internet, please help Mistaken out. We are taking it for fun. We all know should I try to know somebody? Let's work together. Community, y'all. Community.
Should I log out and try to log back in to see if that helps?
No. We just want to look at you, girl. Go ahead. We can hear you.
All right. It was saying that in terms of I wrote down the wrong thing. Y'all keep talking while I find my notes.
She's got to turn to the
it was saying that Black men, that's what it said. It was saying that Black men are significantly more likely to marry someone of a different race when compared to Black women. 88% of Black women married Black men. So again, that goes back to what we were saying, that a lot of times Black women are loyal to a fault. And in terms of interracial marriages, in general, like I said before, that majority of ethnicities and races marry within their own, but 22% of Black males married outside of their race, and only 9% of Black women married outside of their race.
Okay, so let me because I think that she's okay. So I'm talking about that long text that you sent me during the week.
Oh, that wasn't okay. That one was more from it's called a Quora like chat, where people pose questions and then they begin to discuss the interracial, like that particular topic was about interracial dating. And to touch on what Shantae was saying about white men being attracted to Black women. And a lot of the chat was saying that there are a significant amount of Black of white men that want to date and marry Black women. And they were saying that it's typically when you have those interracial marriages, and compared to Black men interracial marriage, those marriages with Black women tend to last longer than their counterparts.
So let me just interject real fast, because I think it's important to know, because we wanted to know why. Because you're not gonna sit here and tell me a Black woman is just better with a white man. We wanted to get to the nitty-gritty of why is it that these marriages are successful. And what we found was, do you want to explain? Because it is your research, but I know Tara will take a sentence and just
no, go ahead. You can, because I know I'm long-winded. Okay? I'm long-winded. So I'll go ahead and let you say it. But it had a lot to do.
Go ahead. I'm not gonna take a moment. It was your research. Go ahead, Ms. Stacey.
Okay. It had a lot to do with education. So we had spoke to that fact before. Shantae was saying that education matters in terms of longevity when you're married. So statistically, it shows that the more educated you are, the more educated you are, typically you have a lower divorce rate. And so what it was saying is that in both groups, you have Black women that outpace men in terms of education, their degrees. And then on the flip side, you have white men who are typically more educated than white women. And so when you link those two together, typically they form a better match on the education level, which then increases their chances of staying together when they're married.
So wasn't it Mr. Logic who said that we need to be taught to go by the engineering building in college and stop waiting on these men that are prepared in their 30s to get married, and let me go get a Scott who is going to be a future doctor or engineer in college and get married in my 20s.
Well, I'm glad you said Scott.
Scott, get you a Scott, okay?
Wait, that's also the same man that said he's going to tell his Black son to stay away from Black women in college.
That's correct. And we know you're watching, Mr. Logic. We love you, but
we do love you. However, this is my question: why is it that Black women are okay and we're really not combative when it comes to Black men dating outside the race? But when we do it, it's like Black men are so mad. Oh my God, she's a race traitor. She's this.
You belong to them and them only.
It's like,
remember your history. They used you as
like, why are you mad?
You get the whole
when
nine.
we do it, but we're just supposed to accept it and be okay when you do it.
Can I tell you this? Because it's a double standard. I don't know if y'all know in Houston it's a double standard, but it's a double standard when it comes to guys and women and how they're perceived. And I just don't understand how y'all don't understand that, because that's just life, and you're supposed to deal with it, because that's a double standard.
You're making me emotional.
Kind of like being loyal. Like, y'all, please tell me.
But on the flip side, though, too. Let me just say this real quick. On the flip side, too, even with Black men, it was also saying that the more educated Black men are and they, marry Black women, that the likelihood of those marriages last as well. So it's basically showing that education does play a factor. So
like compatibility.
Yeah, it plays a factor. It's not just like, oh, white men are educated and then they want educated Black women, that's why I left. It is not more so that is a positive correlation regardless of what race. Just education is definitely a factor that increases the likelihood of a marriage lasting. So not just, white men are better, nothing like that.
So, I mean, it also comes from like how you're brought up too. Like, what I see is Black couples around me. So you're going to want what you see. Growing up in a home where both your parents are Black and they've been married for 42 years, and your aunts are all 40 plus years, are hitting 40 years themselves. You know, you see what's in your household, and that's like, well, this works. But if that's not what you see, then, you know, you're going to be more inclined to open up and have more options of what you want to date. I just haven't had that in my family. So my preference has always been what I see. I see Black.
Oh, good. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. You're fine. And also, like, even with my friends, like my friends who are married, they have marriages that are, you know, to death do us part is what I see. I mean, I'm not in there in the trenches, but one of my closest friends, she has a husband who is behind her through health and wealth. Like they are such a beautiful couple. So it's like, you know, it's out there. You just, to a fault, you kind of like, well, it's not happening for me, so maybe I should open up my horizons a little bit.
Okay, so let me because I wanted to address these super chats real fast because I think that they're interesting. Okay, first of all, Astral Sports says, sorry, my preference is Black women. Just started dating outside my race. It felt different and more appreciated, but that's my experience so far. Okay, but then malevolent elephant. I don't know. That's like a tongue twister to me. I don't know why.
Malevolent? Is that what it is?
Yes. He's always on here and it always does.
Oh, he's calling us out all day, honey.
Mistaken is not fair to take shots at blue collar brothers as if sisters are better because they have a degree. Oh my God. Why does it come up orange like that? I can read the blue so
what
much
is blue
better.
collar?
They just have a regular job.
My glasses. Okay, hold
on.
Let me finish this super chat. I got ADD. My mind stopped. We're drifting. Okay. You're telling me that blue collar men are destined not to have a good marriage. Okay. So what I think she's saying is you should marry like minds. For example, if you are a graduate degree, you should date a graduate degree. If you are a blue collar worker, why not date a woman with a trade? There are plenty. As a matter of fact, there are more women with trades than there are who have gone to college, contrary to popular belief. So there are tons of women for everybody out there. We're not saying anything. We're not talking down to blue collar workers. Not at all. I love blue collar workers.
Shantae, what is blue collar? I'm stuck.
What?
I'm mistaken. We need a definition. Could someone open
blue collar is like
the Oxford Dictionary?
Blue collar workers are typically like specific trades, like construction or things like that. That's a trade. Whereas like white collar workers are more, you know, we'll say thinkers, like jobs that really don't take physical labor. Blue collar is more physical labor. White collar is more like computer IT, like you sitting behind a desk.
Yeah, where they look tank tops.
I'm sorry. Like there's nothing. You could be very successful and not have a degree. So I don't think that comes with money. I don't know why the association.
It's not money.
It's right, because they're saying no, but that's what's been being said though as it's scrolling. Is like that has nothing to do with it. There are very successful people that have trades, and there are people who are making a lot more money than people who have degrees. So
absolutely, it's about it's really more so about compatibility, even as statistics. And I'm for me, Shan, you know how I am. I mean, I'm married now, but none of that really never in terms of jobs. And I was dating my husband young. So, but what I was going to say, jobs for me had never been a necessarily issue. For me, it's always been about the character of the person and how I would vibe with them. But all I'm doing is just stating what the statistics say. Now, the outcome of other people, like I'm quite sure there are definitely women who have a degree and are married to men who don't, and vice versa. But based on the statistics, it just says that the likelihood of both people being on the same education level or a post-secondary educated, that the likelihood of their marriages lasting when compared to those who aren't, it typically lasts longer. So it says that among Black women, 70% of college graduates are married, like by the time that they are 40. But on 60% of Black women that are high school graduates marry by that age. So it does. I mean, the statistics aren't lying in the point that education does play some part in determining whether or not the outcomes may lead to divorce or not. That's all. I'm just stating the numbers, not that I specifically agree with it personally. Yeah.
And also, and we hear guys saying this all the time, when they get with a woman who has an education, she likes to put it in their face, belittle them, and all these. You guys are saying it. This is what people are saying, so it must be happening. There's somewhere in that relationship you feel like she's down talking you or something. If you're saying it, it must be happening. So maybe that's why. What y'all think?
Yeah,
I
just think whoever you think that you're I think it all boils down to compatibility. Like I had said before, even though my husband went to college, he whether he did or not, he would still be what I would be considered educated. I don't think you need to have a formal education to be considered educated. He read a lot. He did things outside of just being stuck in his circle or where he was from. So he made sure he stayed well read. So he read a plethora of different books, just a variety of things. Watch news. He listened so he can learn what was going on in other parts of the world. So we would still be intellectually at the same level had he never went to college.
Exactly.
So,
and I'm glad you brought that
that's
up.
what I think. That's what I think it's more about. So it doesn't matter if you're a blue collar worker. It doesn't matter if you're an entrepreneur and never went to college. None of that matters. It's about education within itself, whether it's formal or informal. You just need to grow. That's it.
Is she still talking, or is it?
It's delayed. Don't talk about my friends.
You know what?
So listen.
Don't do that.
Y'all, it's Friday night. Anything goes. I'm sorry. I'm not about to be serious on here. Look. Okay, so Amber Marie Green says, I'm a successful businesswoman without a degree, so I shouldn't date a man with a degree. So I think that Mistaken just answered that question. What we're saying is, as long as you're staying up to par, for example, some people don't need formal education to be smart. I remember it was an episode on Kay and Kayla, and a guy had called in, I think it was blue collar versus white collar. And there was a guy who called in, and he was so well versed. He was awesome, and he had not gone to formal college, but he was you just looked at him like, oh, So no, you don't have to have a formal education, but let's just face it, most people aren't that way. Most people didn't grow up that way. Hell, Bill Gates didn't finish college, but shit, he's smart as hell. Some people don't need it, but majority do. Sorry. But if you're that person who doesn't need it, then we're not talking about you. We're not speaking in absolutes, okay?
I agree.
We know that there are successful marriages where one person doesn't have a degree and the other one may. Not absolute.
That's very true. And I know couples that are just like that. One has a degree, one has a professional degree, the other one does not. It really comes on how you complement one another. Like, some people are just not on the same
Thank you. Yes.
When it comes to, I have dated people that are educated, but they have no common sense. So that's a turnoff. It doesn't have to be always about education and about what you're book smart. Like, I would rather you definitely not be a psychologist.
I'm all about character.
It's really bad.
Yeah, it's not about the degrees that you have on your wall. It's
a lot of dudes out here with good character.
I know, but they might have good character, but what do you say is good character?
What I'm saying to you is, it's a lot of guys out here with great character that y'all turn your noses up to every day, or you look past every day. He's probably in your inbox, and you don't be responding. So let me tell you why I turn him away.
There's no type of conversation with an intimacy. There's no.
What I'm saying to you is, let's be honest here. yes, character matters once you like him. Like you want him to, the man you like, you want him to have great character, sure. But you're not out here searching for character. Like
you're right, because you don't know character until you see. Everybody has everybody prejudges. So of course I'm looking at the outside first, and then I gotta be like, okay, something attracts me to this man. And so if it's the looks, okay, cool, but looks are fading. You know what I mean? Even with women, looks are fading. You have so many beautiful women, but what if they don't have character? They might have a hole, but who cares? Like, what is your purpose for that person? So you have to decide what is your purpose for that person and decide, okay, is it that they're just fine and I just want to look at them on the outside and admire them and for what they got, their cars and what they're able to do for me? Or do I want to dig a little deeper and see, okay, is there a connection? Can we have a conversation? Can we talk? And already, can we talk to all hours?
That's chemistry. That's
You're not allowed to
with
do
you,
that.
Jay.
Right?
I'm searching for the kings with good character, because the foundation of what you build on it rests on your character. So I don't know many people that have solid character and that have that intestinal fortitude that don't have nothing going on for themselves. So we're the kings with the character, because the other ones
I like that, kings with the character.
But these have logic who'll say, well, I got a homeless guy who got good character on the side of the road.
He does, and he will protect you too, Tam. He'll make sure you're
But that
protected
don't
as
mean
well.
he might have the bomb character in the homeless world. But when it comes to getting outside of the homeless world and going to the world where we call jobs and work, he doesn't have good character, because something right there, he wasn't able to sustain a job. I don't know the business, but I just say all that to say that you got to pick and choose what parts of the character you're trying to look at.
If you have a conversation with a homeless person, they have good character. So
you say what? What
if you have a conversation with a homeless person, they have a well-traveled life and they have character. I've had some great conversations with homeless people.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yes, me too. For $3 when you go inside the restaurant. Let me watch your car. Sure, that'll be $3.
You get a reality check.
Thank you.
Listen, a hustle's a hustle, Shantae.
A hustle is a hustle in Atlanta. Okay, so now we've got that. Let me make sure we don't have any more super chats. I don't think we have any more super chats. I think that was it. You guys, we'll be more than happy to, if you have super chats towards the end, we'll answer your questions from the super chats towards the end. Does anybody else want to add to that? And because soon we'll be bringing the guys up.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I don't want people
for the guys only though.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't want people to misconstrue like what I'm saying in regards to education, because even still the divorce rates are high for Black men and women in general. And so when you look at that as well, that the likelihood of divorce for Black people are typically higher across the board when it's compared to other races. All I was just saying is that that reduces the divorce reduces a little bit when you are typically when two educated people or at the same level get married. So I don't want people to just think that it's about, oh, well, are you saying that I shouldn't marry anybody who's, if I have a degree, I shouldn't marry anybody else who doesn't? No, I'm not saying that. If you're compatible, then go ahead, because I also feel that character is the foundation of any relationship. So whether you have the degree, you can have a degree, but have so many character flaws that your relationship is still not going to work out anyway. So I would definitely say character would be my number one. And then you can look at those other things that are on your checklist.
So there was a super chat, Shantae, that Lioness put in there. It says money is number one cause of divorce. Educated people have more money and less debt, therefore less stress.
Well, remember we had talked about that before. Money, finances is no longer the number one reason for divorce.
She said one of the causes.
She's saying cheating, but let's. I don't necessarily think it's money. I think money kind of class. Being in the same, I think that if you marry somebody in your same class, doesn't have to be that I think that you'll probably be okay. Am I right? Do y'all agree with that? I think when you change class, no.
There's Pookie and them's up there too.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, well, of course you want to be picky, but in your
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm
you
with
have?
this Friday. I'm sorry. I apologize. Yes, Shantae.
I mean, I
So
think
remember, we had said before, based on the definition that we had discussed before about who a Pookie and Ray Ray is, that was really based on like low moral standards. So you can be educated and still be a Pookie based according to that, definition that we were discussing at one of our other shows.
Educated Pookie.
So
Right,
so at that point, the education is irrelevant anyway.
Right.
So somebody super chat this, Tam. This is for you, rocking your poetic justice shirt. Okay.
Oh, they like my shirt. Thank
Yes.
you.
You all right. You
Let me
all
let
right.
y'all see the fullness of the shirt. There it is.
Are you showing your breast right now, Tam?
Absolutely not.
Drink for Pac. I'm sorry. I feel like that was a time we need to put our cups up for Pac.
I ran out.
You know what?
But I had coffee.
It's okay. It was still for Pac.
I'm on a diet. Trying to be fine.
You guys saw my pictures. I'm transforming, y'all.
You're
together.
Okay, so I think that's all of the I hope let me so anybody else wanted to add to that? I think that we pretty much hit that. I don't think that anybody's saying anything about blue. We're not saying what collar you are. We're just saying because you can be educated and still blue collar, right?
Yeah.
Educated people who are working blue collar jobs. I don't think that has anything to do with blue collar. We're just talking about just your educational background, I suppose. And again, that's informal or formal. Before y'all come at me. Okay, so we're waiting for the guys. But while we wait, let me ask another question. So my next question to you is, do you think that our loyalty to beautiful, handsome Black men is making us miss out on opportunities? Because I know that, listen, I can be so hung up on a guy that I shouldn't be in love with that I'm overlooking the guy that I probably should be in love with. You might want to take your off mute.
Juicy, you're muted, honey. Ooh, Boost Mobile Wi-Fi.
Okay, I see what you mean. Don't judge it. Don't judge it.
It's okay. There's two on the panel with it.
It depends what you mean by missed opportunities for dating somebody else, missed opportunities for your same race. Like you can look at it with so many different vantage points. Like what missed opportunities in what aspect?
So I think that with the progress, so if we're sitting here, okay, this is just statistics. We're not talking about anybody but statistics, okay? So with just statistics, if you're saying that, okay, Black women are educated, and then you have a few Black men who are educated, or they're these leaders, and they're like the 1%, whatever percentage y'all put on them, there's just not enough for you. That means if you want that guy, you may have to go elsewhere to find him, right? Because there's just not enough of them. And according to the chat, we outnumber men in the United States. Black men.
Well, I was going to say for women, Black women in particular, if you really want to marry a Black man, the likelihood of you finding a Black man would be if you lived in a small town. It was just saying that there's more access to Black men, ability to marry somebody of like that's Black men in a small town versus a big city. So when you guys, and since I'm not out there, I have no idea what dating is like in Atlanta, but no matter whoever I end up interacting with who are single and are currently dating in Atlanta, it is the same thing about how difficult it is to find men in Atlanta. And so when I was just kind of reading some of the statistics and information, that they were saying that Black women will have a better opportunity to find a Black man and get married when they are in smaller towns.
I I agree with that. All of my friends who are still in Alabama are all married. They've been married since they were like 22, and they ain't going nowhere.
Not my small town. Let's just clarify.
It's Florida.
I'm from a small town, and it is not like that here. It is not.
Humble Dad, thank you for joining us.
Hi, Humble Dad.
I think we were waiting for a few more, but we will continue to talk.
I'm good. I'm just listening.
You say what?
I'm just listening. I'm good.
Oh, no problem.
Appreciate y'all having me.
We're glad that you joined us. Thank you so much for taking the time out to join us. Anybody else wanted to answer that about the last question I asked? Do I need to re-ask it?
Does loyalty lead to missed opportunity?
Yes.
This is the other thing. I don't know if it's also necessarily loyalty as opposed to attraction, what you're more attracted to. So I think sometimes we do miss our opportunities because we're not looking like at those opportunities. So if I'm attracted to Black men, then more than likely most of my focus is always going to be in that direction, right? So if there happens to be compatibility with somebody outside of what I'm looking for, yeah, I will probably miss it because I'm not even looking in that direction.
Tunnel vision.
Me personally, I was in a 7-year relationship and I was loyal to a T. Like when I say I was loyal to a T, I was loyal to a T. I was even in my 20s, so I wasn't even that mature, and I was still loyal, even after I found out that he was stepping out, and I was even more loyal. Like, I mean, I could have cheated, but I chose not to. Like I said, it's a choice. And so I'll tell you, looking back now at the age I am now, looking at the younger self, yes, I do feel that I missed out on an opportunity for somebody to actually value me because I chose to stay, but choosing to stay could have, if let's say I didn't stay and only was there for 3 out of the 7 years, who knows what could have happened with those other 4 years? Who knows if I got the healing that I needed, and who knows if I would have been in a relationship with somebody else who actually valued me. So who knows? So I can say that, yes, that was too loyal and I wasted some of those years. However, that was a choice. And so I have to take accountability for that choice and see what was the lesson that I learned from that choice. So I no longer will be in a 7-year relationship for somebody who is not as loyal to me as I am to them. You see what I'm saying?
Sometimes we have a tunnel vision of preferences that kind of keep us from our blessing. And I'd have to say, I might be one of those people. I've met amazing people that probably could have potentially been my husband, but what I was attracted to and what I wanted and the choices that I made wasn't that. So, I feel like sometimes we are loyal to ourselves sometimes and what we think we want and need, and that sometimes could also make us miss what we want. So there's a loyalty to an idea of a man that we want.
Okay, real fast, we have our super chat. Real fast, let me get this and I'm gonna get to you, Humble Dad, okay? So the super chat was basically telling me to look at Sage Talk's question, and his question was actually directed toward Team Della. What are 3 character traits you like in a man?
Oh, get the dating game on.
Empathetic, intentional, and trustworthy would be 3 for starters.
Oh, she came off the cusp and quick. I know that's right, Della.
Pow, 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 pow. Okay. And thank you, Linus, for the super chat and directing us to that question. Oh, did anybody else want to answer the question that we were discussing? I was hoping more the guys would be. I was trying to reach out to JR to see. Oh, Mr.
Humble Dad had a question though before you did the super.
You said what now?
Humble Dad had a question before you.
Oh yes, sorry, Humble Dad. Go ahead.
No worries. I was just curious. How can you be too loyal, and how can you be loyal to a fault? The reason why I ask is because you're supposed to be loyal to the person that's loyal to you, right? So how can you be too loyal? if the person has already, if the person has been disloyal to you, then why are you still being loyal to them? They have actually broken the arrangement, if you will. So that's what I'm saying. I don't understand how you could be loyal to a fault. Now I think it would be naive, you are playing in the hands of the red flags, and you don't want to succumb to those red flags. So now I wouldn't say it's too loyal. I would say now you're playing into the hands of being kind of I guess not necessarily naive, but there's a lack of what's the word I'm looking for? A lack of awareness that you are not wanting to be to hinder to, is what I would say. But I don't understand how you could be too loyal.
Too loyal in the aspect of choosing to omit and kind of turn a blind eye to it. I was young, I was dumb. I would not do the same things now in my age. But yeah, I could see from your vantage point where it can look from the outside looking in as naive. But you also have to look at it's so many logical ways that you could look at it, and that's the thing with logic, because you have so many different perceptions. And so I could see from the outside perception, like I said, as an older woman that I am now, if I was looking at myself then, I would have told yourself, hey, baby girl, you see some signs already, it's time to go. I don't even think I would have allowed myself to stay a year. The woman I am now, looking at the woman that I was before. But now I do feel that I was too loyal because I still loved him regardless of what was going on. I chose to still love him because I made the mistake as a naive girl that I could continue to love him and hope that, you know what, maybe he may change his ways. And he didn't. And that was my mistake. And then I had to end it. You know what I mean? So I say all of that to say that I chose to make that choice. Women choose to make the choice. Please, women, can anybody tell me, raise your hand, have you ever heard of a man who has chose to be loyal to a woman who continuously cheated on him? Anybody know that man? Me either. So
no. But I've no. I have seen men who are in relationships and that girl is dogging him out. And I'm like, girl, why are you still in this relationship? So let's not play like that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
It happens a lot.
Men, yeah, that's what I was going to say. It doesn't necessarily happen a lot, but I also know men too who are in relationships and the female has stepped out and they stuck it out.
Yeah, a lot of times. So it goes both ways.
It does.
But for you, humble dad, I think that what happens is women, once their emotions are involved, or once they're so super duper in love, you'll be amazed at how much a man can get away with. We know better. In our head, our mind is saying, "Girl, you're being stupid," but your heart is like, "But I love him."
I know, I love hard. I met Ann. I was young too. Like I didn't know any better, and I can.
And that heart wins.
They learn from my mistakes.
Well, it wasn't necessarily directed to you. I think Mistaken had said like Black women are sometimes loyal to a fault.
Well, that's kind of what I meant, humble dad, is like you kind of pointed it out that we'll see once the heart is involved, a lot of times we will, and that is on us. We have to take accountability for that. We will overlook those red flags because now we're already emotionally invested and we want to see it go somewhere, even though those red flags are not just red, sometimes they burning, and we stick it out and we stay there until it gets to a point where you hit a wall and either he bounces or it gets to a point where it's so bad that you realize you have no other choice other than to leave because it's not, it won't go in the direction that you really want. So I agree with you. You shouldn't be loyal to a situation that you know is not being loyal back to you. But unfortunately, is on us. We have to take ownership and sticking in relationships that we know is not going anywhere.
Right. So then that's why I would say, I'm sorry, go ahead.
It takes growth, accountability, and esteem of self. It's all together. And when you don't have those things, you allow things that you typically wouldn't if you were in a position of having a better mental state about yourself and how you feel about yourself. So I think a lot of the women on this panel have graduated from where they were in the past, and it does take some time. Sometimes women don't graduate, as we talked about the liberation phase, where they're still using sex and unhealthy relationships to kind of fill that void. So, you know, it all depends on where that woman is in her life. Hi, Mr. Character.
And I think sometimes we say to a fault, we mean fault of our own. Not necessarily that we're just loyal to a fault. We mean fault of our own. For me, that's what it means. When I say I've been loyal to a fault, it's of my own, because I've known when it was time to walk away and sometimes decided to stay and hang on a little bit longer. So it's of our fault of our own.
My dad used to say, "You stuck on stupid."
Oh,
Yeah, I didn't want to use that word, but that was the word I was leaning towards.
And we all have been there.
Like, stupid. You can use it. Don't filter yourself, sir. Welcome to the show. Be respectful.
All right, I will not filter myself, especially since Mr. Character is here.
Yes.
We're waiting on
James. You guys are just up on top.
Hey, Logic.
Okay, you guys. So the guys are here.
Back.
Thank you for joining us, Humble Dad, and Mr. Logic, aka Mr. Character, today.
Hey, Logic.
Tomorrow.
Will you be
he doesn't look too excited.
You mad at us?
He mad, man.
I should have married Scott from the engineering building, Mr. Logic.
You should have married who?
Scott from the engineering building.
Oh,
my mom should have told me to go to the engineering building and find me a man like Sarah's mom did.
Oh,
and I'm married to a white man right now.
You know my middle name's Scott, and I'm an engineer.
Are we getting married, Mr. Logic?
Was that a proposal?
Did you propose?
You too.
I just want to be in a wedding.
Listen, if you've ever noticed, if you watch all of these episodes, Logic always comes out and he always says something to Christina.
Oh.
First, he always makes a compliment towards Christina.
I make a
crush. Wait, and didn't Christina say that's kind of like her type a little bit?
A little rough around the edges.
Who said rough around the edges? I mean, well, we can't have Tam.
Small black like the Omen.
But we can't have Tam as the what you call it, lady?
The maid of honor.
Yeah, because her cross-eyed ass, she'll run into the cake.
Stop talking about my friend, Mr. Logic.
Stop saying that.
We're gonna make it happen at the meet and greet.
Look, okay, because he swear I'm cross-eyed. You don't really have people out here thinking I'm cross-eyed. It's the lashes.
Yeah, you cross-eyed and you mix with Korean.
I am black. Okay, I am black.
All right, I put a presentation up for y'all together.
Oh, no.
Okay.
So, don't be long-winded, honey.
No, I mean I can wait.
Yeah, play that music when you got to.
So my question: when Humble Dad gets back, I think we were waiting for one more. I'm not sure. Let me just see. Y'all can continue to talk if you want.
Yeah, he said he coming. He said he coming.
He's coming. So I wanted to wait and ask that question with all the guys because we only have two, and that would just be unfair. I mean, there's so many of us and only two of them.
Yeah, we can do small talk then. We can talk about my terrorist PowerPoint slide, how to identify a terrorist.
Oh shoot.
So
here we go again. This is what I'm talking about. Black women. We're terrorists now.
I wanted to wear my
we cannot win for losing.
For you. I should have brought them with me. I'm gonna wear them in Atlanta on the stage. My first slippers. Forget the heels. I'm wearing my first slippers.
Please do show them that you don't care.
Have first slippers with heels.
No,
make sure you guys get the mic up. Get your ticket to the meet and greet in Atlanta. The 4th and the 5th of August. We will all be there.
Yes. So. Get your tickets. Okay. Humble Dad is back, Shantae. So you ready to ask your question?
No, we have one more we're waiting for, but I'm trying to look at this super chat.
Yeah, look at that super
I like to read over them first before I read them aloud to make sure they make sense. Oh.
It's nice and
with men with character, because the black men you don't find physically attractive are invisible. As whole, you choose looks over character and production. I think that's come on now. So listen.
Not singing.
Whether we like it or not, People want to be attracted in some type of way to their mate, men and women. Okay. I think that there's somebody out there for everybody. You just got to find out who's attracted to you. So that is just human nature. It has nothing to do with black women, black men. That is people.
I mean, I think he kind of has a point, though. Sometimes, you know, people be attracted to the wrong things. You're looking for the wrong things, where it's like, okay, looks are going to get you in the door, but that's not going to keep this, that's not a sustainable, you know, part of the relationship. So, you know, I have to say he does have, you know, some kind of point. I'm not going to say that, I'm not going to generalize that to all Black women, but, you know, he does have a point where people look for the wrong things. Like, just because somebody, I know some very, very polished individuals that cannot hold a job, that can provide no finances, that don't have the capacity to communicate, that will have a grown man or grown woman temper tantrum in a moment of accountability. So there are, you know, yeah.
So, but the question is, so we get it. Character is important. Should be a top priority. But what you're saying is it should trump you. So what you're saying is, you should have a guy who is not even attractive to you. As long as his character is great, you should go after him. And that's just not. This is not realistic. Listen, you should. Yes. You know, there are things that people should do. In a perfect world, people should do that. But realistically speaking, they just don't. We are realists here.
But I guess that's the point that he's making, is that's the problem. Like, yeah, I agree with you.
Physically not attractive, Della, then you got to do something to make yourself more attractive. And we talked about this on our very first podcast I was on, where we said ugly fine. There are people who are not attractive but are super attractive because their personality or something else.
You gotta make up for it. You gotta make up for something.
So if you are lame and you're also not attractive, we cannot help
you. Broke,
we can't help you.
What you gonna do with
this?
I'm
not talking about those individuals. Those are a different breed of folks.
Okay, so what about the women that cross-eyed it? You know what I'm saying? That
y'all don't date them.
You don't.
Let me finish though.
No.
I'm saying y'all talk about the man that, you know what I'm saying. So what about the women that cross-eyed it, that's mixed with Asian, that, you know what I'm saying, that have finger waves in their head? What do we say about them women?
What do you say about them?
We don't even know what he said.
Do they have good character?
Logic. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Men, do you go after a woman's character? Is that the first thing you're looking at? So she could be butt booty ugly, and her character is on point. So that's what you're doing.
Do they baby mamas?
Well, first of all, it's not the same. Like, you know,
why?
Why hitting them enough?
I don't understand why we don't.
Why is it not the same, Uncle Dad?
I don't understand.
Why is it not the same?
I mean, the first thing I'm gonna do is look and see, am I attracted to her, to even understand if she has character. Like, I don't.
You're not gonna get.
Why is it not the same?
Unless there has been a moment of time where we've been in a networking situation where I can see her character before I realize that I want to go talk to her. But if it's off the cuff, then it definitely has to be an attraction.
Flaw for people to be physically attracted before you find a character.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Go ahead, Uncle Dad. Let him finish, and then we'll.
No, I was pretty much finished. I'm just saying, for me, I look and see how she looks, for sure. You know, that's the initial attraction, and then when I have a conversation with her, I'll have an understanding what her character is. You know?
Gotcha. And I think that that's what we all do in a sense. But let me just address this in the chat. The problem is, men think that women should not be attracted to their mate. This is a new day and time. Your grandmother may not like your granddaddy, but today you would want her to be attracted to you in some type of way. Listen, I know in men's head, they feel like they can control a woman's mind. That's not what women think. Well, guess what they do? Okay. And that's why, like you said, if there's something you're lacking, you have to go to the gym. You have to do all of these things if you want to get a woman. That's just reality this day and time. Okay. So that whole thing, women are not attracted to a man. Looks are the first thing you see. I mean, unless he's coming out with his pockets and you just know he's balling like that or something of that, and then you get a gold digger. But if you're talking about a genuine connection, unfortunately, looks do matter. Would y'all not agree with that? The women on the panel, do you not agree with that? You have to be attracted
Absolutely.
to some type
It has
of
to be something that you find attractive about a person to even make you want to be interested. So some people may be attracted to physical features. Some may be attracted to the way a person dresses, because I've seen some men that weren't necessarily physically attractive, but the way they were put together made them attractive. So it has to be something that visually you connect with to go to the next level of interest, to find out if their character is in alignment. Same thing like humble dad said. I think a lot of times men do the whole, oh, it's a double standard, but just because you say it's a double standard, don't make it less factual that women do feel and think in alignment sometimes with men. And specifically, we're talking about attraction. Women need to find something about a man that's attractive in order to find out about their character. Unless, like you said, we're in a situation where it might be a work event or something, and I just, we're co-mingling and I happen to talk to them, or in the same social circle with friends, and you get to know a person that way. But just out off the cuff of not knowing, you have to find something that's physically attractive, that's attractive for you to want to take that next step.
So somebody
no, I just want to say something because I was confused, right?
Okay.
Because I'm telling y'all is confusing as hell. Y'all just need to listen to yourself. Because y'all talked about character being important. Then y'all will circle back around to finances. Then y'all will circle back around to he got to be physically attractive. So my definition for y'all character is whatever y'all want out of a man. That's what y'all deem necessary to be character. Everything else y'all just say is just small talk. And the more I listen, the more y'all validate my points. Y'all will go from, y'all worse than men. Y'all will go from money to physical attributes to actual character. Do you really think that perfect man exists out there?
Trade off. Like some people take one thing over another. It's like, you know what? I'll just go with this because he has this. It's, you won't get the perfect man. I think every woman knows that. But the thing about it is each woman wants something different. Like I may not care about finances as much as somebody else may care about finances. We all may like different things, may be top on our list. So of course, we're just putting out general statements because this,
Yeah, but it's confusing though. Look, watch this.
Well, let me ask you a question. So what you look for in a mate is the same thing that humble dad looks for in a mate?
No. I think men more align with just general things. Like I think
it's simple like that. Women are complicated
okay,
creatures.
and I get that, but see, that's not crazy. That's not saying that, I'm saying, hey, look, you know what, man, you're gonna go shoot basketballs and I should give you the advantage because you only got one finger on the hand. No, I'm gonna try to beat your ass. It's not, you can't use these, I'm saying, women, we just emotional. Women is different. No, you complicate yourselves. Because I'm telling you, listen to this conversation. I'm so confused. I don't know what y'all want.
Well, it's kind of like what we were saying about finding attractive, right? So sometimes if a dude was just walking down the street, you have some women that would look at certain features of a guy that say, oh, that's attractive to me. That gets them in the door to want to get to know them. After you get to know them, do they have good character? Yes. But then one of the things on your checklist after you find out that is like, okay, well, now let's start asking some of the other questions. Do they have a job? Do they have kids? Those things? So the attraction gets you in the door. You get in the door. Now you have a conversation about character. Okay, a character aligns. Now let me find out what kind of job they have. Let me see if they'll be. So it's kind of like a stepping stone. You're walking up the steps.
Yeah, but don't you think?
Let me answer this question real quick.
I just want to ask one thing though, based off what you said. Don't you think that if character really means anything to you, like you said it is, and you eliminate them, that you don't even get to the character because you're dealing with the physical attributes? Don't you think that's a hazard on your end?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But
Absolutely.
it sucks because the thing about it is if you are taking character out of the, well, we'll put character in the equation, but some of the men who are the most attractive, who have their finances together, who have this swag or whatever women are looking for, they have the most women going after them, but the character sucks. But the women still want them. So I know character is important for the women on this panel and for a lot of women, but let's just be honest. For some women, it's just not. It's
They
not.
don't care.
But see, I'm talking about the women in this panel because see, you can't say you lead with character, and character is the most important thing.
I never said that.
Well, I'm just saying this was the general consensus was on the panel.
Well, you can never lead with character because the only way you're going to know
hold on.
is character.
Okay,
y'all, let him speak. Let him speak.
Yeah, y'all didn't hear what I said. I'm saying this, right? If y'all saying character is most important, and then you turn around and say you never get to see a guy's character because you eliminate him by physical attributes, then it's confusing to me.
I said the same thing Humble Dad said. The way that you end up getting to know someone's character, like just walking down the street, I'm not going to look at it and be like, ooh, he got some good character. You're not going to see that. So you're going to see the physical attraction. The only way I would, outside of just walking down the street, get to know someone's character is if we're in a social network, some kind of networking situation in which I get to know the person. And so in that situation, I don't have to be physically attracted. I'm in an environment, in a space where I'm forced to know this person, whether it's my social circle. So every time I go out, this dude happens to be here and we converse and get to know each other. Or if it's a work event, this dude is here, we converse. I get to know him that way and know his character. But just generally, if somebody's walking down the street, you're not going to see their character. You're going to see physical attributes, how he's dressed, what he looks like physically. Is he tall? Those things. And it's no different than what men go through. Like when they see a fine woman walking down the street, they're attracted to that. They stop and have a conversation.
But see, men will put beauty higher than they put character.
And they shouldn't.
So you can't,
they shouldn't do that either.
Okay, but you can't tell us we should.
You can't tell us.
No, I'm not telling you.
Tell you and you can't tell
I'm not telling. Listen, I'm not telling you what to do. I'm telling you what you're saying. Mm-hmm. See, I'm telling you I put beauty first. You're telling me you put character first, but then you'll never get to character because you sit here and you stuck by.
I agree.
So it's almost like it's like I don't know what they call it, womanese word salad. It literally doesn't make no sense. You know what I'm saying? You're like,
that's what I said. I agree with you. That was my point when I asked Della, like, how does that happen? Like, I agree. So, okay, so let me hit these super chats. Okay, so Maurice says the men you are attracted to aren't the builders, but you still make that choice time and time again. The men attracted to, that's what it says. No, you're attracted, so they don't have to do anything. There are women who are attracted to builders. Builders get married every day. So there are people who don't like builders. There are people who like builders. You don't have to have them all. Okay, there's enough for everybody. We don't want to negotiate with Terry. Damn, Logic, you're starting a cult.
Woman, Harrison, spend that $5, please.
What the hell?
No.
That on his wife.
There we go.
Maurice
not married.
Maurice just wanted to bless us
for spelling and grammar.
We love you, Maurice.
It's all good, Maurice. We still
and he says, I want a good-looking Black woman, but character must accompany their good looks. Bad character can ruin their attractiveness. If a woman's character is out of whack, her looks will not matter to me.
Get Eugene up on this panel.
Same with the man.
Eugene, come on.
That's Dr. Steele.
Dr. Steele, come up here. Dr. Sage Steele, come up here. With his monogamy.
Was that the one who was saying that he wants a committed relationship off the bat?
I know. That's not what he said. No. That's not what he said. Yes, he said that he does not want you sleeping around if he's trying to court you.
No, he said it wanted to be monogamous.
That's not what
I
he
thought
said.
he said he
Y'all not
wanted
gonna do him like
monogamy.
that. I
He wanted
because I made
monogamy.
mistake and look at the video.
Yeah, we went back
We
and
went
looked
back
at
and
it.
looked at the
That's
video.
what he was saying. He
He
doesn't
was
mind
saying-
body count. His thing is, if I'm trying to get to know you, I don't want you to keep adding bodies.
Well, that's
That's
fair.
right.
Hold on.
Right.
Yeah.
That's just unsafe.
Getting some more.
Chicks, women have a right for that too.
You
So
said
I
what?
ride with you, Doctor.
Read Wealthy Broke Man super chat because I actually
Let me
agree
read,
with him.
yes,
The
because I'm gonna
wealthy
read it
broke
from here
man,
'cause I
that's
can't
me.
see on the screen because I'm blind.
He's speaking to my heart.
He says, I think the problem with Americans in general is focusing most on looks. People in developing countries tend to pay attention to other things. That's why anyone can find love regardless of disability. So I actually agree with him. I was reading something today when we were talking about it was a chat in the Facebook that was talking about standards of beauty. And as I was just kind of looking at some things, that was one of the things that came up, that in general, a lot of Americans focus on physical features, whereas in other countries, it's about character, about what the person can bring to the family, things like that.
It's about security.
That tends
But in
to
other
be
countries,
more of a priority.
they more like arranging the marriages, and so they
Right,
know
but your
what's
dad,
going
let me
on.
just tell you this.
So
If
you
my
can't
dad
use
chose
that
a
as an
man for me,
example, though.
he ain't gonna be no bottom feeder. He is gonna be
Yeah, you can't use that
my
as an
dad.
example.
Yeah, but
Well,
see,
I'm not just saying other countries. I do think I agree with him in terms of we put too much emphasis on the physicality of a person,
agree.
physical features,
Absolutely.
instead of the things that are important,
Yes,
that
yes,
are going to
yes.
be foundational
What
to
does
a
our society
long-lasting
show us,
relationship.
though? What does
no,
our
no, no.
society
This
show
is the
us?
thing. This is the thing, and I can't believe y'all don't understand this. Y'all educated women. In other societies, you need different things. You need protection. If you in anywhere else other than the United States, United States is a police state, so now you need protection. Police don't come like that everywhere else, so you look for different things in different men. You know what I'm saying? Now, wealth means more because women don't have access to wealth in these other countries like they do in America. So, for you to say that, no, you're wrong, mistaken. Look, I'm finna blaze on
Do
y'all.
hood dudes? No, hold on. Do hood dudes? If you're from the hood,
With that shit,
let
I'm
me
I
ask
know
you this.
Wi-Fi good
If you're
right
from
when
the
she
hood,
want to go off on the dude.
Shit,
That's-
if you're from the hood, are the police coming like that?
yes, they come.
No, not like that.
Not where I was from.
Not
Not where I'm
Unless
from.
it takes 3 hours.
Not
or
where I
more.
was at in New York. I tell you, not
Yeah,
true.
like, look, and
Not
this
in
is what's
Milwaukee,
crazy,
Wisconsin,
though. This
they
was
not.
crazy. Black women got a police officer on speed dial in their phone. Every one of y'all right now got a police
No,
officer
I
on
don't.
speed dial.
I don't.
Yes,
No,
you
I
do.
don't.
That's only
No, I
because he
don't.
tried to holler.
Oh, okay, you got him though. So
Not
quit capping, and the police come to look. You know what? I'm not even finna play these games with y'all. Hold on, wait. Here you go.
Okay. So women and men aren't the same. Rebecca Lynn Pope and April Mason, both Black women, were successful matchmakers, but they quit due to frustration with Black women being extremely superficial. Their words. So Team Della was correct. Listen, let me just tell you this. I like how people think that you can just get with somebody just because somebody told you to get with them and we can all live happily ever after. It does not work that way. It's a lot of things that go into play, chemistry, all of these other things. Even besides just being attracted to them, because I've seen men I'm attracted to, but there is no chemistry. So it's not that easy. A matchmaker's job is not easy. Because if it were that easy, we can go to a club and there's a whole, not even a club, but a gathering with all single men, and you probably will still walk out of there not liking none of them. It's just the way it is. It's not easy. It's like finding the CEO of your home. Is finding the CEO of a company easy? Is it supposed to be easy? No. I know I just blabbed off a little bit right there.
No, it's true though. Like, and also those matchmakers choose the women that they're gonna work with. So what was the character traits that you saw in her that made you feel like she was matchable? Like there's a level.
It was
Like
for
clearly
TV
the women
ratings.
you were choosing weren't matchable, right?
Were these women on a reality show? Was it for TV ratings? So of course.
Right.
Why are y'all not accepting her information? I mean, she said that they were superficial.
Well,
I think that
I agree.
women aren't.
You have no argument for me. I agree.
Humble Dad, I agree. We are very superficial here in the United States. The West, anywhere, is superficial. It's just the way. I mean, it sucks.
But then you can't. That's what I'm saying. But you made a difference.
There's incentive. You get paid thousands of dollars for the options. Like I was just watching the Atlanta Matchmakers. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a sucker for some garbage TV. So I was watching Atlanta Matchmakers. One of them, it's like $50,000 just to even go on 8 dates, and you may not even meet somebody. Yeah. So if you were paying this much money just to be introduced to men, then there's a market for it. And some of them only work with Black women because we struggle the most with finding a man. So if you're complaining, it's like you're selecting the women who are able to pay $50,000 in order to be matched. And if I'm paying you 50 grand, you better give me what I want. I'm sorry.
So do you
your job is not done until you find the match. It's kind of like, so it's more work because you're picky, I suppose. Exactly. I got a super chat. Black women more than any other group of women would choose looks over everything now at the community. You don't want to sacrifice. It's selfish. I think it's selfish for a woman to value your cherry more than a family. It is.
I have a question. What
do you mean by cherry?
In layman's words, what are you trying to say, Maurice?
Cherry mean that box.
You supposed to value your box.
Value your box more than your family.
I think you should value both.
You got to value yourself.
You have to value your box to get a family.
Your body is your box.
You did pay for clarification.
Maurice, you can verify. You can clarify that for free. Just put what you really want to say.
Just put it in the side chat what you meant.
All right, Harrison got a super chat.
We don't negotiate with terrorists. Like I said, anyone without sin, please cast, like Harrison, cast the first stone.
So listen, English is messing me up. You know what? Maurice, I do that all the time. You start texting and then you get so excited and the words don't come out right. And then that box only gives you so many characters. Don't even worry about it. Thank you so much for the super chat. You're awesome.
Ladies, don't rule him out because of his punctuation.
We won't. Okay, so the next super chat was, and then we're gonna get to questions. Does that say Harrison or Morrison? I wear glasses, but I refuse to wear them.
I'm gonna need you to be specific.
I think that's an H. Harrison Davis. Even if I were married, we don't negotiate with terrorists.
We don't negotiate with terrorists.
I don't know who the terrorists
is. This logic doubling?
Man, put a one in.
Logic doubling is Harrison.
Hey, man.
Michelle Obama said, when they go low, we go high. So I'm just going to shut my mouth and just,
Hey, man, put a one in the chat if you don't negotiate.
No, she got it wrong. When they go low, we just laid it.
All right, y'all. Okay, so I got a question, okay? So now that we have the guys on the panel, I want to ask. I gotta find my question.
Hey, hold on. I think Humble Dad was saying something before.
Oh, go ahead, Humble Dad.
No, I'm good. I'm ready for the next question for sure.
Okay, sorry.
Just split up on the screen. Hey, JR.
Hello.
What it do,
Oh, go ahead. Keep going.
Oh, okay. All right, Humble Dad, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I'm good. I'm ready for the next question.
Okay.
Well, matter of fact, this is what I was asking. This is what I was asking. Really, is that how is it that we disagree with, or y'all disagree with what she said about superficial, when we also said that looks was the thing that we were looking to, and then you said it was superficial. So how did y'all disagree?
I don't agree. I don't disagree with you.
I don't know what the word. What did I miss?
We are way too superficial. I agree that we.
But it was Miss Jim though that said something. So that's
I did. I wasn't saying that we're not superficial. I'm saying that if you are taking money from someone to match them, then you're going. If I paid you $50,000 to match me, I'm going to give you my list of things that I want. 50 grand is a lot of money for you to match me. Find what I'm looking for. So I can understand the frustration in that area because I want this, this, and this, and this, and this, and this. And here's the 50 to 100 grand if that's really what they're getting. And that's what I want. And
but she was saying that those people are superficial, which would still be an accurate statement.
I didn't say it wasn't accurate.
Oh, okay, I got you.
I'm saying that they have their list of stuff, and it could be very superficial, which makes it frustrating, for them to do their job. But if I'm paying you $50,000, I want a man who makes this, I want a man who looks like this, and I want a man who XYZ.
Yeah, so basically you're saying if I can pay $50,000, I can be as superficial as I want.
We're just saying when you go on the car lot and you have $100,000, do you pick the car you want, or do you? That's a lot of money. I got $10 for you.
Now, I'm saying that they could be a lot more successful if they broke down that list, but most of the women who are in that age bracket who can pay $50,000 just on a matchmaker, they have a different type of standard that they want in women. They are more
unrealistic.
That's the word.
Okay, so our first question for the guys, the female and male panel is, does race okay, so let me just give props to the person who put this on the chat in the Facebook chat under Lapeef Network. If you're not a member of that chat, you need to make sure you ask to join. It is on Facebook. It's our group chat. But a young lady by the name of Nicole Tate asked this question. And the question is, does race dictate how men perceive someone's action? And she gave an example. For example, if you have a Black woman and she has a little bit of lip, she's considered like the bossy, outspoken woman. However, you have a Latina and she's got a little bit of lip. She's a spicy girl. That was the wrong accent, wasn't it? Okay, so
we understood.
I tried. So do you think that men do that? Like, for example, it's okay. And I think I've asked this before when it was just a girl panel, but I want to ask the guys that. Do you think it's perceived a little different just based on different race or nationalities, should I say?
I do. But like how Logic always say, I'm gonna keep it funky. I absolutely.
I heard you, Shantae. You say you asked for the man. I think
mistaken.
Come on.
Go ahead. Let's get a guy and then you mistaken.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
You want to go first, Humble Dad?
Sure. I mean, for me, I don't look at the person's race based upon how they act. Maybe because I've been in lots of different cultures though as well. So I've seen all different dynamics of women and how they carry themselves. So but I would say that the majority of the Black women that I have been around. I mean, my mom is one of 5 of sisters and of 8, if you will, and all of them have attitudes. You know what I'm saying? And what I mean by attitudes is that, for example, they'll make something very simple, very over the top. If we go out to eat, right? Case in point, the waiter has may have made a mistake. They have all went to a different level of how to talk to this particular waiter, as opposed to when I've been in other countries that it was totally different. Or if I've been around, white women or Hispanic women, it has not been that level of attitude, if you will. But at the same time, I've also seen white women in a different situation go off. You know what I'm saying? So I couldn't say that it would be based on race. I think it's a matter of who you are as an individual. That's just my experience, though.
Go ahead, Logic.
JR, I'm the moderator. Thank you.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
I'm joking.
She got to repeat the question to me again. I just want to make sure the context.
The question is, does race dictate how men perceive someone's action?
I would say for me, no. Race don't dictate it. I give everybody the benefit of the doubt, but a lot of times people don't like it, but stereotypes is based off of facts. That's one of the biggest things. I mean, people want to, our women are stereotyped. Matter of fact, our men are stereotyped, but we talking about women now. So they are stereotyping. they live up to the stereotypes. You know what I'm saying? They sit here and they be the ones that constantly live up to everything that people think of them. And I think it's almost insane that other races don't necessarily do it. Other races are fight against stereotypes. You know what I'm saying? Like, have you ever saw somebody that's a bimbo try not to be a bimbo because she's stereotyped as a bimbo? They do that. But our women, for some reason, they embrace the stereotype instead of going against it.
I do agree. JR?
Yeah, I think you made a good point, Logic, about the other race. I haven't been around too many other races to really see what it is that they do. But for me, I can't stand a woman that's just like too ghetto. At least don't know how to turn it off. I do like a little bit of ghetto, you know, like a little balance every night in every situation. But when you can't control yourself, like you doing all this and shit, and she better bring that shit. That's the shit I don't like. It's like, damn, like, do you really have to do? I don't like all that loud hair. So when we go out to dinner, your hair is just overpowering the whole entire room. I don't like that shit. So, you know, for me, I think there are some black women, it's not all, that just don't know how to turn that shit off.
Okay. No, I can't let JR get off the hook like that. Don't say some. Nigga, you want to speak facts, majority.
I would say this.
It all depends on what you surround yourself by.
I think it's the majority of the women that you're around, Mr. Logic, but I don't think that they're majority.
Okay.
Ella will say the energy you attract.
Watch this. I'm gonna give you my zip code. Search my zip code. 22182.
And are you seeing the women in your zip code walk around with their clapping hands in their purple hair?
Yes. It's constant. You know what I'm saying? And no, because it's crazy that we always try to see him be like, oh, no, Logic, them the chicks that you know in West End. No, them the same chicks in Buckhead. And y'all know it. Them the same chicks. Them the same chicks in Eagle Landing. Them the same chicks in goddamn Rex. Them the same chicks in goddamn Morrow. Them the same chicks in Mount Zion. They're not
really good at in that.
They're not in Loganville.
I feel attacked.
They're not in my neighborhood.
You tell me what your neighborhood is. I can guarantee you I can call like 5 of them right now.
No,
so don't
Loganville. All my neighbors.
The fact that you can call 5 of them is saying something, though. I'm just saying.
Hey, I don't know why y'all gotta. Why y'all?
Imagine bought Mount Zion.
Their number though.
This is the
He
point.
just proved the point.
No, y'all
if
make
got their number, then he around them.
No, you see how y'all did? Y'all embrace the stereotype. See, instead of just saying that's not me, right? Y'all can't speak for the people that y'all know exist out there. So that's the difference. Wait. That's the difference between every other race. Every other race will condone it. But see, ours will make excuses for it, and they will actually back it up. Instead of just saying, no, them little ratchet hoes, you know what I'm saying? I see them ratchet hoes outside at the gas station all day. And then, you know, all the racetracks, go to racetrack right now, anywhere in Atlanta or the outskirts. I guarantee you see the same chicks that JR just said. And y'all know I'm telling the truth. That's my hometown.
So what I want to say is, yes, we see the ratchetness. I will say, if you go to Walmart, you will see the ratchetness. However, but what I'm also saying is, I think there's a great number of them in certain communities, yes. But I think that we so often look over the women who are doing right because those people stand out. Like purple hair stands out, you know? But there could be tons of people with black hair, brown hair, but you see that purple hair. And yes, there are a lot of them. But
okay,
so not the majority.
Let me give you a point. Out of women on this panel, who likes Rihanna? Checkmate. Like, look, she is the perfect example of everything that y'all get on these panels and speak against.
But listen, celebrity. Why are we putting? So celebrities are celebrities. Have always been. I mean, nobody when Michael Jackson was Michael Jackson. Nobody compared themselves to Michael Jackson. They are entertainers. Entertain.
But as any man, do they want to compare themselves to Michael Jackson? And in the split hair, they would say, hell no.
Right, and we wouldn't ask you to because he's an entertainer. She's
But
an
I don't want to
entertainer.
compare
We
myself
also
to
don't
her.
know them personally, so it's
Right, I
really
don't wanna
hard to
compare
make these
myself to
kinds
her.
of
You asked
judgments
if
based
we
on
like
people that
her.
you don't know personally. We see
Right,
what
just because
You might like
what
her,
she
but I
wants us
can't
to
copy
see.
after her.
I'm not emulating Rihanna. I like her. She's also from the country I'm from. She's also an amazing businesswoman. She's also a billionaire. So there's great things about her that are to like. So sorry, I like her music too.
I believe the fifth. I'm finna look. I'm gonna call my terrorist network hotline.
I
Look,
could just say
You
the
got a lot of
majority,
people who are
the
supporting
majority
you
of
tonight.
women that I know do not fall in that category. So I can
Me,
only speak from my own personal experience and interaction with women. However, do I see it? Absolutely. Absolutely. And I think not do I see it, but I also see generations of that coming over and over again, you know, being in working around high school age,
Yeah, that's it. We
you
see it all
know,
the time in
girls. So we
education.
see it all the time. So it's not, yeah, I agree, but I definitely do not think it's the majority.
But the question was, do we assign it to race though? Like,
I think
is it like
so.
black women? This is the thing. If I see a black woman, I'm like, okay, I know this is what she does. This is a stereotype. This is what it is. Versus a
I
white
think
woman or
we have
Hispanic or any other race.
preconceived notions based on experience. So I think that happens, you know, subconsciously.
showed up.
It'll happen. Like as soon as you see, let's say, a dude with saggy pants, you automatically gonna think, oh, that person may be uneducated. He's from the hood. Da, da, da. We have these judgment calls based on what we've been around, and it may not necessarily be true. So absolutely, we have preconceived notions based on.
But if I see a white
stereotype.
man with his pants sagging, I put him in the same category as I see a black man with his pants sagging. They're in the same. I don't go by race with that.
But see the lower on my part. Honey.
I
They
look
go a
at it
little bit
even
lower
worse.
for
Like
me.
you're emulating the
This
worst.
is what
He got black friends, huh?
well, see, this is what y'all can't beat the facts that stereotypes is made from the activity of the majority.
I agree.
So when y'all say that it's a stereotype on one breath, and then you don't want to concede that it's a majority, no, it don't make sense. Because you know what I'm saying.
So, but I think the question is for black men, you black men, we're not talking about how white people see it. We're talking about you black men. When you see another group of women doing the exact same thing, do you have a tendency to judge black women in a different way than you judge the white person who is doing it? That's my question. And the reason why I asked this question, and this makes so much sense when this woman dropped this topic, is I was in TJ Maxx. Okay. And I live in an area where I see a lot of athletes sometimes because it's not too far from. But anyway, I saw this guy who I knew was a professional athlete. I didn't know his name, but I know his face. And the girl was popping off at the mouth. And I was like, you're not going to.
She's popping off saying what?
Disrespectful. And I looked at her and she wasn't black. And I'm thinking, but if we do it, it's a black girl thing. But because that confused me a little bit. So when this young lady put this question in the chat, I just thought it was so appropriate because I need answers myself.
But you see most black dudes going off on black women?
I'm just saying, do you accept it? Or you judge black women harder because of it. You understand what I'm saying? I think that they know it's the same thing, but because she wasn't black, it's not looked at as popping off. It's more like, oh, she's a Latina. She can do that. You know, it's a little sexy, you know, but she's still.
I think the thing is too, is that when it's black women, it's automatically frowned upon. But when white women do it, it's kind of overlooked, or women of any other race. So that's really the question. Like, why is it men are so hard on black women? Maybe it's because we're of their race, but then white women kind of get the pass.
No, because it's about the white people, and it's a majority to you. So like the white lady don't get no pass. Dudes will hold her accountable the same way, but it's not a stereotype for them. I'm telling you, for them, it's not a stereotype. You got these
holding her accountable.
Those are the ones that they choose.
No, dudes. What's the little crazy little white
personal problem right there?
Yeah, the little crazy little white chick that was on No, the little bad Barbie chick or whatever her name, the little white girl. You know what I'm saying? It's like, ain't no dudes really like checking for that chick. Like that dude saying, hey man, you know what? She's a wannabe. She's a ratchet. Most dudes really don't want to deal with them type of chicks that them wannabes. Yeah, you gonna
says 50 million because people do watch her OnlyFans. Just putting that out there.
So hey, niggas
somebody's interested in it to pay for it.
Niggas want to see, hey, not me, though. Not me. But see, some niggas, especially during COVID, niggas want to see that little white monkey. I mean, hey, do what you do.
So Trill just came on the panel. Thank you for joining us, Trill. Did you want to say something about this topic, or should we just?
Are you married to a beautiful black woman? Number one.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, he is.
Oh, he is. She's
she's beautiful.
She sat with us at the Houston thing.
Thank
She's
you.
very nice and beautiful.
Yes. This is very important to the topic tonight.
But yeah, no, I mean, in terms of like judging more harshly than others, I think like, I don't know, like anybody doing that is just interested in just dating outside their race anyway. I don't think it's necessarily a situation where like black men who date black women, we don't really look at it different. If we don't like ratchetness, we don't give a damn where it's coming from. It could be from a Latina, it could be from a white chick, it could be from an Asian. If you are embarrassing me in public, you getting loud, you talking wild, your ass will be removed. That's just what it is. So I don't necessarily think that there's that distinction unless the guy just already has plans on dating outside his race anyway, or that's where his interest is. Then he just gonna find any reason to bash y'all or any reason to, get out of the situation to go do what he want to do anyway. But most men know.
Yeah, I'm about to agree with that. I don't think no man should tolerate any bullshit from any woman. But there are some men that do overvalue women from a different race. But women are women to me, so I don't see no color. I think it's a lot of people that do, and it's a lot of women that get mad when they see men dating other races. I mean, they women to me.
Who are these? A lot of women. I guess you know what? It never mind, because I know women do get mad. Let me just stay in my corner.
I was about to say, please don't start casting up. Don't do that. No, we ain't gonna do that tonight.
Yeah, Christina, we just don't get mad.
We don't get mad.
No, Shantae just got triggered.
Yes,
less than 5 minutes ago.
Please remind me.
You brought up the story. You brought up the story. You was like, she was not.
I was just being observant. He's not a man that I want. I don't date athletes like that.
No. Your statement was,
I'm not into athletes.
I know, but your statement was different though.
I was just curious because for me to know his face, that means he's like one of those marquee players or whatever you want to call him. Because I'm just not a sports person like that. I try my best though.
She said she don't date athletes, but she know a lot about this athlete, don't she?
So I recognize his face. So
he played in the championship game last year. I don't know his name, but I know I seen him somewhere.
He's popular for sure.
He drive a red Ferrari. It was parked right outside. I don't know what his name is, but
with the big wheels. He had like a pickup truck, but it had those big wheels.
Oh, yeah. Keep talking.
Those big wheels on the truck.
Yeah.
Did you follow him outside?
No, he parked next to my car. That's where the commotion was going on outside. It wasn't inside.
Give context.
Yeah. So I saw her and I was like, okay. That's what we're doing now.
You said, I wonder if she was black.
And so let me just describe.
Way. So we saying that you were triggered because you the one that brought it as a scenario.
No, I'm being observant. I wanted to bring topics up that are a part of the community. And that was a topic, because I hear it all the time about how black women are this and that. But then I see other people doing the exact same thing. So why are we called out when we do it, but then they're not?
I want to ask you something, Shantae.
Oh, Lord. Jesus.
After you saw that situation, did you tell anybody about it?
I talked mistaken.
See?
I was like, girl, I just saw.
I rest my case. You was triggered.
Right, see, this is the
thing.
No.
The reason why I call mistaken, she's the only person I call on the panel besides you, JR. She's the only person I call on the panel, and I bounce ideas off of her. And that's the report for the, when we're getting ready for the show. So that's the reason why I call her, to bounce that off of her, because I'm like, wait a minute now.
But see, this is what I want to say to you, Shantae. This is the whole thing, right? You saw that one chick that did it, right? What, she was like Latino or something like that?
I see a lot of Latinas who do that.
Okay, but
New York.
we talking about that. We talking about that particular day, right? You saw one Latino do it, right?
Yes, Mr. Logic.
And then I guarantee you, before you got to your house, you probably saw 100 black chicks doing it.
No, not in my area.
Yeah, you did. Because if you went to Chick-fil-A,
listen, if you want me to say I see black, let me. I'm gonna agree with you. I'm gonna agree with you, just not the way you want me to agree with you. So if you want me to say that I see black women popping up at the mouth, I absolutely do. I'm around black people all the time. But if you want me to say that I see black people in my area doing it, I can't say that because I don't. I'm not gonna lie about it. But yes, you're right. They do. And they do it like, listen, I work in a field where we have to deal with black women all the time. And I know how they can be. Okay, trust me. So I get what you're saying, and I agree with that. But that day, it was her and her only. Any more questions? No.
We lost mistaken.
Nah, she said, if you check the back chat.
Oh.
Go ahead with your question.
Okay, does anybody else want to add to that? So we all agree that we do see that. We're being mistreated. But I do also want to say that men, and you know, because Logic, one of you guys brought it up. I want to also say that sometimes black men are also misjudged, or they are judged harshly. Yes, they are. And I do want to point that out. We are not overlooking that fact. It's just that this is the girls' channel. Yes. But we want to make sure we do say that.
Okay, just real quick. Can you give us an example of how we judge badly or misjudge? I just want to hear this.
I think that people are stereotype black men. Absolutely. I think that when, you know, if you're dressed a certain way, the hoodies and everything, and especially at one point, you can even put your hoodie on. It's like it's a hoodie. It's made to be put on, and you put it on doing what normal people do, and you're judged incorrectly for it. So I know that there are things that, you know, I know that the society can judge black men in a certain kind of way, and it's unfair.
And you know what I say to that too, Shantae? I say I would absolutely agree. You see how it's no pushback? I would sit here and tell you that, you know what, man, hey, but see, I won't protect it, right? I'm gonna keep it funky with you. Yeah,
Logic, I don't see women around me wearing blue and brown hair. I don't even like it.
I guarantee you stay in Atlanta. It's Waffle House. It don't matter. Oh, that's even worse. Shit, don't get me started on going that. Look, it's by 5 Waffle House, like within throwing distance from you, and then I know
I see about the country Waffle Houses. I'll see more Confederate flags than I see red.
Stop. Waffle House is like a magnet to ratchet chicks. They love them Philly cheesesteak sandwich, the Texas toast. They love that. It's like a ratchet chick is just like they just can't. The Waffle House is calling them. It's calling them.
They may work at the Waffle House. But listen, all the ratchet people are moving in the city. We move out the city. They're moving in the city. So they've left us. So I don't see them as often.
You know how I feel about Waffle House.
It's calling me. It's calling me.
Got me excited just now.
Harrison has something else to say in the super chat.
You know I want to.
I haven't even looked at the chat.
I want to put my cousin on to go with you, Mr. Logic, to Waffle House.
Hold on real quick. Just so you know, everybody on the panel will be in Atlanta. Everybody in the panel will be in Atlanta. And it will be at the meet and greet. So if you haven't got your tickets already, click that link that's pinned to the top of the chat right now. Get your tickets. VIP tickets will get you a picture, as well as you'll get some time with us before the show. You have some time to actually like meet and converse with us. So get your tickets right now. I think there's only a small amount of VIP tickets left. So go ahead and cop them.
And if you want a ticket with Juicy J, Christina, and a cross-eyed lady all the way on the other side, y'all better get the VIP tickets now. I'm telling you, it's going to be lit. We're going to have a twerk contest. You know what I'm saying? We're going to play spin the bottle.
I don't know how to twerk. You got to call them 5 girls in your phone.
Listen, why did y'all get triggered? He didn't even say it was y'all that was going to be twerking. Y'all,
we don't even want to see
talking about y'all.
I was just saying it might be the Caucasians who are.
He could have been talking about himself.
You don't even want to see it. Okay, so Harrison Davis said, no matter the race, Proverbs 21:9, run, fella. Where you running to?
Yeah, Harrison, where you
white
running?
girls. He don't know.
He probably running to the border or he running to Asia.
Right. But look, let me ask you a question, legit question. Why is it that let me just clarify because I don't see this around me. So the black men who are reality, I don't see this. So let me just first state that. But why is it, especially on YouTube, it's like, oh, leading black women, it's better choices out there. And I'm like, why do you have to say that? If you have choices, just choose. And it's almost like you gotta say it to punch us or something. Like it's like, is it attention?
It's like nobody asks for the opinion.
Is it like I just want to know why they do that?
Well, for one, the answer to that is real simple. All you gotta do is look at those guys for more than 5-10 seconds, and you can pretty much get the answer to why they feel so strongly against y'all. For one, y'all probably been curving them all their life. So now that they done got to a situation where got a following, got me a little bit of money now, I'm gonna try to rub it in y'all faces now. And y'all didn't want me back in the day, I don't want y'all now. But fellas, we need to go, what they call it, passport bros or some wild shit like that I heard. In terms of saying, you know what, nah, we just gonna, leave these black women alone, whatever, they ain't worth nothing, they this, they that. But again, a lot of these dudes didn't have their choice of black women. So it's like now that I have some kind of prestige, YouTube following, money, whatever the case may be, I want to rub it in y'all faces now because I have options
I'm
now.
not seeing this from people with prestige. The people I see are, at least I don't look at prestige. I don't see prestige when I see.
Right. It's either that they got prestige or they follow somebody that has a following that's part of that quote unquote red pill community or whatever. But that has some type of prestige and they're subscribing to their ideas in perfect alignment. That's what it is. But they just want to stun on y'all, man. That's at the end of the day.
He's right. I think I'm gonna be honest with you. I think they terrorists too, because I can't do it. Like I don't even look. I've been all over the world. And I never dated outside my race. I tried to go on a little date.
Look at you, Logic.
Ain't got nothing to do with y'all terrorists. But look, I tried to date outside my race, and I tried to actually nigga talk me into going on a date with an Asian, right? That was the most horrible experience ever. And that shit lasted like 10 minutes. I mean, cause it's like, I don't know, they trying too hard. And it's like, you ain't got anything coming with this motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? She like noodles, you know what I'm saying? You like rice, you know what I'm saying? I mean, look.
That would be good though.
No, the food is lovely, but I'm just saying, this not no racist shit. It's just like, I just can't deal with nobody that I truly don't have nothing in common with.
I can tell you're a conversationalist. You like to have a conversation, like an intellectual conversation with your spouse. And if you guys come from different backgrounds, it would kind of be hard to have something in common.
No, because they be sitting here telling you some shit like, oh, you like Fetty Wap? No, I don't listen to no goddamn Fetty Wap. What's wrong with you? See, because they assume, you know what I'm saying? They assume that it's a hit song. And because they don't understand our culture, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like they don't understand, like if Trill Hugh from Houston, you know what I'm saying, he gonna like that chop and screw shit. You know what I'm saying? If I'm from Atlanta, you know what I'm saying, I'm gonna like that Kilo Ali Gucci Man type shit like that. They don't understand that. So they assume that you like everything that's on TV. So now it goes back into the stereotypes. And then I be like this, I can't do it. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather goddamn deal with a rat that work at Waffle House before I deal with a chick outside my race. I'm just keeping it funky, man. Look, all right, go ahead.
I'm like,
no, Waffle House got some bad chicks. Go up there and go net.
That's my pocket too.
Not the one that works at Waffle House for real.
They're not missing a tooth. I don't want to eat there.
Hey, and they can
get eggs.
And they'll bring you a plate of hash browns at night.
Mr. Logic, I just want you know what, guys, I love y'all. I just want y'all to know that women are joining y'all in the private chat. Snitch.
What?
I'm joking. You with that damn Waffle House, take that shit down.
I'm gonna go ahead and answer your question. He was asking about the men on the what is it, on the internet, talking about black women.
Yes.
All right. Well, in my opinion, I think that certain people.
Is this your network? Go ahead.
Before the network, before anything, I think that certain people highlighted some things about our women, And I think that the guys started to realize what the women were doing. You know, it just put it into perspective. Like, damn, these women out here really are being loud and over talking. Some people really didn't realize that this shit was going on right in front of their face. So I just think that this space gave them an opportunity to really look at what's going on right in front of them. And then you had the guys that just riding the wave. But then you do have some guys out there that are really putting men on game. So that's just my opinion.
Gotcha. Let me just say, if you are one of those guys who feel like you're being overlooked by a black, love who loves you. If that's what you want to do, absolutely, that's fine. But you don't have to get like a whole coalition of men and just be promoting this whole, just because your struggle is not everybody else's struggle. So why even promote that? Even when we had a discussion today, we wanted to make sure it had nothing to do with going against black men. We love black men, but it's just a discussion that people have and wanted to have it in front of you, a discussion. So you would never hear me saying, oh, white men are better than black women. I mean, y'all know what I'm trying to say. White men are better than black men. You would never hear that. Even if I had a white man, I'm never going to say he's better than a black man. You would never hear that come out of my mouth. So I just wanted to.
Hey, can you get this? My boy Quest, man. He's straight goddamn out of Florida, man. Can y'all get the nigga some horse, man? This nigga, that goddamn.
Thank you, Quest. What is so funny? Hilarious. All right, you guys. Anybody else want to add to that? Anybody else has anything to say to that? And we'll go to the next question. 2, 4, 6. Oh, so it's 10 of us up here. So I wanted to ask about colorism. Should women be concerned about colorism? Because right now, and the reason why I say concerned is because I have a daughter. She's brown skinned though. But I see a lot of promotion of, oh, you have to be this racially ambiguous woman. And people are starting to feel some type of way because of it. Do you think that's a concern?
Let me define colorism for you. Some people don't know. They're like, colorism, what is that? Colorism, Oxford Dictionary. It is a noun, prejudice or discrimination against individuals with dark skin tone, typically among people of the same ethnic or racial group.
I want to bring this up real quick because I was talking to Chaotic, and I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with Chaotic. Are you?
We know Chaotic.
Everybody knows Chaotic?
Well, I do.
Okay. All right. Well, Chaotic was, he wanted to bring this up, but in his opinion, he said, the lighter you are, the more pleasant you are. That's what he said. So I just want to get the men and women thoughts about that, because since we're talking about colorism, is this a true statement, would you say? Do you think that he was reaching with that one?
So let me ask you,
some truth to it?
Please be the first to speak on this.
In the house.
So I want to say this because I've heard this before, but I heard it about black men. The darker you are, the more, yes, I've heard this. The darker you are, the more, not the more violent, but white people fear you more because of your skin complexion. There was actually a study that was saying, for whatever reason, people associate darker skin with being more of a threat. Okay. And he sounded like that bullshit that I read with that. That's exactly what that sound like. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I think that's an ignorant statement. I'm sorry, but not sorry.
Very ignorant. That's like saying when people categorize Drake, all light-skinned people are lover boys. You know what I'm saying? All light-skinned men. Or the blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice. And
well, that's good.
Berries that didn't have sweet juice.
That's a lie too.
Because I know some very kind-hearted, darker skinned women. It's just I don't understand. I don't understand that at all.
I mean, we've been programmed by the system to feel like, the darker your flesh, Black people have always been associated with being less than. So, especially people that are darker or more melanated. We've been convinced that our Blackness is not acceptable. So, of course, growing up, even myself growing up, struggling with liking the texture of my hair or struggling with appreciating, the color of my skin and comparing myself to women that are even fairer skinned than I am. You know, like my sister is even more fair skinned than I am, and finding myself as a young girl comparing myself to her. So yeah, I mean, we've been programmed that Black is not beautiful. So I'm really excited that we are in a day and age where we are embracing our Blackness, and we are celebrating women, you know, because Black, there are complexities to our complexion. And so I'm excited that we're embracing, you know, those complexities and lifting women up, you know, who are darker skinned, who have a harder time entering into spaces that fairer Black skinned women can enter in easily, because we have been socially put on this pedestal because we have fairer skin that is more, you know, aligned with white women. So we've just been whitewashed. And so, yeah, I'm excited to where we're headed. I think it's a really embracive space. But yeah, I think it's certainly systematic.
Yeah, I can kind of see where he's coming from, but I think that the view is a bit one-sided. And what I mean by that is that he's coming from the stance of, okay, because it's generally accepted that light-skinned women just have life easier. There's a such thing as, you know, pretty woman privilege, and just like y'all just said, the societal standard for what a pretty woman is having light skin. So just by that definition alone, her life is easier in his eyes. That's what I'd imagine the perspective that he's talking about. But what he's not considering is the other side of that. When you are light skinned, you fall into a weird territory, because it's like you're not quite accepted by Black people the way that you may want to be. And then on that other side, you too Black to fit in over there. So you kind of in no man's land. So that right there comes with its own issues. And that's what he's not factoring in. So it kind of balances out. Like me and the guys talk about this all the time, because, you know, one of our homeboys, Kenny, is real light skinned. And, you know, especially with men, that's seen as a knock. You light skinned, you soft, you can't fight, you this, you that, you a lover boy, whatever the case may be. So he didn't have to deal with that his whole life. The whole time we thinking that he got it easy because he light skinned. So, you know, both sides come with their own trials and tribulations. It's just about, you know, have you done the work to kind of handle it, or kind of like accept the tribulations that come with it? And most people haven't. So I guess that's why I figured he was kind of going with it. But again, I feel like it's ignorant and one-sided.
No, but you got to deal with it. If you take your emotions out, is it true? It's a stereotype, and then stereotypes are based off facts. So do light-skinned women have it more easier? Do light-skinned men, you know what I'm saying, attract more women? Yes. I mean, it's literally, it's a fact. But on the spin thing, it's just like you said. Do light-skinned niggas have a tendency to get their ass whooped? Yes, they do. Do dark-skinned men, you know what I'm saying, tall dark-skinned men, from the women, they typically have big dicks. It's true. We embrace it, but it's on the other end. And I'm just saying, it's on the other end. So a lot of times we'll get emotional when it plays against us, but then we'll push the narrative when it's for us. So like I said, his statement is factual, because like I said, Black people are the biggest colorists in the fucking world.
Yes.
So I mean, it's like for us to play these games like, oh, Chaotic said something that was disingenuous and stupid. No, he's speaking facts, and we know it.
But see, I got to call Cap on that, because again, I think that when we get to talking about, you know, it's commonly accepted that, well, no, you said it's truth that light-skinned men get their ass whooped. That can't be truth, because the greatest fighter, what most people consider the greatest boxer ever,
I was just about to say that.
Is light-skinned.
I think he means
Muhammad
the
Ali.
mixed ones.
Okay, you tapping though. Go ahead.
But again, all I'm saying is that the only point that I disagree with is when you said, okay, it's truth, light-skinned niggas do get their ass whooped, and that may be true in your anecdotal experience. But if it's if the best fighter in the world in history of fighting is widely considered, widely accepted, he's a light-skinned man. Matter of fact, the top two, because Floyd is light-skinned too. So that's Floyd Mayweather. Yeah, he is. Floyd about my color.
But look. If you want to use that analogy, right, about boxing, right? Look at a majority of the boxers. They're dark skinned. Let's keep it yes, a majority of the boxers is dog skin. Now, and you got this, I'm telling you, you had these, especially like heavyweight division, you got these big, muscly, greasy ass niggas that was dark as hell, that was running around there pounding on niggas. Look, check this out. Look, light-skinned niggas, I'm just saying, yes, you're right. It's not all. But a majority of light-skinned niggas get their ass whooped. It's a fact.
I think it's different variation. I think there are different types of light-skinned men. I think that like the trills, men of that, I don't think that people look at them as being. But when please do not be offended if this is you in the chat. But I think they mean like the mixed ones.
But see, look, man, Logic be so passionate that a lot of the bullshit he be saying, if you just a common passer goer, you be like, well, damn, that kind of makes sense for real. But it's bullshit.
You know it's
bullshit
real.
because look, because
you just know what it meant to us. See, look, because see, watch it. I can see the light skinned niggas get the girls, right? But I could also see that y'all get y'all ass whooped. And then just because I might not be talking to Trill for say, but I'm saying a majority. Look, put it like this: if you was to go in any kind of situation, always the first nigga you hit is the light skinned nigga, because that nigga's always. I mean, it's the probability of him being soft is high. So anytime we got man, what my nigga Quest at? We put it to the test, because I would goddamn knock light skinned niggas out off the rip. I wouldn't even think twice. Just goddamn break their fucking jaw.
Hey,
this
just
is
so
real life.
like we don't promote violence.
Right.
Put that disclaimer out there.
You sound a little touched.
That's anecdotal experience. And that's exactly what I said.
See, the thing, Logic was bullied by a light-skinned dude. That's really what it was.
All right, so is it true that white man
The
can't
light-skinned dude must have took his girl.
No, the light-skinned dude was bullying him.
They can shoot
That's why he said that.
He's a product of his environment.
Y'all do not like to deal with facts. It's a fact that, like, look, can white men jump?
What they got to do
That's
with light?
Nah, answer the question.
Yes.
No, I'm not.
Yes.
Can white men jump?
Yes, they can jump.
They can jump, but can they jump higher than the dog skin niggas?
Some white men can, yeah.
Okay. We're talking about the majority.
The majority,
no. That's a false parallel. That ain't got shit to do with somebody's fighting ability.
All right, y'all, we gotta get back on track, y'all.
Your analogies are going left, sir.
No, you just don't like it because you light skinned too.
But see,
I would say that, go ahead.
No, just real quick, and I'm gonna call out another lie that he said passionately. He talk about most boxers, most fighters is just dark skinned niggas. That's cap, because most fighters is Mexican or Spanish. So and they are not dark as we is. So that's another lie. But again, Logic speaks so passionately that you just kind of, if you ain't in the know, you'll be like, well, goddamn, he kind of got a point. It'd be bullshit the whole time.
Hey, that's just like you said, oh well, it's a majority of boxers in Europe is goddamn white. Yes, nigga, you in Europe. Yeah, I understand that. Mexican boxers, they gonna be white. But I'm just saying, we talking about our race. Our race. Go ahead with your light-skinned ass. See, look at this nigga. You see how light-skinned niggas get triggered?
My tone ain't changed. My demeanor ain't changed. I'm calling bullshit when I hear bullshit, and that's bullshit. But go ahead, JR.
All right, it's on Shantae. Go ahead, Shantae.
You said what?
It's on you. Go ahead.
Anybody else have anything to add to that?
I was just gonna say that colorism is real, and it happens not just in America, but all over. Like in DR, Dominican Republic, that's a big thing, and in Mexico, that's a big thing. It is just this idea that colonialism has impacted every aspect of the world, and so the whole white is right thing, and everybody's trying to align with what that standard has been set. But I think in terms of Black people within our own race, I know on the other end, I've experienced issues with being light skinned growing up and feeling some kind of way about it, and like feeling like I have to be nicer because of the stereotype of light-skinned women thinking that they all that kind of thing. So I think experience stuff on both ends.
I agree, Miss Taken. I was born and raised up north, and my mom ended up moving us to the south, to Arkansas, for a few years. And I remember literally being in like second grade and kids like, "Are you mixed? Are you mixed?" And I had no idea what that even meant, because I was used to seeing people that look like me, and I guess they necessarily weren't. So I remember going home and saying to my mom, like, "What is mixed?" Because all I've ever known is that I'm Black. So I had no idea about that. And then to be teased about my skin tone, it was just, it's not just a one-sided thing. And my mom is super light and my dad is dark skinned. And I remember feeling like, why didn't I get like a darker complexion? Why didn't I get like an in-between balanced color of the both of them? But that's not the way genetics works. But it was something as a child you struggle with not being Black enough for certain Black people. And it's unfortunate, but it's something that triggers back to slavery from the masters. Like, oh, the light-skinned people got to work in the house and the darker-skinned people got to work in the field. And it's just like, that is what triggered colorism to me in Black people. It stemmed from slavery.
Can you do me a favor, Shantae?
Yes, sir.
Can you reread the question? I want to see how many people answered it.
Yes, I actually do. Let me get back to it, okay? So the question was, how important is colorism and should Black women be concerned?
So should Black people be concerned about colorism?
Black women.
Black women be concerned about colorism?
Yes. Nowadays, like, I know that we're kind of older, so we kind of can get past it. But nowadays, it seems to be, because I see on TikTok, all the TikToks about this and that, do you think it's going to be a concern? And then people are like, oh, racially, they like the racially, what's the word I'm looking for? I said it right the first time.
I have to find this study. I actually read something today that actually talked about that. And there is a level that should be concerning, because it did say, based on that study, that more lighter skinned women tend to get married at a higher percentage than darker skinned women. I'll find it and I'll send it to you guys. But yeah, it did talk about that. So colorism absolutely does play in marriage.
Colorism will always be around.
Yeah, it's gonna always be around. But I think that it's one thing for you to have a preference. It's another thing to state your preference like it's God, And I think that's the problem, because and I think when people do that, they don't understand how that their words can indirectly harm their children. Because let's just say you are the father of a darker skinned child. You don't think your words are gonna harm your child at some point? It's a trickle down thing. So while you're promoting, the last time I checked, Black men make Black girls, white men make white girls. So when you sit here and you say white women are this, or lighter people are this, you're indirectly knocking yourself, because it's your seed that you're talking about. You understand what I'm saying? Does that make sense? I don't think people, when they speak, okay, so logic's saying no. So when you have sex with a woman, do you make a Black child or do you make a white child?
The Black seed is the only seed that can make a white child. White people can't make Black people. So Black people can make both white and Black.
But what I'm saying to you is him in his form of right now. Or let's just say he's already said he doesn't even date outside of his race. So what I'm saying to you is the information that's put out right there indirectly harms your child, because if it's promoted and you have a Black daughter, don't ever think that that's not going to trickle down to your Black daughter. You understand what I'm saying? So that the ill that you speak, and that's for women too. If you speak ill on Black men, that's why you will never hear me speak on Black men like that, because I have a Black son. That's me speaking on my son. You understand?
No. What do you mean speaking ill?
So we were talking about, not you guys on the panel, but when we hear people promoting another, like they may say something about Black women or the choices, like what I'm talking about in particular, I won't name, it's like, oh, choose better. Like we're not better. I'm talking about those people, not the people on this panel, but I'm just saying in general. When you see things of that nature, these men, if they are fathers of a daughter who is a Black woman, they are indirectly speaking about their own children. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but what you still not, you missed what I said earlier. We are the biggest violators of this so-called code. So, I mean, if we're the biggest violator of this code, then it's not about no other race. It's about us. We the one that uphold these standards. You know what I'm saying? We the one that push these narratives. And then regardless of what you say, I really don't think it's going to change, because at the end of the day, if somebody have some level of privilege and they will exercise it regardless, when you sit here and you just say you exercise your light skin privilege, right? You're not thinking about a dark skinned lady. You're not saying, oh, well, I'm not going to talk to this guy. I'm not going to talk to this guy because his preference is light. No, you finna keep it funky. You finna do.
Yeah, but you don't speak again. I'm talking about people who verbalize it and speak ill.
No, but see, it's not about what they speak about. It's their actions.
No, it does matter about what you speak about when you're on a public platform. That does matter.
No, I mean, look, check this out. If you speak on something right now, and I don't care how it make me feel as a person, if you're telling the truth, it's the truth. So you telling people, you saying that, but based on your logic, what you're presenting right now is people can't speak on what we know to be true.
No. So we're having a discussion about it. That's different. There are people who promote, and those are the people I'm talking about. Not people who are just having a discussion about it. We're bouncing things off of each other. Not that at all. There are people who actually promote it, saying things about Black women. Oh, Black women are this, don't date a Black one. There are people who do that. As a matter of fact, let me give you an example. Is Clubhouse still available? Is that still an app? Okay. Well, back when Clubhouse, when it first started, I remember I was a part of this group, and the group was literally called Why White Women Are Better Than Black Women. That was like literally the name of it. I know it's one of those things where it gets people in, and it was very successful. And I remember this white woman, she had everything to say, like, Black women get so mad because of this, and this. And I thought to myself, you know what? You'll understand it when you have a Black daughter, and she's the one who's on the Black side saying this. It always hits home when it's yours. So you have to be careful about the things that you say, especially when you are in the pot. Like, you understand what I'm saying? Am I not making sense?
Yeah, because this is my point, right? And if you don't get this, then I'll let it go.
Okay.
What the men are talking about, they talking about character flaws, not color flaws.
But then they shouldn't say it that way.
No, yes, how you gonna tell something? Look, if they identify a flaw within a particular race, and then they just don't say it light-skinned women, black skin. No, they said Black women. They're identifying a character flaw. They're comparing the characters to. It just so happens that they comparing it to white women, Asian women, but their talking points is based off of character flaws. It's not based off the tone of their skin.
Hey, you guys, I want to bring up Sage Talk Lee. He want to chime in on this.
Come on, Sage.
All right.
Hi.
Hey, good evening, everyone.
What's up, Ms. Lee?
Hi.
What's up, Mr. Lee?
How are you?
Fine. How are you?
Thank you for letting me up on the panel. Good evening to the ladies.
Hi.
Hey, Logic, Humble Dad, Trail, and JR. I wanted to add maybe a different perspective from the way in which you guys are talking about it, because I do have some experience with regard to this subject. When I was young, well, first of all, let me say this. In my opinion, colorism is bigger in Latin America than it is in the United States. And I've been to every Central American country. I haven't been to the South yet, but I'm planning on going there maybe later this year. And the reason why I believe it's so is because the colonized countries, the masters left about 200 years ago. mid 18th century. But before they left, and someone touched on it earlier, if you wanted to elevate yourself in the society, you had to be like a mestizos. And a mestizos is a woman who bears a child from whether it's a Spaniard, Portuguese, or British slave master. So when they left, it continued. If you check the history of Argentina, Argentina literally tried to kill every black person in that country. There was a serious documentary on it that I saw about 4 or 5 months ago. But bringing it back more personal, when I was 8 years old or thereabouts, my grandmother, who is darker than everyone on this panel, she had 10 sons from my granddad. Only 3 of her sons got married. And the only 3 that got married light-skinned women. My grandmother told me when I was about 8, 9 years old, don't bring no dark-skinned, nappy-head girl up in this house. So yes, there is colorism, and it's been existing in Latin America and the Caribbean for going on 2 centuries now. What you guys are starting to see it being pushed in America is what the colonials did 150, 200 years ago. So it's been in existence. So what you see Latin American people look like today, potentially that's what you'll see black people look like 100 years from now, more or less. The broader community, right? It doesn't mean that there will be no more black people, because every Latin American country you go to, you will see a black community, but they're a minority in size and in power within those countries. I think Amara La Negra spoke about that when she first came to the US and was talking about it. Because on television in Latin America, you don't see black Latinos. You just see white Latinos or the very light skin. And when my grandmother told me that, I'm the type of person that I like to challenge things. So even at such a young age, I would come home and tell my granny, I just met this girl. She's so beautiful. And she's dark as you, Granny. And my granny was dark. And she would like almost catch a faint. And this would be my way of joking with her when I grew up. But personally, I'm attracted to dark-skinned girls. But when I push up on dark-skinned girls, most of the times, they reject me. They're trying to get with a light-skinned guy to get a light-skinned baby. And I married a black woman from the United States. But my wife was white. I mean, not white, light-skinned, very light-skinned. I knew her father and her mother. Her mother was a little light. They're from the South Carolina. And her father was a steelworkers union manager or whatever. Big black guy. But what I'm saying is this is something that is pushed. And I think as ladies, you're going to have to look at it. It's the females that push it. It's the females that tell their sons not to go after a dark-skinned girl, go after a light-skinned girl. In Latin America, it's called mejor la raza, improve the race. And the way you improve the race is by lightening it up. I mean, in Africa, every lightening cream to turn yourself white is a big thing. Even in India, it's a big market. And in Dominican Republic, many Dominicans will tell you they're not black right off the top. And they're as dark as me and dark. But it's because it's been pushed in the society, and it's pushed by the mothers and the grandmothers. And I'm not sure how much it's been pushed that way in America, because my mother is not, she's black, but she's not American black. So I wasn't raised in that part of it. But in the society, I know when I pushed up on dark-skinned girls that I like, most of the time I knew I'm going to get blown off. But I push up anyway because I like what I like. But I know if a light-skinned girl is checking me out the corner of her eye, I could put her on hold and push on the dark-skinned girl, because I can always go back to her as a default. And I know that. And that has been my experience. So
See,
that's just my perspective.
I got a quick question, because I got this. I also got a similar experience. Is that it's not only skin skin tone, it's also hair.
Mhm.
If you look at in the most desired women in Africa is who? Ethiopians. They're the most desired women because now they have, even though their skin is kind of different, you know what I'm saying, than the traditional African, and they have, it's like they mix with Arab. They got that different hair texture. So I mean, Mr. Lee's hit it on, and that's what I was saying the whole time. We're our biggest enemy when it comes to this. We do this. Everything that we do, low key, we promote it. You know what I'm saying? Low key, we love their skin. Low key, we love their hair. Our women will go ahead and try to get their hair. Our women will try to duplicate their skin. And guess what? Our women will prefer to mate with a light-skinned type dude because they want that light-skinned type kid. It's a fact.
Let me just say this, because I know exactly what you're saying, Mr. Lee. I grew up in Alabama, and I was always taught, don't bring no ugly kids home. That was preached to me, and skin tone did matter, especially 80s, you know. I'm not gonna tell you how old I am, but it did matter. So I absolutely agree with you. I know that those conversations do happen. But as I got older, I chose for myself. So what if I don't like a light-skinned man or a man who looks like this? I'm going to make the decision for myself. I'm not going to listen to my mom when it comes to my preference in men, because I'm the one who has to live with him first. The other point I wanted to make with you is I know what you're saying about the dark-skinned women. You know, most of the women in my family are not dark-skinned women. However, I do have friends who are of darker skin. And I've even heard one friend in particular say that she's afraid to have a daughter because she does not want her daughter to be of a darker complexion, not because Black isn't beautiful, but because of the way they're treated. So maybe it's because of the treatment that your grandmother had to go through, and that is the reason why she told you to choose something different, because she doesn't want her grandchildren to go through the same things that she went through. They make just easier life, because parents, women want their kids to have an easy life. They just do. They want what's best for their children. And so sometimes those conversations are had because of that reason. I don't see it as being anything else other than that. I could be wrong, but I know exactly what you're saying, and you are absolutely right. I know that those conversations take place because I've heard them.
I agree with you on that, because the ratchet behavior in women today, particularly Black women, that guys find objectionable, was not around 100 years ago, much less 150, 200 years ago. So it wasn't about the behavior of Black women. It was about opportunity, how our family, how you can improve this quality of life for the family. Marry, if it's a woman or a daughter, marry a light-skinned guy, your children will be light-skinned, and those children will have a better opportunity in the colonial society. What's happening in America is the same thing. The women are choosing guys that are lighter skinned so they can have more attractive looking children. So those kids can have better opportunity to marry a man that's more wealthy or economically status to improve their life. It's about status. I mean, now we also equate it with a behavior, because a lot of our women, they be getting out of place with their mouth and their hands and their neck and getting all up in your face and those type of behaviors. But so they're given a broad stereotype to all Black women, or to most Black women, where it's not necessarily generally, it's not always, but it's enough in the neighborhood. When you're growing up 9, 10 years old, and all you have is black people around you, male and female, and you encounter this, you're basing it on the encounter that you have with the people you socialize with. So when you grow up and you go to college and you better yourself and you come out and you start making money, the things you start saying is, I don't want this. If your father was a drunk and came home and beat your mom, I don't want to be like my dad, right? Those are how we evaluate things to improve ourselves and make ourselves better. The light-skinned woman, they may not have the same ratchet behavior. Not saying that they don't, but all of them may not. And so the guy will say, because she's not as ratchet. And that's a fact.
No, that's not a fact. They are. I've seen like
it's a factual evaluation. I'm not saying it's a factual
that
the woman is not like that. It's a factual analysis from the man.
Okay. But my point is saying that is just because our parents said it because they come from a different time does not mean that's something that we have to put out of our mouths at this day and time. This is a different day and time. I think Black is beautiful. I've seen beautiful dark-skinned women. I see,
that is not in dispute. I think what I think is that Black women as a whole, not just dark-skinned Black women, but Black women as a whole, need to not tell their kids that, particularly their boys, because they're training the boys when they're young. And by the time he becomes a teenager, he's already formulating in his mind what his attraction is going to be. And we know, a lot of Black kids are very influenced by their mothers, and their mothers tell them things to help them improve their life or to better her life also, especially if the father is not around. So we know that's a fact. So it is an issue, and it is an issue that needs to be addressed. But I think the biggest part of it is that it's being taught at an early age. Like when we talk about white supremacy, that's something that is taught to the children at an early age. So by the time they become a teenager, it's ingrained in them and they act it out. So if we don't want to see Black men behave in that way, we have to make sure we don't teach it to our kids. It's another thing. Now we're seeing it on television, TV shows, commercials, magazines. So it's being promoted, right?
We're the consumers
so
of
how
that.
do you guys combat it?
Can you not?
No, but you can't. See, you're not. If you want to have an honest conversation, have an honest conversation.
Okay.
But see, the thing is, in one breath, you said Black is beautiful, but then we got a whole race of women that trying to change their hair. So now, how you going to tell a young girl that Black is beautiful and you are beautiful the way you are, but you're teaching them to straighten their hair, you're teaching them to wear these wigs, you're teaching them all this. So like I said, the whole message, you contradict yourself by your actions. I don't care about nobody's words. The actions that we present to them. The reason that these Black women want to go and get with these mixed men and white men or whatever they want to do, they want a baby with straight hair. They want a baby with light skin.
Absolutely.
It's not just the skin. It's more than that. And we promote this. Every Black woman that you see, I mean, no, not everyone, but I'm saying a majority of our Black women, I like our women with dreads. I love it. But they don't love it.
Locks,
yes, dreads, locks. Say, she look at that. She trying to get technical. Same thing. The shit locked up. Look, dreadlocks. All right. But women don't like it though. They like the long flowing weave. They like the straight texture hair. And then what is that pushing to your kid? Because they know, they know.
Your kid is not guaranteed to have that hair.
What?
I mean, just because somebody you're mating was, I've seen mixed people who their hair don't come looking mixed.
But see, instead
it's not a guarantee.
But instead of just saying, you know what, that is a good point, and that is a problem. See, we're shading it and go around it and be like, oh, well, I see, no, it's a fact that all our women.
That's an exception, though. No, I was going to say what Shante just stated. That's an exception. If a dark-skinned girl get with a light-skinned man or a white man, and the child's hair come out more like hers than like his, that's an exception. Usually, it's going to come out looking more like Shante. I mean, Gems, Santina, a Gem, more like her, or Cece. Right?
I don't think women are promoting their daughters to go marry a white man. I mean, I don't know what will happen in the future, but I don't think
especially based on hair. I don't think a woman is like, okay, I want you to marry this man because he's going to get this type of hair. But I will say this.
Well, it's the whole package of the child.
You're right. My grandmother, God bless her soul, rest in heaven. On my father's side, light skin. Okay, she was very upset that my father married my mother because she was of caramel complexion and she wanted a finer hair complexion such as hers. So she gave him hell because back in the day, that's what was expected. She was expected to have a son who married somebody who had nice hair, so continue the legacy. Now, that was back in the day. Absolutely back in the day. Now, I ride with what some of the ladies are saying. You don't have women saying, hey, I want you to marry. you know what? Let me get this sperm from this man who's looking like Drake so we can get this good hair. You have a lot of women who love the dark complexion men. And my thing is, it's all about preference. You know what I mean? And it's what you choose. But hopefully nowadays, we're not choosing based on what the master wants us to choose. We're choosing based on our own perceptions or our own wants, as opposed to what happened in the past and what we were grown upon. Like, I mean, all because my grandmother likes that, I can't front. Like, it's not about complexion for me. It's more so about attraction. I have to be attracted to somebody. Once I'm attracted to that person, then we learn about the character. And then y'all know my favorite word, to get to that intimacy. And when you get to that intimacy, it's something special, okay? Because you can see whether or not somebody is a long-term person or not. And if you have that type of intimacy, because you can vibe with people, but that doesn't mean you have intimacy. It's a difference. But that's a whole nother conversation.
Do you think that women...
I was just going to say, based on like Mr. Lee was saying, you kind of base things on your own experiences and what you've been around. And I typically have seen opposites attract. Typically when I see like even with my parents, my dad is dark skinned, my mom is light skinned. My grandparents, my grandfather's dark skinned, my grandmother's lighter skinned. Even down to my siblings. So I think I'm the only one that ended up with a light-skinned man, and I ended up getting chewed out for that. But I just typically, in my own experience, I've typically always seen if it was a dark-skinned man, it was a light-skinned woman, and if it was a light-skinned woman, she had a dark-skinned man. So very rarely have I seen two light-skinned people together. And that's just my experience.
That's true.
Let me ask you a question, and I'm gonna let the other lady speak. Do you think, because I forgot who just said that, because y'all know I got ADD. Who was just speaking? Was it Logic? Whoever. But I wanted to ask, do you think that women, because Logic was saying, women are straightening their hair and they don't wear their hair natural. Do you think that they don't do that because they don't get the same response out of men as they do when their hair is natural?
Look, man, gonna deal with chicks if they got dreadlocks, if they got whatever. And you can, the thing is just keep it real. Men gonna still deal with chicks regardless. Like, ain't no dude, y'all think dudes really, checking for the hair and all that shit like that. I think that's more y'all. I don't be worried about that. I mean, for the most part, the dudes I know, they don't be, oh, do she got a Remy 17-inch and shit? That shit a hazard to me. Cause shit, I don't even like them going to my bathroom. I told you they be fucking up my cocoa butter with all that damn weed. You know what I'm saying? I have all that residue all over my house. My room would be fucked up. Nobody like that shit. I'm serious. Nobody like a goddamn chick laying in these bunnies and shit. Like, men don't really like that. That's a you guys problem.
So let me ask you a question. So if you have a girl and she had this long hair because she had an extension in, and you're like, I want you to go natural. But then she goes natural and she has like a little baby fro. Is that because I sometimes feel like y'all say natural, but you're talking about with a different kind of texture. I'm talking about natural black. Or are you saying that most men go for natural black?
Yes, because see, the thing is not only do we see the hazards by y'all wearing them wigs and wearing them braids and shit, you know what I'm saying? I just seen chicks goddamn that look like JR. You know what I'm saying? But from all them braids and shit and the goddamn perms and shit. So like, men don't want, look, check this out. That means you messing with boys. So like men, we don't really care about your hair like that. As long as you look good, as long as you smell good. And then I think our women is creative enough to do that. You know what I'm saying? Y'all creative. Y'all can make yourself look good in anything. But y'all choose to put them damn things on y'all head. And like I said, look, I still love y'all, but look, I wouldn't be Mr. Logic if I ain't tell y'all the truth. Y'all don't got to do that shit. Y'all doing that shit for y'all self, and y'all doing that shit for other women. You're not doing it for men.
I think that question should be for the women. Like, what would you ask the women? You should ask the women.
One person at a time, please.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Humble Dad, and then you, Jefferson. Juicy J.
No, I was just saying. I think that's a question for the women. Why do you change your hair or get the extensions? Do you see a different response from men based on what it is that your hair is, and is that why you do it? Because a guy wouldn't necessarily know. Like, I'm not saying, oh man, I got to go get a girl that has straight hair, that has a wig. I mean, it's not a part of the programming. You know what I'm saying? If she fine, I'm finna go try to holler at her.
I can just say, when I go on a date, men reference my hair. When I go on a date, it's always that first day, like, oh, what do you mix? They always want to know what you're mixed with. Like, no, I'm black. Why does that make a difference? I mean, I've never had it any other kind of way, but that's what I get. They do emphasize hair.
Men are very judgmental.
Baby. Let me give us some game real fast. If you had big ass titties, here reference your big ass titties. If you had a fat ass, here reference your fat ass. Yeah, no, I'm just saying what you're saying, that just because he referenced, no, men will reference anything that they like. You know what I'm saying? And it's just not limited to your hair. You know what I'm saying? He might reference your dimples. He might reference your smile. He might reference your teeth. It's not limited to your hair. I think women just put so much pressure on themselves with their hair. Men don't care.
Yeah, they do.
I don't think that we put pressure on our hair.
When
I did tell Juicy J she can go, but then after Juicy J, then you Team Della, okay?
Well, my girl Team Della had her hair with the what is it? People were calling her Kodak. You know what I mean? Like, people tend to judge. I liked it. It looked good. It was cute. People say because I got blonde hair. Oh, she got blonde hair, so she went through some shit. Like, people judge you based on your hair. And you have some women who like to switch it up because they can, and they look good. Like Linda Evangelista, that's an old school model. She looked good in any hairstyle. You have a lot of these women who look good in different hairstyles, and so they want to capitalize off of that and let their man feel as if, hey, I'm looking like this, I might look like a different person, kind of like that DMX song. You know what I mean? You have women who want to be all these different or look all these different ways, but they're the same woman, but you're still going to love them because they have these different hairstyles. So I just think that hairstyle is just a form of expression, and especially with Black women, we have such an array of hairstyles that we can use. And so if you're able to do that, I feel that women do that. Me personally, I'm kind of a neutral nanny. I tend to stick with the short hair. I switch up the colors. I've never done purple per se, but I've seen it look beautiful on some people. I want to get braids, but hopefully my hair will be long enough. But I just say all that to say that it's just a switch up, just for your preference.
Yeah, so you saying I'm right then. You're not doing it for the man, you're doing it for yourself.
It's definitely for ourselves, especially when you talk about Black women's hair. Number one, our hair has to be protected. So at least for me, self-maintenance and self-care comes absolutely number one. And so, yeah, when we talk about protecting our hair, sleeping with silk bonnets, like, yeah, we have a certain texture hair where we have to protect our hair. And I take pride in myself and how I present and how I care for myself. So when I don't feel like waking up and doing my hair every single day because I have to detangle it, I have to pull it back, I have to keep it moisturized, I get a protective style so I can go on about my day. I can wake up and I can move freely. So 1000% Logic, it has absolutely nothing to do with anybody else except for what brings me joy, what brings me convenience, and my own self-care routine. But yeah, as Black women, we do have to protect our hair. We have a certain texture here that requires lots of maintenance.
But ma'am, this is what you said. I gotta drop this.
Thank you, Queen.
You saying, why is it self-hate? And you use self-hate. No, listen. The thing was like self-hate. Like, you know what I'm saying? Why is this whole little thing? You know what I'm saying? Why do women look at this and men look at this kind of way? I'm just saying, you use the term protect. So you got to protect it from what? The elements?
From heat, like heat,
the elements, so your bed, like if you sleep like on the bed with your hair out, like it'll literally cause breakage, like your hair,
ma'am.
between the sheets in your hair.
This is what you're teaching young women, that they have to protect their hair. I seen young. I go to the pool. I go to the pool, and I see everybody in the pool, but little black girls, because their mom told them that they can't get in that water. Because
I don't know how to swim because of that. My mom did not want to do my hair.
But then you saying protect it from the water, protect it from the sun, protect it from the bed, but you'll throw chemicals, you'll throw colors, you'll throw wigs, you'll throw all that stuff in it. And then, like I said, your argument don't make sense, especially when you saying, I'm telling you, when dudes telling you they don't care.
But your argument doesn't make sense because you're saying that dudes are telling you that you don't care, but you just stated a moment ago that we're not doing it for dudes, we're doing it for ourselves.
And
so
you
where's
say
the
you don't
correlation? I'm just confused.
And then they don't like women with purple hair.
If I don't want to get in the pool because the chlorine is going to break my hair off, I'm not going to get in the pool. I was raised a little differently. I had a pool in my backyard. So I was raised to, I would jump in the pool, I would swim, I would do whatever I want. My mom would put my hair in plaits, my mom would put my hair in braids. If I wanted it straight, she would take me to the salon and get my hair straight. And if I didn't want to get my hair wet, then I wouldn't. And if I did, that was my choice. But I think you're confusing yourself respectfully, because it's not really adding up. I'm not doing it for men.
How am I confusing myself when you're sending a message right now, when you got little black girls listening to you and you telling them to protect their hair? Protect their hair, which is natural.
Like for uncircumcised little boys, do you not tell them to pull their little sleeve back and wash it?
What?
Okay, so you're telling them self-maintenance, self-care, right?
You know what?
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question?
Okay, you guys. Okay.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Lee.
Yeah. From just listening to this part of the conversation, is black women here more fragile than other nations are here?
Absolutely.
Do black women have the weakest hair? You guys have the weakest hair?
It's the strong hair, but the way that you have to take care of it, it will break easily. So straight hair won't get tangled, right? That friction,
it doesn't get tangled like ours do.
It does. That's what I mean.
If you ever been around white people, their hair gets matty. Like a dog. It's incredible.
Whose hair is going to dread quicker?
Say again?
I've seen white people with dreads. Black people get dreads as well, but whose hair dreads quicker? Our hair gets tangled so much quicker because we have coily strands that intertwine, and if you don't comb it right, it breaks off.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, and then because ours, it dries quicker, so we have to keep it moisturized. Black women's hair requires so much more maintenance than other ethnicities.
No, it requires that because you're trying to
Logic. Hold on one second.
People. No, because they want to make their hair straight.
Okay, trust the women on this. Men, y'all are talking about something that has absolutely nothing to do. Y'all would have no idea. This is a woman issue. Like sometimes y'all tell us, come on, our business.
Let me add something to what she just said.
Y'all need to fall back on.
Let me add something to what she just said. And this is with regard to what Shantae said earlier, that mothers today are not teaching their daughters to look for a lighter skinned man or anything like that to improve their hair. But when a mother is combing her daughter's hair, and the pain that her daughter is going through in combing and preparing her hair, you know what she's doing in the background? She's cursing her hair. Your damn nappy head all the time. I got to be in your hair. Women say that. I've heard them say that with their daughters, even when they're braiding their hair sometimes. That translates into my hair isn't good. That's what that translates to. And they go out and they do these things by getting all the wigs and the different things and the perms to make their hair what we would call manageable, easier, and better. And the term is better hair. And that's really how it happens in Black America, not so much in Latin America. They go from a different angle. But a lot of time it's not being said, do this. It's what you hear them say about your hair that makes you internalize, and then say you evaluate as a woman or a young girl at an early age. My mother says my hair is bad.
Mm-hmm.
If men don't care about a woman's hair, why are we debating hair?
Because you sending a little girl when they go to the hair salon, whether they getting braids, whether they getting perms, it's a painful experience to them. And okay. Well, all that shit that y'all get put in y'all head, whether it's a lace front, them shits are painful experiences. It's no way you can't say they're not painful.
Well, let me ask you a question.
Wait. I didn't see little girls in them damn hair salon chairs crying. I see little girls when they mama left crying and bawling. And then now you want to tell them to love themselves when you hate their hair. You promote that. So let's cut the cap. We can never get nowhere because y'all always gonna push the field goal. Move the goalpost. Y'all promote that.
Let me ask you a question. So we'll make a statement first, and then I'm gonna ask a question. My statement is, I think that if women saw men choosing women with these natural like in the 70s, those were the number one, just like y'all promote booties and all that kind of stuff. If you promoted that, I think more women would be going that way. We move how y'all move, in all honesty.
But then how did the chicks in the 70s get dudes then?
Listen, no, because that was cool in the 70s. Now we're talking about
all the ladies just said on the panel. All the ladies just said on the panel they don't do it because of men. So now
Della said that. Della said that. Stop
y'all
saying
don't do it for men. Yeah, let's keep it real.
I do. My hair is natural because of my man. I can't wear it any kind of way I want to because of my man. I cut my hair off.
If y'all come up in here, afros, but see, y'all not being real. If y'all come up here with afros tomorrow, niggas will still try to get at y'all. Ain't nobody worried about no hell.
Let me ask you a question because, and this is to you, Mr. Logic. Mr. Logic. Because I remember a few moments ago, and maybe I'm wrong, that you said the Ethiopian women are the one in Africa. The Ethiopian woman is the most sought after. And why is that?
Because I'm proving the stereotypes. I'm proving our dysfunction. That's not proved. That's not disproving that. I'm actually showing you that that's our dysfunction. And then we need to get out of that. We need to get past that. But we can't get past that when our women is trying to manipulate their hair through pain to look like another race.
Right. So I think that if black men start to put that in the forefront and they say, you know what, I won't date a woman unless her hair is natural, no matter what form it is. And those women are the ones who are getting chosen, put on the pedestal. I think that more black women will do it.
Okay.
Can I give a different perspective on this? Because I think I changed my hair the most. And I am wearing a lace front wig, and I am happy to wear my lace front wig. So my perspective on this, and actually, Mr. Character, I had locks, and my locks I had for 12 years, and I cut my locks off, and then I was diagnosed with alopecia, which is why I wear wigs. And it took me several years to get my hair where it is now, which I wore naturally last week, which is actually something very vulnerable that I normally never do, because of the constant comments about your hair and what it looks like and, oh, this, that, and the other, and, oh, it's not as thick and long and beautiful and all of this that people put on hair. So for me, I wear wigs because I don't want to get emotional on here because I've been through a lot with my hair. And I wear wigs because of the diagnosis that I was given that I could do nothing about. So there's more to it and more complexity. And no, it's not traction alopecia. I was diagnosed with a scarring alopecia. So if I don't control it, go to a dermatologist, my hair will completely fall out and I will have a scarred bald head. So it is important to know that there's different aspects about hair and why Black women wear their hair. And a lot of Black women suffer from alopecia and they do not go to the doctor and they do not take care of it. And they put wigs on and don't fix the problem and end up losing all of their hair. So there are women who hide underneath these wigs. So yes, I agree that there's not this appreciation so much. Like it's because there's so much emphasis on the hair. Like we wouldn't. Honestly, I I finally found somebody who actually, I don't wear wigs around. I prefer not to wear wigs around them because they actually are accepting of it.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you this. I'm gonna tell you this from a man.
You share your story.
I'm gonna tell you.
Thank you, and I feel you on
I
that.
just let you
It's
guys.
hard. That's why I cut my hair, because I had balding all right here when I was trying to wear wigs. And
Hold on. Let me tell her something. Check this out, man. Look, to me, you look good.
But we know.
No.
We know.
Hold on. Look. You look good with a bald head. You look good whatever. If a dude really into you, he don't give a fuck. I'm telling you, if a dude really into you, but guess what? If you chasing them type of dudes, then guess what you got to do? You're going to have to do that type of stuff.
And that is fine. I'm not saying that I prefer to wear my natural hair. I'm telling you, I had locks for 12 years.
Do it then, baby. Do it.
Because I can't. I like my hair natural too. But also, like Gisela said, and just like mistaken, it takes a lot to.
I went to your Instagram. Shit, I saw it. Yes, you go back to it.
We know you little stalker.
I ain't no goddamn stalker. What's wrong with you?
I got a quick question.
No, I'm just
there's someone asking me a direct question. I haven't had a perm since I was in the 8th grade.
I haven't had one either.
My balding is not confirmed.
That was like a 90s thing, I guess. Listen, I just wanted Catherine, I can't see. Catherine says I didn't make sense. Catherine, I'm sorry. It's going to be sometimes I'm on here and I will not make sense. I apologize.
But now,
sometimes I look at the video, I'm like, girl, what the hell was you saying?
I want to take my wigs off completely and just be able to manage. And now I've actually been able to grow hair because that's something that was not happening before. I have less bald spots. I've been working for 2.5 years with a dermatologist just to grow the hair that I have. So it's
I was going to say my cousin, she specializes in working. She's a hairstylist, and that is her specialty. She works with women and men who suffer from alopecia, and it's a lot. I would have never known that outside of knowing the fact that that's what her specialty is in hair care, is working with women with alopecia and men.
Let's talk about alopecia.
That the guys were saying how that.
Hold on, Humble Dad was going to say something. I'm sorry.
No, Team Del can go. I'll go after her.
Okay, thank you. Was it like not like the last panel where the guys were saying like it's about a woman's looks? Did y'all not say that?
You talking about today?
How is it all of a sudden if it's about a woman's looks, how does her hair not play a part in that look?
We're looking at her face.
Is my,
you know what I'm saying? Did you not like Mr.
My hair is on my head.
He said if she was bald, there would be a dude that would still holler at her.
That's not true.
That's definitely true.
It is true.
I can understand.
There would be some dudes. Yeah,
I just seen some sex. I just get a lot. I just seen some sex ass women with motherfucking waves. So no, stop the cap.
Like right now, there are 2 women on the
plane. Right now, because her pool of men will.
She didn't just
her pool of men that she has access to will drop because men like hair. They do.
I don't understand. Let me ask you something, Ms. Taken. Let me ask you this question. Right, a few moments ago, you told us to fall back because we don't understand the perspective of hair. Right, that's what you told us. But then when we tell you as men what it is that we like, you try to tell us something different, right? So that's hypocritical to a degree, right? So we're telling you that the hair is not a big deal, right? Like we're literally telling you that, and you saying no, that's not true. So,
well, I can only go based on my experience. I hear what you're saying, but I too have I switch up my hair a lot as well. And I do notice the difference in terms of men's attraction or attention when I go natural, because I've worn my hair as a fro before. I wear braids, I wear wigs, and I notice the difference when I've had wigs on that may have been long or flowy the attraction versus me wearing my afro.
But your hair accentuates your face, though.
But that's my point. Statement? My point being is I can go by my own anecdotal experience. Right. And based on that experience, when I have straightened my hair, I get a total different reaction from men versus when I wear my hair in an afro. And that's been my experience. And when I've cut my hair, like I cut my hair was like Tams and like Juicy J's. I've cut my hair that short. And my husband got really upset. He's never bothered me about what hairstyles I've had. But once I cut it off to that point, he got upset saying my wife and my son shouldn't be going to see the same hairstylist. Like that was his issue. So
I got that same response. I cut my
hair back. So now I'm growing my hair back, but I keep it, like Della said, in a protective style in braids because it is a lot of maintenance. I don't want to go to the shop to get it done because I'm there forever waiting to get it done. So I'll just either wash it and do a twist out and leave it like that, or braid it back and put a wig on. Like it's a lot of maintenance. A lot.
Okay, so I'll add to this. I'm not really into, as somebody that also went to cosmetology school and graduated, I'm really not finna debate with men about hair. And
you went to cosmetology school, that means you're a terrorist.
Can I finish?
You are a terrorist. You're a terrorist.
Can I finish?
Let her finish, bro.
Can I finish? Thank you. Okay. All right. Ladies, let's go. Okay. So as a woman that also a few years ago was rocking the fade, I was shocked at the amount of men that I did not know. Like, oh my God, why would you do that? When I posted it on social media. And I'm like, it's not about you. This is my head. This is what I'm doing for me. And to those that like it, they like it. To those that don't, I'm not doing it for you. And I also literally met a guy that was like, yeah, so I normally talk to women with long hair. So can you grow your hair out? Can you get layers? And I'm like, listen, sweetie, I'm probably never going to grow my hair back. I love short hair. I think I have found my look, and this is my look. So you either accept me and my hair for what it is, or go find you somebody who does have long hair. So men do have, most men, let's just say most men probably don't care about hair, but there are men out there that really care about hair and have an opinion on a woman's hair.
Yeah, I don't think anybody disagreed that there's some, but we was really speaking about the majority, right?
Yeah, it's majority. I have a super chat that just came in, Elephant Room. I hope it wasn't one before then. The Elephant Room 219. Now, I thought we agreed that the mother is promoting the object of beauty standards. I think that the mother definitely is keeping it going. I think society does, and the mom just keeps it going. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, if you want to read super chats, you got a whole lot of them. You got more than that.
Oh Lord, you want to put we go ahead and put them up, and then I'm going to go to the next question. Okay, culture does never a race issue. Yeah, I agree. It's called, I agree. Logic, I agree, but your analogies are horrible.
Nigga, eat it.
Oh, we already said that. Though you going back too far. I already read those.
These ain't been put on
the narratives around the ratchets. That's who keeps the bills paid.
So you're saying if I
don't apply, let it fly. What is that? I'm freaking weak. Not Fetty Wap and noodles. I bet she can make a sandwich, Mr. Logic.
I don't know.
See on the screen.
Make me a sandwich.
You want to read it? I'm mistaken. I like to see it on because I can make it bigger.
Colorism for Black women. Oh, I'm sorry. Colorism for Black women is about where they stand according to white men choose first and last. It's not about Black men choosing.
White men like dark-skinned women. That's what I've seen. That's not true. But go ahead.
OG Lee in the building. Off rip, he's speaking facts. Colonialism is way worse in Latin America.
Colorism.
You can't see me.
Same difference. Same difference.
Colonialism was part of it.
Black men talk about Black women hair because Black men have been conditioned by Black women to I think that's supposed to say critique it. It left to Black men, we would be fine with y'all just rocking a natural look.
Big facts.
At 55, we managed to protect our hair without all the protective styles. Bottom line, we combed our hair more regularly and had healthy hair for years.
I agree.
What? Full sleep.
Full asleep.
Shake my head. Let a woman talk long enough and they have combos. You'll find.
Listen, they gotta pull that skin back. They need to pull it back and wash it.
We call that turtlenecking.
The shit they'll do just instead of just saying
that analogy was on point. Sorry,
I thought it was too.
This shit was crazy.
Could self-colorism and or some insecurities be socially learned? I don't think some of these people have the problems, but they make themselves believe they do based off what they hear other people say. I think you can have an understanding.
Right there. I go back to that question. So he's talking about
people. Yeah, well, I just think people can empathize with other people. It doesn't mean
that's like the guy who's short. You know what I mean? That's the insecurities and it's socially learned. If somebody's short and they have some type of complex syndrome because they're extra short, that can be, as we talked a couple weeks ago, Trill, like you said, that's an acquired disability.
I don't think anybody would talk about colorism if they didn't experience it. I don't know. That just seems kind of strange to me to be like,
we brought it up because we know it exists through.
So now I'm going to emulate that or talk about it as though it was mine. No, I don't think so.
Honest question.
She already answered this question, but you can read it because it's super chat.
Okay. I love a Chic Critique. Logic really is loving on your heart. We want women to be fine with their natural selves, but it's called self-esteem.
Big facts.
Thank you, Harrison.
I'm normally not like that.
Look, and I was crying got emotional last week. Now I thought we agreed that the mother is promoting the object of beauty standards.
Oh, and Christina is super fine. That was a super chat from Black God. With that hair. With that haircut.
Yeah. And he put extra E on that. So that's supposed to read as fine with the haircut. I have specialized in natural hair for 18 years in curly hair care and scalp conditions. Hair is like a plant. It needs oxygen, water, nutrition, and sebum to thrive. Where are you located? Are you in Atlanta?
She in Houston.
And then
I made a song for it. Get your sugar curls so silky smooth. Get your
she needs to do a shop somewhere in Atlanta that doesn't cost the arm and a leg because they charge women more for doing their natural hair and it costs a lot. But I would definitely go to someone who does natural hair care so I don't have to. It's a lot.
Ooh, she's joining the lot.
She's joining the lot.
She's
beautiful.
Oh, pretty. Hey, Taya.
Regardless, she's
hey, Taya.
That picture is
okay. So, does anybody else want to? Because I have one more question before we open it up. I guess we open up to the floor if you guys want to. But my last question: does anybody else have to add on to that question? Colorism. Anybody else have anything to say?
I'm gonna take my braids out, and I'll see y'all next Friday.
I'm coming with an afro.
We gonna see. We gonna see.
Nothing.
Oh, I used her old hair is growing. I got it in Houston. Yeah.
Missy pretty too. You go, girl.
Yeah, I'm telling you, her little juice, it make your beard shiny. It stopped.
Your beard does shine.
Is that you get a man?
I thought your beard was a lace front.
You thought my beard was a lace front? Oh, I thought Tam eyes was crossed. There he is.
What
You
is
read my
it
Tam
called
alone.
again? What is it called so I can order some and try it?
All right, we're gonna put the link in the back chat. It's called Sugar Curls.
Okay, sugar.
Yeah, look, I keep it everywhere with me though. You know what I'm saying? Like before I go to the live stream, I juice up and shit. Yeah, shit legit.
You
You know
can
what I'm
tell
saying?
it's shining like a motherfucker.
It is.
I bet it ain't shining in your loud blunt, man. Y'all, if y'all got a beard, man, and y'all a dude, man, get y'all some sugar curls. If y'all ladies got some, you know what I'm saying, y'all edges falling out, get y'all some sugar curls, man. This shit gonna help your hair grow. You know what I'm saying? Put it on your edges, put it on your ends. And then if you like mix with Korean and you cross-eyed, you can put it in your eyes too. It works.
He's trying to throw shots at you, Tam.
I know he's like hella shit.
Girl, isn't it like an annoying grade school crush? That's the vibe that I'm getting.
He don't know which one of y'all he wants.
He love him.
He got a nigga choice by August.
Girl.
Okay, so listen. So you guys, this is gonna take a mature audience to take this question. Okay, I want you guys to answer this honestly, guys. Okay, I'm gonna throw it in the chat, the back chat. Isn't that what it's called, back chat? Okay. Do men really want Black women? And I'm gonna tell you where this comes from. Okay, so whenever men get to a certain status in life, they tend to divert their attention elsewhere. So my question to you is, do Black men, when you close your eyes at night and you fantasize about a woman, is it a Black woman? If you got to the point where you got $500 million in the bank, you at the highest of your game, do you see yourself beside a Black woman? That's my question.
Well, I guess Trill already married though, and I don't know who else married. So look, I'll say this: I don't see myself being with nobody else other than a Black woman. I'm like I said, I think it's, and I don't hate on nobody who do opposite, but I didn't try. You know what I'm saying? I didn't try to go on dates. Like I said, dates don't last 15 minutes with me dealing with outside my race. It's just something that I don't know. I think that we need to have pride in our culture, just like other people have pride in our culture. Even though we'll have little breaks in our cultures or whatever, but we got to have pride in our culture. And I think, that's why I be on these panels to ask women, hey, look, y'all got to be, you know what I'm saying? Y'all got to be more understanding situations, because at the end of the day, Black men do want y'all. So
do you think that's the majority? I know you, because you've mentioned that several times that you want a Black woman, but in general, do you think that that's the like when you're talking to your homeboys or whatever, do you think that that's how everybody, for the most part, majority?
Yes. I mean, I got partners, man, that's married to a Filipino. I got a partner that's married to a German. And then, like I said, they just, I mean, let's keep it funky. Black women are just hard to deal with. They really are. And they like me, I can stick it out. You know what I'm saying? I figured that I'll wait till she get old and she ain't got no more choices. So, because ain't no man gonna sit here and put up with no bullshit, especially whatever he do in life. You know what I'm saying? You got to think about this. When you looking at it, you got to go and you got to get beat up by the world. You got to get beat up by traffic. You got to get beat up by everything in life. And then you got to come home and fight your old lady. That shit ain't cool. You know what I'm saying? That's why Black niggas is dying so much. You know what I'm saying? They stress the fuck out. You know what I'm saying? You got to work. Oh, go ahead.
No. Okay, so do you think, because I'll be forgetting, because I wanted to touch on that point. Do you think a Black woman dating a man who has $500 million is still giving him hell?
No, but that's what that's my point. I don't think they're giving you hell. That's why I said my standpoint, my barefoot and butt naked, is that I don't want you to have a job. You know what I'm saying? I want you to sit here and invest in the family. But that's the standpoint. I can do that now. But I can't speak on most Black men at this point. You know what I'm saying? I can afford now for my wife not to work. So I don't want her to work. I'd rather invest in a household. I want to be like them white niggas that goddamn, their old ladies come up to the job and bringing them sandwiches and shit. And the lettuce be on that bitch pretty. And they had this deli meat. And then the croissant, the sweet bread. And they have some mustard on that bitch that is like a sweet and sour goddamn ham sandwich. Nigga, that's what niggas want. They want that type of shit. You know what I'm saying? And I think, I mean, don't get it wrong. And I say this all the time. I don't blame the women, because you can't have a woman that do that to you, available to go to the gym, to stay fit, to be able to take care of you, to take care of the kids, and work a 9-to-5 job. So I'm with it. But I don't want no, look, shit. Talk to the married niggas. Look, I'm done.
Yeah,
Same
man, I
question
think,
for everybody else. The guys.
yeah, man, I think that like, just especially black men, all the black men I know, black women will be their top choice, for sure. I don't think it's as bad as like media makes it seem. Even if you look at like our top athletes, LeBron, black wife, Steph Curry, black wife, you know, if you can just go down the line and you're gonna find more times than not the top athletes or whatever, entertainers, whatever, they are married to black women. Denzel, black wife. You know, again, I could list them. But you know, media makes it look like, okay, when black men get to a certain level, they just ditch black women, whatever the case may be. A lot of times it's not that. A lot of times they had issues before they got to that level. And then the relationship, you know, they had to deal with now this newfound fame, this newfound me traveling, whatever the case may be. And that ended that relationship. But now that he's in this new environment, which is the NBA environment, you're going to run into way more of other cultures in terms of women that you're going to run into, you know, when you was in your hood or your neighborhood. So I think that's more so what it is. It's not a conscious effort to, you know what, I got money now. I ain't messing with no more black women. I'm done with that. It's that, you know, that relationship ended how it ended. Now, what is around me more often than not? And they tend to choose from that. So, but in terms of me, yeah, I'm with Logic. I couldn't see myself dating outside of my race. I've never dated a woman that wasn't black. And for me, it's an identity thing. You know, my wife is from my same hood. So she understands where I come from. She understands why I think the way I do. You know what I'm saying? And that you know, alleviates a lot of the disconnect. Even what Logic was talking about earlier about dates, and you know, she bringing up references and shit. And you looking at her like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like that type of thing. I'm not. I ain't. Nah. I'm good. Me and Logic be the same way, and that day to be over with. So I need me a woman that identifies with the struggle that I come from, identifies with what I got to deal with outside, because she's experiencing the same damn thing. So we can relate on that level, and both have that same similar mindset in terms of building and you know, extending our community in terms of the black community. So yeah, that's super important to me.
I would say I think it's more about when a dude makes more money, he has more options. And then as Trill said, that your environment changes, so therefore you have even more options because of that. But as for me, I think not that I think I dated outside my race once, and that was when I was in college. But I had no thought process of marrying her though. But then I married my late wife, and she was black. And then the lady that I date now, she's black. And I couldn't, even when I was in the midst of like trying to figure out if I was going to date or when I was going to date, I think I had a thought process of maybe dating a Hispanic chick. But then I was like, nah, I'm good with my black women. You know what I'm saying? And so I couldn't see myself dating anybody other than a black woman.
Well, I would say this.
I will say, I was about to say,
and we're going to go up at the top for the women, because I have a question after the women talk.
I was just about to say, for Humble Dad, I admire his thought process, because at least he was honest and was like, well, I was thinking about this other race, but I was like, you know what? No, let me go back to what I prefer. And that's what you have a lot of men, and I can't speak for the men, but you have a lot of men who tend to choose and stick with, okay, well, I see this Latina, she doesn't cause me any issues. Let me ride and see how that side is going, because my last one, who was African American, caused me some issues because she nagged about this. So let me see if this other race doesn't do this. So you have some who try to go because they're trying to compensate for not necessarily the lack of, but for what, I guess, the lack of what they're not getting. And so they feel they can get in the other race. So I like your process.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Maybe that's me. I mean, I had an incredible marriage. So, you know what I'm saying? That maybe that's what it was.
All right, Mr. Lee.
Okay. What I would say is that men that I think make a lot of money, if they run immediately to a different race of women, black men particularly, they're running away from something. then that's why they may choose a different woman. If they've had good relationships in their upbringing in their young years, I would think that they would want to choose a black woman. And I've been many different places, and I've dated many girls from Central America to Africa to the United States, and I grew up in New York, so I dealt with nothing but black women. Wherever I went in Latin America, there were black women there, so I dealt with black women. When I was in Africa, I dealt with black women there. And New York is a very diverse place, and I've dealt with Latin black women and Black American women. And because my family is both Latin and black, I've had the exposure of both. But I think one of the things that, Kevin Samuels talk about the black man's image a lot. And I think what I would suggest is, what is the image that the black women want to project for the top successful black men, that when they do become wealthy, they would still consider you? Because, like, I think it was either Logic or Humble Dad was saying, a man don't want to go out and work 16, 18 hours a day and come home and try to argue with his wife about the simplest things at times. That's, your home is supposed to be the place of your rest, your peace. And obviously, if you're making $500 million, whatever you're doing, that woman is definitely going to try and please you. But the thing is if a man is running away from something, he's going to choose something else that he doesn't know, but at least he has some impression of either from his friends or associates, colleagues, that may lead him to believe that he will have a better experience with a non-black woman. Because some of the things that he may already know about black women, especially if you were in the house with a black woman, your mother and your father, and you saw your mom nagging your dad and they are fighting all the time about different stuff. And then when he gets older and he starts having relationships and his girl is always questioning where you been, where you going, this and that. And it's just making his life like when you come home, you got to be grilled. I remember one night I met this young lady. The restaurant was called Jimmy's. And I really wasn't even talking to her. I was talking to a friend. And her friend got up and went to the bathroom. So I moved over because there were three of them. So I said, let me be polite and sit face to face. So I went over and I started talking to her. And they were all three attorneys. But the other young lady wasn't treating me like I was a witness. This other sister, she was dark skinned and she got right into me. Where do you work? How much money you make? Where do you live? She started I'm like, my wife don't even know how much money I make. That is not your business. I just met you. And some women, sometimes they come off so aggressive that a man that's making a lot of money, he just want to do for his girl. He doesn't want you to explain your whole bio. I'm not applying for a job, So I think sometimes as black women, you guys may have to kind of think, what is it that a man that's worth $500 million want in a woman? And whether she's black or not, but whether if it's a black man that achieved that wealth, what kind of woman would he want? Would he want a woman that's always pressing him to make him be better? I mean, you don't get better at $500 million. You bust your ass. So I think that's something that some black women would have to consider within themselves as to what's the image of black women that we want to project. And I think some of the things Logic talk about, if particularly here, and this is where I'm different from Humble Dad and maybe Logic, I do think that men like hair on a woman. It's a beautiful thing. It adds to them, and style, they could change up their style so they could change up their look. Because I believe Miss Taken said she liked changing her hair up, or Cece, because it gives them a different look and appearance depending on what they're wearing. And I think it does add to their beauty. But at the same time, you have to want to have a personality or a character or a reputation as a people. Like the black man's got to get his image right. I think a lot of times rich black men, when they look at a black woman, if they become rich later in life and they didn't have a black wife that they marry young, now they're gonna look at the world, because the audience and people that they socialize with, you might find one or two black women in that audience and you're going to find a majority of something else. And more than likely, the black woman that's in that audience probably came from a neighborhood and a social status that is mostly probably around white men, and she's not even looking for a black man either. She's looking for something else that she's accustomed to. So I think that's something that needs to be considered.
Well, and I was gonna interject too, like earlier, like I stated before, just based on the statistics, it does say majority of black men marry black women, and even when they make 100,000 plus, it the likelihood of them marrying black women are there. So I do think most black men love black women. I just think we need to find a way to, I don't know what it is where the disconnect between us is. And if we can find a way to bridge that gap so we can really like emulate and talk about how we talk about this black love, like to truly live that, because it seems like there's such a disconnect and we talk about these different topics, but at the end of the day, what is the plan? What can we do as a people to bring us together on the same page? We have attitudes, but I don't necessarily think the attitudes are just coming out of the thin air either. There are triggers, there are things that occur in both, black men and black women. Like we both have been in situations where we deal with oppression. We've both been in situations where, we're struggling to make ends meet. We all are coming with issues and problems. But the question is, what do we do to get it together so we can continue loving on each other and moving forward as a group?
Yes, it's simple. It's simple. Men and women are different. It's masculine attributes and it's feminine attributes. If you find yourself actually exhibiting a masculine attribute, you're out of line. If your man finds himself actually exhibiting feminine attributes, he's out of line. The thing is that we have a problem with actually playing our position. The thing that men say that they hate the most is when women become masculine, when women become combative, when women become aggressive. Them the things that men hate the most. And then let's be honest, them the things that you hate most in men. When they start displaying the feminine attributes, you run from them. So now everybody needs to stick in their frame. And then we see in this panel, you got to be able to concede the facts. And you can never tell a man, I don't care. I be on these panels and I can't count on my hand how many times I heard a woman say, I don't care what you think. So now that's showing a masculine energy or that's showing feminine energy?
I think it's showing human energy.
Oh shit!
No, for real. I don't like buying into.
I just said you can't concede to fact.
No, because I'm not going to sit here and say that what you say falls in only masculine, only feminine. Women get angry. When we get angry and we express it, you say that it's masculine energy. It's not. It's human energy. Is an array. It's a spectrum.
It's how you display it.
How you do it.
Let me just jump in. It's how you do it, because a black woman will get up in your face and
not
point
all.
Right in. Well, the ones that black men have in relationships, get in relationships with, that they talk about, because like you ladies will say, maybe not you specifically, I'm saying you in a general sense, will say, who hurt you? The woman that they were in a relationship with, that's who hurt them. And the women that get into their face and start pointing and challenge him and push him on the forehead, that type of stuff offends men. He know he ain't gonna hit you. You know he ain't gonna hit you. That's why you do it. But it's sending a signal in his mind. And you know what happened? He'll bust his ass and make his money. And when he got his money, he's stepping. That's what happens.
So let me just make, because I've heard a few points and I want to talk on it. One, I guess Humble Dad, because I have several. Just wait till I get them all out, please. One, Humble Dad said, well, you have more options. So that was kind of my question. When those options are there, do you still choose black women? You understand what I'm saying? Because we know the options are there. I mean, at this point, we have the internet. We can see women from other cultures, but obviously they're not accessible to you. But when you have access to them, are you choosing Black women? Do you prefer a Black woman? That's one, okay? Two, keep in mind, understand what you are saying, Mr. Lee, that men are running away from something. But what are they running into? Because statistics show that interracial marriages, when there's a Black man and a woman who is of another race, that divorce is actually higher than when Black men marry Black women and they get married. So I understand that you're running away from the Black woman, but it's obviously you're not running into something better, because stats show that it's not ending well for you. So that was my second point. And then my third point is, I just wanted to point out that that's the reason why I made this platform. And I chose the people that I chose because I think that we're all great women. We try to do right by people. Yes, we're having a conversation, but we handle ourselves accordingly. And I think that sometimes these women like us, we're not seen on the internet because unfortunately the ratchets are those individuals are the loudest. They are the ones who want the attention. And people like us are like, you know what? I don't know if I want to go on YouTube because my job and all of these things. But I felt it was important that we were present so people realize that we do exist. And so that was the reason why we made this platform in the first place. So those are all of my points.
So were they points or did you have a question?
Well, that were, if you want to tap in, because it's so my question to you, yes.
Yeah, the first two were questions, I thought, yeah.
Yeah, so the first one was a question because you were with that was my point in the original question. When you have all of the options on the table, is the Black woman who you want to see yourself with when all of the options are available?
Well, for me, I would still stay with a Black woman, but I can't speak for other guys, right? But I would look at it as this, that because I'm now in a different pool, so to speak, because I have more money, now I have more access to many different races, right? And so now I think from my perspective is that Black women don't understand that they now are in competition for this guy that has attained this wealth. And so you have to be able to stand out from the fray in order to get this guy that is thinking about going into another race. And so so from my perspective, I think that's the thing that Black women have the struggle with, that they're having to compete and they don't necessarily do that or want to do that or know how to do that to get this dude that has this multi-level riches, if you will. But for me, I would probably still stay with a Black woman though.
Yeah, I'll look at it a little different. And by different, I mean, just to answer the question outright, I mean, I've always been a man that had options. So, I mean, I chose the woman that I wanted to be with. But let's speak to like the average man who doesn't have a lot of options in terms of dating. I think that even when he gets presented those options, he may go experiment with them. But when we say choosing, it goes back to what I said my first time on here. Choosing from a man's perspective, from a woman's perspective, is two totally different things. Clearly, I think that's one of the main disconnects. Like women will think, just because a man is willing to go out there and have sex with these women, that he's choosing them. Men don't look at choosing that way. We look at choosing like, okay, yeah, we may go out here and have fun with these chicks, do whatever we're gonna do, but at the end of the day, when we think about long term, when we think about forever, we're gonna go back to what we familiar with, what we know is gonna be solid. It's no different than going to a restaurant. If your favorite restaurant, they got a bunch of stuff on that menu, and you may try something here and there, but you more times than not, you're going right back to what it is that you're comfortable with. If you go there 10 times, 8 of those times, you're gonna pick what you're comfortable with. And for Black men, that is Black women. Black women are the incumbents. That's just what it is. So that's why, just like she gave that stat so eloquently earlier, they may go out and try something else, but that typically doesn't work that well because the identification factor is missing. So, especially hypothetically me, if I get 500 million tomorrow, it's going to mean more for me to take my wife with me and let her experience this because we come from the same struggle. I'm not going to get there and pick somebody else who's never had the struggle in their life. I don't. That's not really enticing to me at all. What's enticing is for me to take my wife who's never been to Greece or Iceland or UK, all over these places, for us to just go do whatever we want to do and watch her reaction to it, because she's gonna be just as enthused as I am. So that's more fun to me, and it means more. You know what I'm saying? So to answer the question, I think most black men, regardless of how many options they are given when it comes to choosing, meaning taking serious, meaning marry, meaning this is who I want to spend the next 40 years with, they're going to still pick a black woman anyway.
Yeah, I'll agree with what Trill said, because for me, that question, I would say yes, hands down, because that's all I've ever dated. I've never dated a non-black woman, but I've dated black women from different places. I've been in a place similar to, I guess, like Trill, where I've made a lot of money. I've always dated black women. My wife was a black woman, and my kids are just as dark as me. But one of the things I would say with regard to that, to touch on what Humble Dad said, is that when you do, as a man, period, but as a black man, when you do get so wealthy and the circles in which you move, both business and socially, black women have to pursue you, because in those circles, every woman in those circles are pursuing you. And I've heard it so often that black women say, from different shows that I've seen, they ain't chasing no man. I had a buddy. We went to school, high school together, the whole nine. He went to the military. He was stationed in Germany. He was dating some white girl out there for 2-3 years. And when he came back to New York, 2 months later, she flew in, got him, and took him back to Germany. So what I'm saying is that many times, where if a man is not with a black woman and he comes into that money, or if he winds up having a divorce before he makes his wealth, when he's in the circles where he is, the women that are there, they're going to be pushing up. Now, they're not going to come and jump on him like a man pursue a woman, but they're going to give him enough signals to know, I'm interested in you. Come talk to me, right? I'm open. But a lot of times I hear black women say that they're not going to pursue a man. And if a man is worth 100 million, 50 million, 10 million, definitely if he's worth $500 million, you want to know if you're his type. Get in his face, find a way to get his attention, because
But
you may be his type, but if
is that based on hearing what's feminine and masculine, is that masculine when a woman steps to a man that she's interested in?
No, you don't have to step to him. You have to make eye contact and smile.
I'm sorry, in Atlanta, you could do that and they will stare you down.
And they don't move?
And they don't move. You can smile, you can wave, you can do, and they will stare
these are a new generation of men. These are a new generation of men.
These men are not approaching women. Sorry.
Well,
even
I don't know. Maybe with
a little flirty, they're still not approaching.
Are these younger men, or like, men in their 30s and 40s?
Middle age, 30s, 40s.
Yeah, middle age. Here we go.
Well,
come on, eat what you got to do, Mr. Character. We know
they're
you
cocky out here.
She full of shit, man. Shooting up the club, man. Niggas shooting their shots. I don't know what they talking about. Besides these YouTube niggas, hey, niggas I know, they'll shoot up the whole club.
Well, those men are not out. Again, those men are not out. The men who are approaching, the men who you guys are vouching for, they're not out.
No, they're
out.
Where
y'all meeting these dudes? Like, where y'all seeing these dudes at?
Anywhere.
Okay, give me a place, please.
Spun David's, probably. Yeah.
Waffle House, no. I mean, even at the gym, I guess an ideal place for me would be at the gym because I regularly go.
So, dude, you smile at a dude at the gym, he don't move.
Stare, won't say anything.
Okay, so
I have a question.
Like
this is a quick gym question for the guys. Do you guys like to talk to people in the gym? Like when I go to the gym, I like to have my headphones on. I like to listen to being.
Lauren taught us differently, honey.
Yeah, so I have a question for the guys. Don't y'all like to be like in the gym and like pick up the weights and be like No? Oh, okay.
No, but I think if a man is attracted to a woman, if he see her smiling at him and he finds her attractive, he's gonna find a way to introduce himself no matter what she's doing. And if you find him attractive and you want him to push up, have a problem with the equipment, he's gonna come over and help you.
I've literally had guys where they'll stare me down and I'm like, we eyeballing each other, but they won't come over and say nothing. I'm like, we giving each other the eye, and I have to be the one to go over there and say something. Like,
right.
Is it
so what does that tell you then?
No, you gotta realize though that with you, they don't know who you looking at. First of all, so you think?
Oh wow!
No, I'm just being real. You think you might be?
No, you're not being real. You think you're being real, but you're not.
You looking at the other nigga over there on the other bench, and then they were like, the other nigga might be looking at you, but you and this nigga face looking at the other dude.
You're not being real. Let's answer the question. Is it fear of rejection?
I'm not so sure it's fear of rejection. I think we in the Me Too movement. You know, and we done had episodes about that all week on platforms. So guys are a bit more hesitant back in the day, you know what I'm saying, to come disturb a chick while she lifting. I mean, we seen a video go viral where a man tried to help a lady with some kind of padding or something, and she posted a clip of him online and tried to embarrass him. So it's a situation where it's like, okay, yeah, we giving each other the eye, but I don't know. I need to make sure.
I don't like explain that situation. Now, what happened? She posted the clip because he tried to help.
Yeah, he had walked over. She was doing like some waist thrusts or whatever, and he tried to come over. She was sitting on the floor to do
exercise.
Huh?
Just to say, it's a compromising exercise. I don't agree with what you did, but it's a compromising exercise because you're thrusting weight up off your hips.
I just think people with these cameras are doing too much anyway.
Y'all gonna let him finish?
Yeah, that is rude. Let's let him finish.
Sorry, Charles.
Well, she was doing the hip thrust or whatever, but you know, when she come down, she was hitting the ground, the cold hard ground. So he had like a pad. He tried to come over and hey, and she was like, "Nah, I'm good." And he was like, "Oh, okay. I just wanted to let you know that if you could, this could help you or whatever the case may be." And she was like, "Nah, I'm good." And he just took it and just walked away. But she was videoing it. I think she had her phone posted watching her do her exercise, and she posted a clip. Look at this thirsty dude or whatever the case may be. I can't remember what the caption was, but and it went viral, and she tried to embarrass him for it. So I just bring that up as, again, a lot of dudes, we may think that you're interested, but dudes is a bit more hesitant. We in that Me Too era, and dudes ain't trying to take no chances out here, man.
And just like women,
especially if they got money,
men aren't either. I can take it. I understand.
I can get that.
But yeah, man, you know what else that I thought about in terms of like the whole divesting thing, especially with men. A lot of men divest out of ignorance, and I think that's why the retention rate is what it is. Like they think because I'm leaving a black woman, I'm going to go to this woman and it ain't going to be no issues. I ain't going to have no arguments. I ain't going to have no problems. But I've been in corporate for over a decade now. And you literally got, men in all heights of that company working overtime, staying late at the office for no reason. We'll be out of clothes. See, I'm an accountant, so like first 6 days of the week in clothes is crazy. But you had dudes staying late on the 20th, on the 23rd. I'm like, bro, why is you still here, bro? It's like 8, 9 o'clock, man. I ain't trying to go home to the wife. I'm not trying to help out. These is white men, older white men, 60, 50, 60, 70. Oh, I would rather be in this office than go there and hear that mouth. She want me to do this. She want me to fix this in the garage. Want me to do this. Want me to do that. And it's just like, I'm just not trying to hear that. I just want to play golf. I just want to whatever. So you literally have, men of other races staying late at work to get away from their woman. So I say that to say problems don't, go away. They just change form. And we can talk about black women going into men's faces and pressing them on the forehead or whatever, but I don't know if y'all dated Latina women. But it can get just as volatile, probably quicker. In my opinion, you know what I'm saying?
True.
So it's a situation where problems with women don't go away. They just change. And I think part of it is because, again, we just wired so differently. And going back to what Elijah said earlier, both sides just refuse to accept that. We want to change each other into what we want each other to be instead of just accepting that that's who this person is in terms of like what they value or how much attention that they need or whatever the case may be. We'll rather just run than accept what our partner is and try to flower our own garden. But looking across that fence, you thinking that grass is greener. You move over there and that shit dry up so fast. So that's why the retention rate is the way it is. I just want to throw that out there.
I agree. Can I just mention one thing? As I was listening, me and Shantae were talking before about this topic, and one of the things I had went on, I think it's called Quora or something, Quora. When I was just kind of researching some stuff, and this isn't a research website, but they do bring up different topics, and one of them was about men who date interracially, specifically Black women they were referring to. And what I found very interesting was the things that Black men complain about regarding Black women, white men in that group alone seem to appreciate. And I just found that kind of strange. Like some of the white men were saying that they appreciate Black women of how direct they are in what they say, where I think sometimes Black men take that as being aggressive or masculine. And I just wanted to know, like, what is your take on that, where you have other cultures that look at certain attributes that you guys deem as, like, I guess bad for being in a relationship, but it's welcomed across a different culture.
It'll be good.
Is the white man appreciative of that particular characteristic to marry you, or is he appreciative of that?
That was what the topic was, why they do marry interracially. So yes, these were married white men who were married to Black women.
Mistaken it. Your point would be great if it was true. I don't
know. I'm not married to a white man, so
yeah. You go. So you telling me that white niggas, Asian niggas is saying, let me get this chick that gonna punch on me. Let me go get this No, stop. You're lying. That's not.
Yeah, but let me say this.
I'm telling you what I was reading.
I know. I will say this. When I was in the Middle East and any Arab country, they do have fetishes for Black women, but it's only sexual. That's it.
Let me say this, because in the same research, when I told you that Black women, Black men who marry interracially, the divorce rate increases. That same article stated that, contrary, Black women who marry white men, they actually have a higher success rate than white men with white women. I would be more than happy to drop that in the link. In the chat, if you like it to.
So hold on, you said that this is some bullshit. So you said that
I didn't say it. This was what the
okay. So you said whatever stat you said that Black women dating white men,
marry
white men are more successful than white women dating white women.
What I'm saying to you, they have a lower divorce rate. They have a higher success rate in marriage.
Yes, it's only about 10 of them.
No, that's not true. But listen.
It has to be true. That was stated earlier.
Look, man, the probability of success is higher if you only got 10.
Listen, 10 or not, the statistics show that they're more successful. But what I'm going to say this too. Like I said earlier, I don't want that to be taken like white men are better for Black women. That's why I mentioned, I don't know if you guys listened to the light when we were on before you. That's why I mentioned it had nothing to do. I personally think it had nothing to do with race, but more like compatibility, because they dated across. Because we wanted to dig deep, because it just didn't make any sense to see why there was a success rate there. And that's what we came up with.
What I would say, didn't you earlier say that it was like 9% of, I think it was like black women marrying white men? Did you say something like that?
Yeah,
that was
and then it was like 22% Black men marrying white women.
Mm-hmm.
So do you see
but
that the
9%
number,
of black women is 9% of a gender is a lot of people though.
Yeah, I'm not, but I'm saying but we talking about numbers, right? And you got to look at numbers logically and not just say something to just say it, because the 9% is lower than the 22%. And so that's what logic was alluding to, is saying that you can't compare that, because it's not, yes, there's a percentage, but that means it's a smaller number of black women that are marrying these white men. So it's very highly possible for them to have more of a success rate when there are less of them. 9% and 22%.
But of the ones who the success rate comes from, of the ones who are married to white men.
Correct. And that was the 9 and 22%. So
9% of black women.
Do y'all know any white dude that's married to a black chick? Because I don't.
Yeah, I mean it's not abnormal here in Atlanta.
Shit, I'm from Atlanta.
What I'm saying it's not a fair comparison, is what I'm saying. You're not comparing 22% to 22%. You're comparing a 9% to a 22%. That's totally different if you understand numbers.
So out of the people that I know who are married to white men, they are still married to them. But I can say the same thing about, I know both. So they're,
Yeah, I know a white.
I would have.
Let me just say this. It's not to. Let me first start by saying it is not to knock black men.
Exactly.
Black women want black men. We've already said we love.
I'm not saying it that way. I'm just telling you that the way that you pulled the information from the numbers is inaccurate. Is what I'm saying.
Let me tell you this.
Because you said that they have a better chance of the percentage is higher. That's a true statement, right? Mm-hmm. However, it is very much probable to be higher because there's a less of them that are marrying white men. That's what logic was trying to explain.
But I just pulled the data up. The site she got the data from is blackwomenlovewhitemen.com.
That's not where I got it from. Absolutely not. That is not where I got it from.
Yes, it is.
I don't do that. I only do peer reviews, my dear. So don't do that. But let me just tell you this. What I'm the reason why I pointed that out, because what I don't want to get into is black men feeling like black women are only attractive to black men. I hate that. Stop saying it. Like, oh, they only want you because of sexual reasons, or that is not true, because when they do marry you, they're successful in the marriage. That's my point in saying that. And that was my only point in saying that. Okay. And like I said before, white men like black women. I know, because I got an inbox full of them. Okay.
Ma'am, do you know the difference in liking you now?
Why do black men do that though and say, "Oh, they just fetishizing you"?
Yes, like we are lovable or something.
Like there are some black men who are attracted to people of other races.
It's a whole thing in Dubai.
I'm not saying that it's not, but that is not the case for all situations.
Yes, like you're not lovable, like you're only attracted to black men. Like, get out of here.
Baby, check this out. I'm not mad at all. Go get shitted on all you want to. I don't care.
I've got a
Waffle House, bro, because you are.
Go ahead, Mr. Lee.
How's that bad because you get shitted on? That don't make no sense to me.
Oh,
I've got another perspective on how you can view that. What I would say, particularly since it's 22%, I think what you may find is that most black men realize when they're with a white woman or non-black woman is that they prefer a black woman, so they divorce the other woman to come back.
Now that would be a study that needs to be.
Yeah, I wouldn't know if they married again. Did they
I'll
choose
say this, right?
White woman, or did they get with a black woman? So yeah, that would be an interesting study.
I will say this: when I dated an African woman, I found it very difficult in that relationship because the culture, my American culture and her culture and her family, I just couldn't blend with that. I know I could never marry this girl because she was attractive. She was very attractive, but her culture, I couldn't see myself in that culture. And I didn't want my kids to be brought up, if I was to marry her, in that culture. That was a definite deal breaker for me. And if you see this woman, she was as pretty as any one of you guys on the panel right there. So I think there's a cultural shock that takes place, particularly for Black men, because Black men are also looking for a comfort level with the woman in the relationship. And I think some Black men, for whatever reason, they marry out. I'm not going to speak as though I know, I don't. But for whatever reason they marry out, I think when they marry someone of a different culture, particularly a Black man in the US, if he has not traveled the world and been experienced with different type of cultures, it's a big adjustment when you start living with someone and the family and the events and different things and how they move and how you're going to move. It puts you at a disadvantage
Having
if you're not the
raisins and a
dominant one.
potato salad. Yeah.
Let me just so there was one guy in the chat, Pro Jesse, I guess that's his name. White men not marrying Black women in droves. Let's be real. I would agree that they're not marrying, but let's be honest. Men like beautiful women. They don't care what color they are. If they're beautiful, they're gonna go for them. So yes, they're gonna love the women that you love. The same women that you love, they love too. So let's not play like men aren't men.
Well, I mean, Robert De Niro married a Black woman, and he stayed with her until she divorced him. You know, so
it was one of the other things that they had said too that I just found interesting, and this wasn't a study that was done. It was still in that that whole thing, the Cora conversation, was that one of their own anecdotal like reasons that they think was because why those marriages tend to last longer. They were saying that with white men of their like, it was saying that the perspective was white men and Black women tend to be the head of their households in their respective racial group. And so when you combine the head of households together, that they also can kind of create a dynamic team because both of them are kind of moving in that same direction and have that experience. And white men were saying that typically white women are taught to be the damsel in distress as opposed to being a team player. And Black women are coming from being heads of households and understand what that's like. So they're quicker to jump in and work together with the man and not put all of the weight of the household on him to take care of. So I just found that interesting because I never heard of a
perspective. Grass is greener on the other side. Basically, it's just you just like what you're not used to. Is that you think that's what it is?
I think so.
Mistaken. In that study, did it talk about his limitations? Like, did he or she discuss their bias?
Well, they were saying that particularly the struggles that they dealt with is dealing with more so outsiders in their relationships because it was interracial.
No, I'm talking about the author of the research. Did the author of the research talk about?
That's what I was saying. With this particular thing, it wasn't research based. It was just white men talking about their own relationships with Black women and just thinking about what kind of makes those kind of marriages stay together. One of the other things they were saying is because in the beginning you already know that it's going to have to be them against the world. So that kind of forces them to draw even closer together because they know that they're going to be dealing with so many other things because they're interracial couple. So that makes them have a deeper connection early on in a relationship that sets the foundation, which makes them kind of like, oh, we can get through this. We can get through anything, so
yeah, that's
it's just very interesting.
Well, one thing I would say with regard to the point you made earlier about the Black woman being more direct. I will say that from my personal experience, I prefer a Black woman who have a stronger constitution where she can speak her mind, because I do have a strong personality in an authoritative way in the way in which I move. And I know from my past experience, when I have overly submissive type of women, I mean, I just mow all over them. Mm-hmm. I don't have what I need, because if I need an opinion, I want an opinion. I don't want you to say whatever you want, baby. I want you to give me your opinion. Mm-hmm. And some women are just so submissive that you never get to know what they think. You never get to get no feedback. And for me, I know personally, I need a woman that have a little bit of spunk in her, that she can say, no, Lee, hey, I don't like this, what you're doing, da 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 da, or give me her point of view so I could consider it, because there are times when a woman will see something that from a man's point of view, he's just not going to see it. It's just their brains are wired differently. So they're coming at things from an emotional point of view, or even like if you're at a party or a social with your woman will pick up on things that some men do that you won't pick up on. And she'll say, you know what, you should go speak to the VP, because that guy over there, he ain't giving you no play. So it's just, and a woman is thinking on her feet, she'll pull your coat and tell you. But a woman is overly submissive, she don't want to upset you. So she's not going to say nothing. And where some black women will, they don't care if you get upset or not, they're going to tell you anyway.
I have a quick question, Conte. Why is it important to you for that discussion as far as it relates to a black man choosing a non-black woman versus, and also a black woman choosing a non-black man, considering it's very small of a percentage? When the majority,
oh, sorry.
No worries. So, you were just using your masculine energy.
I know. Okay, so my apologies. Put the man away. Okay, so the reason why I asked that is because we always hear like that black women outnumber black men. So that's one strike against us. Then we hear that we've seen research, mistaken I is saying that marriages do better, even black marriages, when you have two people who are compatible. Whether it be on the same education or whatever, they do better in marriage. Okay. So when you're talking about numbers dwindling as it relates to finding a great match for you as a black woman, I want to believe, I would like for all black men to be an option, not just a few. Because like I said, numbers are already against us. And then I mentioned, I mentioned the white men because at some point, if there are more black women than there are black men, and then like we learned last week, I know Trill was with us last week, that a lot of men, of course he's married, but a lot of men, and they say it in the chat all the time, that they don't see any luxury in getting married, and black women want to be married. So honestly, realistically speaking, these are things that are gonna have to, at some point, you're gonna have to think about. You know, do we want to? Absolutely not. Every woman on this panel wants a black man.
But
realistically speaking, the odds are against us, in all honesty, unless we're willing to date someone who we think is not compatible with us.
But Shantae, the thing is, it still slots for the streets. So I mean, you can't dismiss the street.
Ain't nobody going to them streets. Okay.
All right, shit. Who know who you lying to?
And let me just say this: my name is Shantae, not to be confused with Shantae.
Bad Shantae, not no you with an A. I got you.
Shantae. I mean, hold on.
I'm joking. I don't care that much.
Yes, you do.
But I do want to give props. Props to black men and black women relationships too, because in that research that I was looking, one of the things that it was saying is that a lot of times the media tends to promote this idea that there isn't enough black men. And so when I was reading some of that stuff, it kind of debunked some of those. It depend on like what level you get to, but for the vast majority, there are available men, black men who want to get married and you know, typically marry women of the same race, black women. Like they talked about that the statistic about 42% of black women have never been married or whatever, and they were saying that was kind of skewed a little bit because they look at the age range from 18 up. But they saying when you take out that age range that you definitely know most likely an 18-year-old is not going to be married. So when you kind of take out those numbers of those age groups who are least likely to be married, that those numbers change. And so in those who are in their 30s and 40s, that's typically the age range that Black men and women are marrying. And when you account for that, those rates of marriages go up. So I just wanted to, point that out. Because it says 88%, I believe it was 88% of Black women marry Black men.
Did you change that other super chat lot? Because I want to make sure everybody who did a super chat, their super chat is read.
Yeah, I went on you, man.
Okay, Tara, I can't see, but she can't see either.
Oh. All right, I got you.
It don't say colonialism. I see it says colorism.
You want me to get it or you got it?
No, you got it.
Come on, school teacher. Come on, English school teacher.
Colorism exists because y'all care too much about what white people want. That's from Black God.
That may be true.
I prefer Black women. They are two beautiful Black women are the first choice for Black men.
Thank you, Black God. John
4040 says 80% of Black men making six figures. 88% of Black men making six figures are married to Black queens. I'm sick of these fifis who wasted their 20s on Ray Ray telling that stuff to young people. All right? Sorry for the fifis. Maurice, do Black women treat Black men the same way they treat other men?
Better.
Yes, of course. There are kings.
We're not going to be as tolerant with them as we are with you.
Yeah, we're not. Another question from Maurice states, another weird stat. You outnumber us by more than 2 million, not including prison, but we outmarry you by almost 1 million.
That's incorrect information. Actually, 48% of Black men have married. If you go by demographics.com, which Kevin Samuels was the one who put me onto that, Black demographics state that 48% of Black men have never married over time, 52% of Black women. So that's not true.
Cool beans. MDZ says, doesn't bother me. I actually believe that Black women should marry out so they won't be so fixated on who we as Black men marrying outside of Black women. I love my Colombian woman. Black, get y'all passports.
First of all, I got my passport, and number two, I still choose Black men.
I think he meant to use a plural. I think
Colombian women are beautiful too.
Get your passports.
Well, maybe he marries or prefers Colombian women because his grammar's bad.
All right, bro, stop listening to the divestors who lied to you and tell you Zaddy gonna marry me. They aren't tell you his family is Raisies. He call her N-word in bed. Whatever the fuck.
Sometimes that's role playing. Okay, so they're pretty much saying a white older man, stop trying to say that he wants to marry you. He just wants to have sex with you and call you the N-word in bed.
Well, you know what? I find that Black men want to, I'm sorry to say this, and this is just the ones I've come across, will try to get into bed with you faster than white men do. They really be trying to, they be like real chill with that bedroom stuff, believe it or not. Just the ones I've met.
Marie says, does anybody on the panel know what intersexual femi is? Do you?
That could have defined it for us.
You should have put the definition.
Can we look it up while
now I'm interested, Maurice? Define
it. Add another super chat with the answer. Thank you.
Intersexual femi. Okay.
Okay, go ahead to the next one.
Congo English, I appreciate and love topics on dating, especially Black love and debate. It unwraps healthy misconceptions and misguided anger. Thank you, Congo.
You're welcome.
Okay, I found the definition. Y'all want me to read it?
Absolutely.
Yes. It says intersectional feminism is a form of feminism that stands for the rights and empowerment of all women.
He said intersexual, not intersectional.
Oh, okay.
She can't. Glasses.
My bad. My bad.
We'll come back to that. Stop looking up the definition because I thought you had it.
Yeah. Any more super chats, Logic? Or is that all?
Was that all of them?
Okay, cool. All right.
Hi, thinking man.
Hey, what's up? How y'all doing?
Hey.
I'm just tapping in to chill with y'all for a minute. What's up, everybody? Sage Lee, Mistaken,
Hey, what's going
Trill,
on?
Humble
Hey.
Dad, Tina or Christina, Shantae, and
Shantae.
Della, Juicy J. What's up, Twin?
Y'all gonna get my name right, damn it. It's okay. I was just playing. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, like I said, I just got in kicking with y'all for a minute. I think the colorism conversation was pretty interesting. You know, like you see guys like Sammy Sosa, you know, with skin bleaching and stuff like that. Like that stuff is running rampant in different countries and stuff. I don't think it gets enough attention. It's crazy.
Thank you.
I can't find it.
We got another comment too. We got another super chat.
Maurice has to explain what intersexual.
Yeah, he's gonna have to. You don't have to necessarily do a super chat for. We'll read.
Stacy says, "I've never seen a white man with a ratchet black woman, nor have I seen a black man with a dusty white woman.
You
Maybe
haven't?
it's folks choosing better mates overall, not skin color."
Are you serious? You have not?
It's just he hasn't.
I've seen. Yeah, I've seen a lot.
Nor have I seen a black woman with a dusty white man. Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen
that too.
Stacy, can you please put where you live?
Right. You need to move where he's at.
Anybody else want to say anything about any of the topics that we talked about? Or y'all want to just move on?
Maurice just said that he didn't know. Oh, there it is. Go ahead. He was saying that it was being talked about on the panel indirectly.
Well, which part? You have
He said I misread it wrong. Go back to what he said about the dusty and the black. Please, somebody else read it because I think
Stacy said somebody misread something.
He said I misread what he said wrong, so I wanted somebody to read the dusty one. I've never seen a white
man with a ratchet black woman.
Okay, so let's pause right there. Visualize a white man with a ratchet black woman.
Nor have I seen a black woman with a dusty white man. Baby,
it's the same thing.
No,
it's not.
Well, I've seen the latter. I've
seen a lot of black women. I've seen black women with dusty white men. I've seen more of that than a white man with a ratchet black woman.
I don't think I have. I've seen them with a pretty clean cut bob.
Would you say Lonnie Love husband
nice
is a dusty?
looking, but they're clean cut. I wouldn't say they're.
Would you say Lonnie Love husband is a dusty?
Who?
Lonnie Love.
He said, "Stop the cat."
Lonnie Love.
He's a dusty.
I don't
definitely
know.
A dusty white man.
I gotta Google what her husband looks like.
Yeah,
I don't know.
You guys get your information from women who can't keep a man and got prego by Pookie. Tell y'all what men want, and they lie to you as they want you single.
Who is the person who had a baby by Pookie?
Yeah,
I don't even have kids.
Yeah. He does my birth control.
I have a son, but he ain't no Pookie.
But we talk about all that talk. You gotta be responsible where you put your penis. I mean, just like we gotta be responsible who we let put their penis in us.
I always like nerds.
Yeah.
Nobody on this panel has a baby father.
Shantae, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
You said that black women want to be married.
Yes, sir.
By what age do you suggest that black women be married?
So I can speak for myself. I wanted to be
and
married
and the rest of the ladies, you can chime in too.
If it were up to me, I would have been married at 23, 24.
Ooh.
So let me just say this. Oh, well, I want the other girls to chime in, and then I want to come back to you. And I want to elaborate on that because I find it to be funny how things have changed over time. But go ahead. Other ladies.
Oh, I would say 26, 27. My mindset in my early 20s was very different than my late 20s. Mm-hmm. So I would say later 20s. But we also had this conversation, Mr. Sage Lee, that black men are not ready to get married and should not be getting married until they're in their 30s. And us women in our 20s need to be looking for men in their 30s when we both feel like mentally that's two different age groups. in my opinion. But that was what was discussed on a previous show.
Well, I think why that is talked about or promoted more so now than before is because the Black women want men that have a certain financial success level. And so then why are you guys not getting married at the same age range? Because most women say when they get married early in their early 20s, they wind up divorcing before they hit 30. Because they made a mistake, they chose the wrong guy, and they give a host of different reasons. But
I was gonna say I'm married. I'm going on 19 years. I got married when I was 25. But I do think that marrying around like 27, 28, that range is really ideal. And the reason I say that is because it does give men enough time to start moving in the direction of whatever their goal is, and the same for women, but they're still at a place that they can still build. And so I think that's a great
one question. Are you saying that the man should be 27 along with the woman, or what are you saying?
I say for both. And I'm not one, not to say that I mean, my husband's a little older than me, but not by much. He's 4 years older than me. In the previous conversation, they were saying that you should date someone the man should date someone half their age plus 7. And what we were saying was we think that age gap is way too large. And they were saying that a man that is of your age in their 20s is not ready to be married. But from my experience, we grew together. So I can appreciate that. It wasn't like I was coming in with so much more experience than he was, or vice versa. We were able to grow together. And, and I think that that's good. So we were able to grow financially together. We were able to grow just in terms of personal development together. They say like iron sharpens iron. It was just some areas in his life that he was much more matured in that I wasn't. So I was able to grow in those areas, and then vice versa. It was some areas that I was better at that he was able to grow. I don't think, when you wait too long, I think people get set in their ways and not necessarily open as much to learning and development from each other. So I do think, being younger kind of helps with some of that.
Did you see the last super chat? Can you bring that up, please?
Let me go ahead and formally apologize.
Yes, let's formally apologize, please.
I'm sorry, MDZ 1986.
Yes, your grammar is fine.
I agree. He's right. He's right.
I apologize. Thank you for the
Please accept the apology, brother.
Thank you.
80 single parent told y'all producer brothers
Productive brothers.
Or the men are the joint go hot girl summer, and y'all agree. Hey, yo, somebody else got that. Say it.
Productive brothers are dating Becky, or the men are in the joint go hot girl summer it up and get your degree. They lied.
So let me just say this, because I wanted to pose this question because I know people, you can vouch for it or not, but Mr. Lee, I wanted to say this because I know one of the people in the chat stated, well, why didn't I marry the guy I was with? So for me, I find that trends take place when it comes to especially Black men and Black women. I have always been the person that I am. I compromise. I do all these things that Black men claim they want right now. Okay. I actually took an opportunity to ask my exes what went wrong. Well, I know with my child's father, he was in the middle of his career. He wanted to bounce around. I'm from Alabama girl. And at that point in my life, when I was 24 years old, I did not feel comfortable leaving to go to another state for his law school opportunity, which I get. That was my fault. Okay. So it was kind of like a distance thing that tore us apart. So, but moving on from that, I've always been a long haul individual. When I get into something, I'm in it for the long haul, but that has worked against me. because I find that men took advantage of that. And it was a situation where I've been in relationships and it just took forever. I've been in a relationship for 3-4 years. It didn't end in marriage. So I asked my old guy friends, like, where did I go wrong? I was told that one, I was a doormat. I just think that this whole nice thing is in style now. And I say in style, but let's not forget there was a time when INDEP, people wanted Miss Independent. Men were choosing the ratchet girl who is going to slash her tires. Let's not forget that. So I love that it's moving toward this, going this way, but it was not always this way. Am I wrong?
Well, the thing is, I think that women are more susceptible to the social dynamics of media more so than men.
Well, that's the men that I'm talking about, because I've never changed. I've always been a very caring individual. I'm not one to. I'm an Alabama girl. Okay, I'm just an Alabama girl. People might call it country, Southern Belle, whatever you want to call it. I've always been the same person. I've always been a feminine individual in my relationship. Period. But so at one point, that was not popular.
Right, but that's why I say that women are more susceptible to the media's promotion of things, because if that was in the 90s or the late 90s into the early 2000s, I'm not sure how old you are, but if you were a woman in that period, there was a lot of different things that was being pushed in the media in terms of keeping women single. And I think Team Della said earlier, when I asked her about 3 characteristics of a man that she would want to that she would be attracted to or want, one of the things she said was intentional. And I think that's something that you did not have in terms of what you desired in a man. Because when you said the guy used you as a doormat, it was because you were being nice, but you weren't requiring anything from him. To be in a relationship for 4 years, there have to be a plan. From year 1, there should be a plan.
I've learned.
And the plan should progress, right? Like I met my wife at a very early age. She was a teenager. And then we disconnect because I was older than her. I went to work. And then one day I went to work out of state. And then one day I just called her up, wished her happy birthday. And I was a month early. So she laughed. And she said, well, why don't you come and see me and celebrate my birthday? So she was about 20 years old. Well, she was 20 making 21. And so I flew back to New York and we hung out, had a great time. And then she said, I want to come back with you. And we've known each other as kids growing up, younger. So I said, no way. And then I said, well, if your mother allow it, okay. I knew for a fact her mother would not let her leave this New York State. Her mother looked me right in the eye and said, Lee, my daughter have always wanted you. Yes, she can go with you. And we moved to Illinois. We were together for about 4 years and we got married, but we got engaged and everything progressed. So she got married. She was 25 at the time, 24 making 25, and I was 30 making 31. So what I'm saying is that if a woman wants to be married, she has to be intentional in the relationships that she's getting involved with. If you're in your mid 20s, 24, 25, 26, if you're dating a guy, you've got to talk to this man and find out what's his intentions with you. Are you someone he just want to date and spend time with and then move on 6 months to a year later to someone else? Or does he have a plan and he wants to build a relationship and have a family? And you have to be able to ask serious questions. And I think we're at the point now, because of social media and the dynamics between Black men and Black women, these things are coming out and Black men are saying, look, you guys don't want to get married young. Y'all want to have a life and get married after you're 35, 36. And then it's difficult for a man to have a family when you're older. And then sometimes some women have children. So all I'm saying is that if you believe that, if you say Black women want to get married, then what would be the message that you would tell Black women to do, Black women who are younger? Because they're putting career ahead of family and marriage.
I don't think that they are putting career ahead. And I want to hear some of the other guys' opinions on it too, Humble Dad and Trill, because, I want everybody to speak, but I think that women do start out with their career in college. However, I don't know any woman who is going to say, I'm going to take this career. They have the man that they want in front of them, and he is everything they have ever dreamed of, and he is that guy. I don't know not one woman who is going to say,
but why he has to be everything?
Well, even somebody that
no man is going to be everything.
Well, what I'm saying to you, a person that they're attached to emotionally. So he doesn't have to be everything, but we know people fall in love with, people who are not necessarily everything, but the person that they fall in love with, once they're in love with the person, I don't see them saying no if he asks them to marry. For me, like, I should have set boundaries. Absolutely. I say women should set boundaries. You should not be having sex with these men casually. You should be more selective when it comes to that. So I get it. And you should go in dating with intentions. Absolutely. So I know my flaws now because I'm old enough to look back and like, I did this wrong. I did that wrong. I did this wrong. I did a lot of things wrong. I saying I could have done a lot of things differently, but I did it. All I can do is learn from it. But the difference is these men who I was dating, they're still not married. It's not like they chose somebody else over me. They still aren't married. So, and they weren't bad people. They just, I guess, marriage wasn't a priority for them.
Maybe it's not a desire. Some men don't want to be married.
I think they do. They just don't want to do it right now. So anybody else have an opinion on what we're talking about?
What's the particular question?
Well, it's not a particular question. It's just like, so my concern was, would we not agree that things have changed over time? What people want has changed over time.
Oh, the statement was that you said that women want to be married, right?
Yeah. Well, the women do want to be married. I think we all want to be married. Women just want to be married. But
yes, but the point. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Apologize.
But my question to you is: would you not agree that what was popular, what men were choosing, was not what you're talking about right now? The peace.
So basically, men always want peace.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Real quick, can you define choosing?
Most men, go ahead, Trill. What are you about to say?
I was going to say just real quick. Can you define choosing?
Choosing choosing means only 48% are married. So what we're talking about.
But that's choosing. That's what we're talking.
So men. I don't know because I don't know these men and the ones who are married. Like it would be hard for me to assess that.
So what's your perspective?
And I don't want to put false information out. That's what I'm saying.
So what's your definition of choosing?
Go ahead.
I'm just saying, what's your definition of choosing?
Choosing meaning so if can we agree that most men have had a good woman in their life and they left her for somebody else?
We still going with what's the definition of choosing.
You're flipping it now, right?
Hold on, real quick.
Well, choosing means you chose somebody else. That's what I mean by choosing. I'm sorry.
So what's the definition of choosing for you?
So you select that person.
If we talking about marriage, or we talking about
that's the person that you want to provide for, protect, all of those good things.
Are you talking about marriage?
Well, some people are in partnerships and they're not married, which is prevalent in our community.
That's a big problem.
Not choosing.
Oh, absolutely, that's the problem. I agree with that, Mr. Sage. But choosing, okay. So what would be? So you're saying marriage is the only choice?
If a man, a man is choosing a woman, he's talking about I'm marrying her.
He's gonna lock her down.
Yeah, he don't want.
That's how men see it. I'm locking you down. You're not gonna be out there. No other man's gonna have a selection.
That majority. So you believe that the 48% that are married chose peaceful women?
That's not what we.
I'm asking.
They feel like
they chose the woman that they believe they could build a future with.
Yeah.
Okay.
They felt something. I mean, they didn't just. You know what I'm saying? It was more. It was a lot about her that he wanted and that she could provide. He saw something. It's a big decision for marriage in the first place, and for men, it's a major decision to marry. Because of what it is that they can lose in the long run. So they want to choose, most men, I would say, want to choose wisely. So one of those things is peace. right? It's very important for a man to have peace in his home, because without it, then we're gonna struggle in the marriage, right? So, but you said that women want to be married. That's what you said.
Yes.
I'm not going to disagree with that, but I would say that they don't want to be married until later. Like they don't want to be currently, they don't want to be married until after they've done all it is that they wanted to do, as it relates to building their career, making their money. They probably then had a kid or two. You know what I'm saying?
That must be a new school thing, because where I'm from in Alabama, it's not cool to be married after 30. You want to get married 26, 27, if anything.
That's not a new thing. It's not a new thing at all. And so if they wanted to be married, like Team Della said, you would be intentional. And like Mr. Lee said, you would be intentional about what it is that you want to be. So if you actually, in my opinion, if you want to be married, man or woman, you can figure out how to be married. But what the deal is that each party wants everything in some regard. They want everything and are not willing to compromise some things to be married. But I wouldn't say that women want to be married in their, what you said, 27, 28. If that was the case, then it would be a different shift, I would believe.
Look, they don't want to get married. They just want likes on their Instagram. I'm telling you.
No, I wanted to get married. Yeah. Like, I don't care about, I'm talking about my situation. I wanted to be married. I don't know what you're talking about. I
didn't check all y'all Instagrams. Look,
I don't even post on Instagram that often. So
y'all want likes on y'all Instagram. And I'm finna give it to y'all. Look, like. Y'all
Logic probably don't want to be married. You know what I'm saying?
Ooh.
Yeah, I don't think Logic wants to be married.
The bullshit, I don't. I told you I want to get married. Look, we had
that conversation.
But I'm not. Preacher just flew in my house, and I'm like, where is it? It's like one of those little.
Right, no, just because I want to do something don't mean I'm gonna just submit to just anything. You know what I'm saying? I ain't finna goddamn take no nasty ass attitude. I told you, come to my door barefoot and butt naked. Nothing less. You know what I'm saying? Even my nigga Trill agree with me. I footed and butt naked. Mentally naked. Look at her. Now Tamara, Tam then crossed the eyes. You know what I'm saying? CC.
Who is Tamara? I don't know who Tamara is. I know a Tamara.
I said Tam.
Say it with me, Tamara. Tamara.
Attitude.
Tamara. There you go, boo-boo. There you go. There you go. All right.
I had to get this party started up, man. Y'all like falling asleep. Team Della.
I know. I'm like, it's Friday. Get the.
Yeah. Team Della over there look like she playing spades. Nigga, send me an invite.
I hear you. Listen, are we really acting like people don't choose women who be slashing their tires? They don't be falling in love with them women.
But you be talking about like these.
They be choosing toxic violence.
Well, I'll say in my situation with prior to me, you know, so before me, my husband was in a relationship with his then, you know, baby's mother, and she was kind of along the lines of like what Shantae was saying about men saying that they want peaceful women and, you know, someone who was submissive, blah, blah, blah. And she was that type. Like he basically said, I want a baby, you know, and she was like, okay, with no prospects of saying that she was going to be married to him. Well, basically he said he didn't believe in marriage. So he basically told her he wasn't going to marry her. But as a Black man, if I choose to be with you, I don't need a piece of paper, like that whole thing. I don't need a piece of paper to say that we need to be married. You know, you my queen, and then, you know, I'm you know, he's 5% at that time. I'm the God and you my earth. So that means, you know, that. So she bought into that whole thing and, you know, had a baby with him. And she was very submissive, but in the end, he didn't choose that. He chose me, and I'm not like combative. Look at her face. I'm not. See, y'all misconstrued.
I've seen you do this a couple of times.
No,
I see no.
No, but hold on, listen. If you're from New York, you talk with your hands. I do a lot.
His baby mama from New York too. Is she a woman?
So I think sometimes y'all like it's regional, what's masculine and feminine energy. So certain things, yeah, I do talk with my hands. But I know what's offensive to him that I stay away from. So
he be putting in check though.
Don't nobody put me. No, I'm just joking. So with that being said, he did not end up choosing what men that I hear in a manosphere say that they want. And I think the difference was I am going to challenge him, and not necessarily like challenge in the like, oh, we going to like fight, like that kind of stuff, but challenge him to be a better man, to be the best that he can be in who he was. Whereas she wasn't. It was kind of like what Mr. Lee was talking about. Like, if you're going to allow me to run you over, I am, and he has that kind of like strong personality. So I am going to be the type that's going to ask questions, or I'm going to say, well, did you think about it this way? Like, challenge him in other ways. And
okay, so I want to know this then, because we got 3 single women on here. What, 4? Why y'all single? You know what I'm saying? Y'all single. No, I'm just saying. They 3 single women.
It's okay to repeat it. That's a good question, Logic. Well, I already told y'all why I was single. Now I'm talking to them.
Because all I do is hear y'all talk, and I don't see no reason why y'all should be single, but y'all is.
So the nerve of you to say all you do is hear somebody talk when you done talk this whole podcast.
Damn, why you always just talk when you be upset?
Hey, I know.
You can barely get a word in.
Damn.
Be upset, bro.
I ain't even say that. I've been in the back the whole time, but Tam, I got a fat booty chick. Come here, fat. Come here.
Oh, where's she at? Let me see.
Sit on my lap, chick. Come on. She
got nobody.
He's lying.
He's shy this week too.
The blow up doll. He got one of them blow up dolls.
He's shy this week too.
Oh, you playing yourself, Shantae. You playing yourself big time. Y'all the one that's still
Logic.
Listen, don't let him run from the question, Logic.
Hey, they running. Like, look.
Don't let him run from the question. Hey, don't talk no more. Let's see what they say. Go.
They ain't gonna say shit. Watch.
Well, you talking. So wait.
Right, go ahead. I'm done.
Oh, you want to know why we single?
Yeah, nigga, I want to know why you single.
You want to know why I'm single?
I want to know why every single woman on this panel single.
Okay, I can answer that. You gonna let us talk? Oh, he don't put. Okay, ladies, we can talk now. He gone.
He's still there. Don't worry. We'll be back now.
Y'all, hurry up. We got to do this in like under 60 seconds before he come back. Damn.
Okay, go ahead.
He quiet. Okay, he quiet. So we did talk about this in the very first episode. So I just got out of a relationship probably about 6-7 months ago. So I'm not looking to jump back into something right away. That relationship did not work out. We were almost engaged, went looking at rings. The relationship ended for personal reasons that I will not disclose on this podcast. Thank you. Who's next?
Hey, do he still got underwear in that house or shorts or something?
No, he does not.
You lie. Ain't no
way to find out, Mr. Logic.
Ain't no speed sticker, no white boy left in that house.
Stop. No, there are no belongings of his over here.
Next.
Hi.
Go ahead, Team Della. Yes.
What are y'all doing? How y'all doing, everybody?
Hi, Nurse Fancy. Let Team Della and Christina answer the question, and we're gonna get to you. Okay, Nurse Fancy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
3 years in a relationship. I'm not single, Logic.
Well, I don't know. You look single because all I see running around that background is a cat.
That's our girl.
I know. Ain't no dog in that house. So, hey, you know what? I ain't gonna need to say that. I ain't gonna need to give you my stereotypes. All right, go ahead.
I don't do dogs.
And Team Della is still young. Like Team Della is still in her 20s.
You just said that Black women should be married by 26, 27.
Sure did.
In Alabama terms, that's what
at least 2 years before that they should be prepping and in a relationship that's leading up to that. You don't do it in 6 months.
That's just for me personally. That's my belief.
Right, but I think you are pretty right on with that age range.
All right, here go the moment we all been waiting for.
Why am I single? I fell in love with potential. Wasted 6 years, and now I'm here.
Oh hell no!
I think that's a thing. You waste a lot of years in these relationships.
I wasted a lot of years, 27 to 33.
Hell to the no, to the no. Hell no.
I have a very different mentality than I do now.
Well, after
and then also career. I was traveling a lot, so I couldn't even focus in on a relationship because I traveled 3-4 times a week as well. But now I've changed my job and I can put more time into it as well.
But let me ask you a question, Christina, because this is the question that Mr. Lee asked. If you had met the right guy, a guy that you were emotionally attached to, and he wanted to marry you, would you choose your career over him?
No, I would choose him over my career.
Is that you now or you before?
Me before. I've never been so career hungry that I would choose a relationship or would choose my career over a relationship.
You're very attractive woman.
I chose
You're
my.
telling me at the age of 25, you did not meet a guy that was just like.
By 25, I was making a lot more money than most people at 25. So that's
okay. Granted, but you're using your job and your money. You're using your job and your money as an obstacle to the question. I said
no,
at 25, if you met the guy, there was all that, and he wanted to marry you, would you?
The answer is yes, because clearly my career wouldn't have been the hindrance because I already had that.
She's saying she hasn't met a guy who's all that. That's what she's saying.
Hold on. Hey, I got a question for you, Christina.
It was at this moment that he knew he fucked up.
You know you fucked up, right? Look, you know that. Look, so you hold on. What I need Trill ain't help me out, man. Trill goddamn ain't know his game tonight. He must be drinking that Hennessy.
Trill says things very subtly and kindly. He gets his point across less aggressively. Come on, Mr. Character. Come on.
Oh,
what you gotta say?
So you saying I'm ratchet or I'm just blunt?
No, you're very direct.
Yeah, I just like I said, I think all the women that single on here is cap because they single by choice. You know what I'm saying?
That's not true.
That's not true.
Come on. No, that's not true.
Logic, why are you single?
These men do not want to marry.
Why are you single,
Logic? Mr. Character.
Why I'm single?
Miss Nurse Fancy.
Let's go ahead. Let's ask Nurse. Like we've had. Thank you for being.
Why y'all be doing logic like that? Like
because they be doing us like that.
Hey, I got smoke for the ass because you got a goddamn look. Don't get me started. The high one, the drug one.
Excuse me, Mr. Logic. It was Nurse Fancy's turn.
Hi, Nurse Fancy. Sorry for being rude. How are you tonight?
Okay. What's the question?
Are you single?
Yes.
Okay, so that was the question. Why are you single?
Well, because I have a son and he is 7, so I wanted to wait till he could talk, and then I was in a position to date. You can't really date like that with a little kid, you know, and it just wasn't appropriate. So now it's time. So that's why. That's the only reason why. You know. So
what if the man that you want to marry wants kids?
I can still have kids. I don't want to. I would prefer to have somebody because I am older. I would prefer to have somebody who already has a kid, you know, so that you know how it is with that. Because it is true that I can never stop being a mother, you know. So I want somebody who understands that. Now, but if I had to, you know, if he wanted a kid, I'll do one. But I would prefer not to. But I got one left.
Now, I would say this in terms of how men would hear that. They would hear that if you had a child for him, you was coerced or forced into doing that because you don't really want to. And most men that would get married, if marriage is the game for them, whether they're mid to late 30s, mid to late 40s, or early 50s. If marriage is something that they want, they're more than likely are going to want to have another family, even if they had 1 or 2 children before from another failed marriage or something like that. Because if they're in love with the woman that they're with, they do want to have a family with that woman. That's part of the bonding.
I agree, because I always wanted to be, wanted a family in the same household, but I'm open to, meeting somebody that has kids. Honestly, because I want to know how you take care of your kids. What kind of father will you be? I've already made one mistake. I'm not going to even say that was a mistake. I've already experienced this, and this can never happen again. So it matters how you take care of your kids. How are you with their mother? I need to know those things. And then if you get with somebody and they don't have that, then it could be a learning experience again. And I don't have that much time. I want to be happy, in everything that we talk about with the remaining years that I have. So
where are you located, Nurse Fancy?
I'm in Tennessee.
Tennessee. Okay. You have any questions for us or anything?
Mm-hmm. No.
I think that it's important to know. And it's so crazy that she said that, especially in Atlanta. People, y'all, it's tons, if not thousands upon oh Lord, that creature is in here. Oh, it's flying.
Yep.
This is why she need a man in the house.
You need a nigga in there. So look, I want to thank Team Della. I want to thank Team Della because she just added some criteria to my women tier list. If you look at number 2, it's kids, dogs, and cats now.
I needed a man the other day.
Cats are where it's at, honey. Very low maintenance. Want to cuddle and snuggle. They're great.
So my question, so I think that it's important to understand, especially in Atlanta. I don't know how it is in Tennessee. Mm-hmm. Believe it or not, there are men of age who do not want more kids. They are done with that. They want to travel with a partner. Mm-hmm. They want to have, so to think that every man that you come across at a certain age is wanting to start over again, I don't think that that's true. And there's thousands upon thousands of them when you're in a major city.
I was thinking the person that I meet probably will have some kids, and we can just make sure that those kids on earth already have what they need, and then they grow and they're secure, and then we can kick it. We can have a good time. That's what I'm thinking. But you know what? That's what I want. I'm not gonna even say, that's what my heart wants. So
well, I know True.
I wish that's for you.
And Humble Dad said he's in a relationship. So, Mr. Lee, I don't know what your status is, and I know Logic. Okay, so why are you single? And then Logic, you can answer the question too. Why are you single?
I'm married.
To what?
To the
game. Them roaches.
Terrorist. He's married to a terrorist. That's exactly what he's married to.
I'll let Miss Lee go first because I'm finna go in on y'all ass.
No, it's about you. You ain't got to go in on us. We're just saying, why are you single? So
yeah, most of the reason I'm single is because y'all the way y'all is. So I'll let Miss Lee go.
You attract who you attract.
No, you don't. No, you don't. No, period.
You got all the terrorist numbers in your phone.
Nah, you don't attract who you. No, look, you attract based on your tribe. And I didn't have many, and I think Miss Lee said this earlier.
Your vibe attracts your tribe.
No. You know what I'm saying? No, access give you opportunities in tribes. So I done been into a lot of different tribes, but my downfall, and everybody tell me my downfall is I'm stuck for Black women.
Why is that get off this podcast? I wish I could do that little.
I thought y'all didn't care about a Black man dating somebody outside his race.
Because I told you let them talk long enough, they gonna step
I don't mind it, but you said we didn't care, but you don't have to down us.
No, I didn't say. Did I say? Hold up, now, gentlemen. Did I say that was my downfall? What did I say, gentlemen?
Nobody knows.
He said it was a hurdle. He didn't say that was my biggest downfall. He said that's a hurdle in terms of what I'm thinking.
Good words.
No, I said men has told me, other men have told me that that's my downfall.
Them ratchet men.
Nah, they all married.
And Ray is telling you that.
Nah, my nigga Quest.
You know what I'm saying? Men married to black women?
Am I gonna get married?
Are they married at all? She's saying, are the men who are telling you this, are they married to black women? Are
Yeah,
they
all my
married
homeboys. All my homeboys married to women.
Black women.
Black women?
Yeah. No. I got a couple of them married. I got a couple. One married to a German, and one married to a fucking.
We're talking about the ones who told you this stuff.
So basically, Logic, you're saying that you're single by choice, just like you said the women are, right?
Who want to bring a hazard into their house? Like
so you're single by choice.
Don't get triggered.
No, I'm just saying.
Wait.
By choice. Okay.
Watch this. Like, who will bring a hazard into their house? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, you got to realize, especially you get older, you know what I'm saying? Peace becomes more important than anything. You know what I'm saying? Like when you're younger, titties matter, butt matter, box matter, you know what I'm saying? Looks matter. But when you get older, peace start mattering. So, you know what I'm saying? And you just got to keep it funky, though. It's like you got to find that woman who would offer you that level of peace.
So you need time to find the right one, just like the women are saying they need time to find the right one too. So neither one of y'all are by choice.
They running niggas away. Though. I ain't running those.
We don't run the ones we want away.
You just said on the other show about the damn guy that met every criteria.
I said the ones we want away.
Wait, please, Clarice. Somebody in the chat say you're not gonna find peace when you love chicks who chew on ice, bro.
I like ice sometimes.
I don't know. Just gonna say all these chicks.
I like all kind of stuff.
Exactly. All these chicks on the panel goddamn eat ice, especially that Sonic ice.
Not
Don't
me.
lie.
I used to.
You used to.
Blood up.
Yeah, you used to.
Got that iron up.
Tall, and I no longer have that.
I know. I guarantee you, at least goddamn 2 females on this panel got butterfly tattoos.
I don't have any tattoos.
Stop lying. Look at us. He's.
I don't even have a tattoo.
Raise your hand if you have a butterfly tattoo.
Guilty.
I know. I guarantee you this. At least 3 of the women on this panel like hot Cheetos.
No.
Stop. Look at Team Della. Yeah, she look like a hot Cheeto eater. I told you the Logic tier list is motherfucking defeated.
But it's not above men though. Men are not. I'm not choosing hot Cheetos.
He eats hot Cheetos too. He wears a.
I don't think a lot of this stuff is wretchedness though.
Well, I'm not saying it's just a woman tier list. So watch this. We'll go down. We'll see. So raise your hand.
Hold on. This
This is my last thing. Raise your hand. Oh, how they do that? All right. Hey, well, I gotta see the pattern. I want to see. So now, women, raise your hand if y'all own either a cat or dog. Now I know
Della owns a cat.
Della got a cat.
I do not own a cat. We share space together. Okay, she is a living.
You see that?
Does she pay rent?
Do you cuddle with that cat? Hey, do
love and affection.
Hey, do you cuddle with the cat?
Absolutely.
My sister has dogs. She lives in the basement.
All right, I'm done, man. I ain't fucking with y'all.
What does that have to do with anything?
Okay.
That's his tier list.
Oh.
I don't meet any of those qualifications. I cuss sometimes. I like trap music. I eat, I can go to a hole in the wall and have a good time. I mean, I don't know.
Who your favorite trap artist? I say, who your favorite trap artist?
Right now, Kevin Gates. Still, T.I.
Kevin Gates.
Lil Wayne. I like 8 Ball and MJG too. It just depends. I like Play a Fly.
Oh, that's my nigga. Nobody needs nobody. All I need is me and my dog. So they go fuck all of y'all.
Oh, love connection. I see a connection.
Uh-oh.
Mr. Character don't want no more kids.
You crazy. I'm trying to shoot up the club and the box.
That's your problem.
You don't mean that.
You don't need
Whatever.
one.
So let me ask you a question. I have a question.
Wait, Mr. Lee still didn't go. Just let him.
Oh yeah, that's true.
And then I want to hear
Okay.
the question you asked. True, that's what I was going to ask. Go ahead.
Why are you single?
That's to me?
Yes.
Okay. I was single. Well, I'm single now 4 years, since 2018. And we were together for about 2.5 years. I thought it was going somewhere. And then we started to have a difference of opinion and arguing. And she wanted a life that I wasn't looking to live at that time. So it just became a conflict. I mean, I had a nice big beach house on the beach. I enjoyed that. She wanted to live more of a city life. And now I'm in the process of looking to buy a ranch because I want to raise horses. So I'm not really in a rush to find a woman. If I do, I do. If I don't, I'm not going to make it no big deal. I'm already 64 years old. And after my marriage failed, I really didn't have any real idea to get married again. I've had several relationships since then. But lately, since I've come into this manosphere, I've sort of been thinking about it again. And I've met a few young ladies that we're talking, just talking and hanging out. But in terms of making something serious, I really would have to see something special in a woman to kind of like entangle myself again in a relationship, because my life is starting to get a lot busier, and travel is something that's coming up in the next couple of months. And one thing I do know, in the beginning of a relationship, you got to be there. You can't be away all the time because it's not going to work.
Gotcha. I'm here. I'm going to get to you, Billy, in a second. With your little, never mind. Let me stop. I'm going to get you in a second, Billy. But I wanted to ask Trill a question. So we're talking about marriages, and I know that you met your wife at a very early age. And I just wanted to know, like, what, besides the fact that y'all were like 2 when you met, what about her? What about her that you had all these options, and I do believe you did. You do. So what was it about her that made you think, like, you know what? It's her. I mean, is that something you knew in 8th grade, or is it something that you just over time it just was validated every time you met somebody else? It's kind of like you kept thinking about her.
Yeah, it was a situation where we kind of grew into it. I mean, we didn't date in 8th grade. I mean, that's when I met her. And then we hooked up after graduation. But yeah, it was just one of them things to where, like, when I first met her, mindset was just different. Like we come from a very, very wild place, and a lot of those ratchet and a lot of that stuff that y'all speaking of earlier is plenty of that out there. You know what I'm saying? But her mind was never like that. She actually talked, can articulate herself, got subject verb agreement, things of that nature, and aspirations to actually leave the city and go, prosper somewhere else. Just like I did. I played ball, so I was got scholarship and I was able to leave. To where a lot of our friends didn't, but she had those type of aspirations, so that stuck out immediately. And then, like I said, after graduation, we just kind of came back around and hooked up, and it was one of the things where we kind of grew up together. My situation is very, very unique. I hear people talk about like the benefits of marriage and stuff all the time, and again, who knows if I was single today, like how hard it would be for me to get into a relationship, or not a relationship, but like to be married in terms of benefits. But I think my situation is unique because we got together so young, where we kind of grew into the people that we needed each other to be. So that's a hard thing to emulate when you're 25 or you're 30 and single.
How old were you when you got married? If
27.
27. Okay.
Good age.
Mm-hmm. That's the age we were saying is like that key
Right.
age.
And I looked at the chemistry between you and your wife. It was so awesome. So I love it. It's beautiful.
That's my homie. That's my main homie for sure.
I would just like to make a comment to someone who posted a chat that just popped up.
Okay.
I don't crack the whip in a relationship. I have a different kind of exterior personality. in business, I'm very business oriented, so I'm stern there. But one thing I know how to do is treat a woman well. And when you live a good life, I enjoy buying things for my woman, and I like going out. I come from a very social environment from my business life, so I love taking my woman out, and I like buying her stuff and doing things together. So, but no, I don't crack the whip in that sense. No.
Real quick question, Sage, and then we're gonna make it real quick. I want to get to other people. Are you? You said you're 64, correct?
Correct.
Do you date 64-year-olds?
The last girlfriend I had was 23.
That's my nigga.
Mr. Lee.
My nigga.
I just had a 21. I went to the beach 2 days ago, and I had a 21-year-old pushing up on me. She gave me her number straight off the bat. I didn't even ask for her number.
Mr. Lee, listen.
I haven't dated a woman at the age of 30 in the last 15 years.
That's your problem. Let me tell you this, Mr. Lee.
That's okay. I enjoy it.
Listen, Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee.
Got it off the drill.
I appreciate your honesty.
He just said, I buy nice gifts.
That's why
she's with you. Buy the nice gifts. Mr. Lee, let me find out you buying gifts.
Hold on. How did I become gross? See, lady, you got an issue, man.
Who said you were gross?
Just
bipolar ass lady.
You know,
Mr. Lee, it makes sense. Jordan has something in the comments.
There's going to be somebody
Say again?
I was saying, based on why you said that your previous relationship didn't work out was because you found out y'all kind of wasn't on the same page. Now, to me, that makes sense because at the age that you are, you lived life and had so much more experience where you're going to see the world totally different than somebody in their 20s. Like I look at me, like I met my husband at 18, and just from 18 to when we got married at 25, when I was 25, my perspective on life changed. And I'm thinking at 25 to date someone who was in their 60s, I would not even know where to begin to relate at all.
Well, you've never met a 60-year-old guy like me. I'll tell you that.
Listen,
I just finished running.
I can barely MA's concert with you.
I run 25 miles a week on an average.
No, I'm not talking about physically. I'm not talking about being in shape.
I would say this. I would say this.
Mentality.
Right.
And I believe in a last show I did about 2-3 weeks ago. She contacted me back. She's around 26. She's a Scorpio, and she wants to come back.
She want to come.
Well, you just said you know how to treat women. You buy them gifts, you take them out. At 20, that's what you're looking for.
Right.
You're looking for somebody to buy you gifts and take you out and be social.
I did that to my wife. I do that to all my women.
Exactly.
Mr. Lee, I love you. You seem like a very nice guy. I just don't want you to get that, okay?
He don't want her.
Don't want me to get what?
You're a handsome guy,
Thanks.
but I just don't want you to be getting, these 23-year-olds, they're kind of
Well, I would say this, right?
Wait, hold on, Miss Lee. I got you.
If there's one way I would say this. If there's 1 second, Logic. If there's one way I would like to go, I would like to go
on top
like
of
Kevin Samuels.
Like Kevin Samuels on top of a younger woman.
I want to be dropping it that same night. And I probably will.
Oh,
I can't.
And she's going to be young and she's going to be fine. The last one, trust me, she's an 8. Hands down.
What do you consider an 8?
What do I consider 8? I would say you and Shantae.
You say what?
Me and Shantae are 8s.
We 8.
In my eye.
I'll take an 8.
You don't have on no real makeup. I'm just looking at your natural.
I don't have a ton of makeup on right now.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
You just got lipstick on.
In her natural face, she's extreme. I would say she looks like what's the girl? I'm not too up on these artists these days. The girl that did the WAP video with Cardi B.
Cardi B? Megan Thee Stallion.
She's slimmer than her, but she has a very similar face.
Who?
Me?
Shantae?
No, I'm saying my ex, the one I was talking to you about. She looks like her.
No one on this channel looks like Meg.
Oh, we see your type.
Okay.
Oh, I like my girls thick. Yeah, absolutely. I like my girls thick.
Hey, Billy.
Wait. Billy. Let me ask you a
Billy, your
question.
fiance let you out tonight?
I have to ask this question. Give me a second. Mike, are you the guy whose wife was going off on him on Anton's show?
That was not me. That would never happen. Hell no. That is not me.
I was so hoping. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do know who you're talking about, but that ain't me.
Hi, Mike.
So it's a trip.
Hey, Mike. What's up?
He said, "Get that correct, quick."
Mm-mm.
He's like, all white guys don't look alike. I'm sorry, I just glanced. Okay,
Mike,
so let's go in order. Billy, you have anything to say? And we just glad you got a shirt on today.
And
glasses.
And glasses.
I do.
Okay.
I do. Hey, ladies,
Billy,
how y'all doing?
Your
Love and
fiance
respect.
let you come out tonight?
What's up, Billy?
He got that Boost
Rose.
mobile Wi-Fi. Next.
Oh, Roger,
Okay,
is
Mike.
at work.
Mike.
Roger, are you at work? Do you want to go ahead and talk so that you can drive
Go
safe?
ahead, Mike.
Yeah, I'm at
Mike
work.
is-
That's go first.
He's definitely at work.
He's a truck
Hey.
driver.
Hey, Mike, what you want to say?
We can't hear
I
you.
just want to say, I'm in the boat as Trill. I've been married since I was 26. I'm about to turn 32. And anyone who went to the Houston thing, my wife was there.
Oh, which one? Who was your wife?
The only
Oh, fuck that. I'm jealous. All these married ass niggas. You ain't gonna care keep putting that shit. Married ass niggas. No, hell no. Married ass niggas try to goddamn. I know you ain't married, nigga. Y'all fuck all y'all.
Someone take the controls from
Mike,
him.
go ahead. Who is your wife?
Who's your wife, Mike?
the only one the one was with me. Wait, hold up.
Is she black?
Yeah.
Oh, she's black.
Okay.
Hey.
Because I don't remember seeing no white girls up in there.
What does that
Like a
matter?
little.
Wait, Mike. Okay. So now that we have somebody white here,
A representative.
a representative, I know you don't speak for all I know you don't speak for all white men,
She's stuck.
but
Tara, get some
shoot,
hype.
I'm stuck. I see it. Dang it.
We can hear you, girl. Go ahead.
No, we
Okay.
can hear you.
Don't look at you.
So, one, what attracted you to your wife? And two, do you feel like you experienced the same thing with your wife as a lot of the Black men on the panel said that they experienced with like attitude and all of that kind of stuff?
Good question.
One, I lost my virginity to a black chick, so that's all I ever knew.
Okay.
And the second one, yes.
I can tell he gets lip though. I
Okay.
can tell.
Okay.
But he seems like he likes it. Do you like the lip, Mike?
To a certain degree.
Okay.
Like after a while, I'm like, all right, you gotta calm that shit down. You do it too much.
So it gets played out a little bit. You like it in the beginning, but then at the, in the relationship, you like.
Now, I've actually had this conversation with Trill before. I said at the beginning, short term, that shit great. Cause I'm gonna do what I need to do, get in, get out. But long term, that's just gonna get on my nerves eventually.
Mm-hmm. Logic was right.
So, so listen, I have to take your word for it. Like, I digress. Yes, y'all are right. Women, we need to get our attitudes together.
The blacker the bear, the crazier the juice.
We have to get our attitudes together.
Miss Taking, y'all know y'all be in your attitudes, but y'all act surprised when we call you out on it.
I don't know if I'll say this. I don't know when I'm in an attitude. Like, I don't know how that's going to be perceived by the person receiving it. So I wouldn't think that I'm having an attitude. Like, when I'm clear on the attitude, you're going to know. But I think there are other times when I don't even realize that I'm coming across as if I have an attitude or not. Sometimes it feels like anytime a woman expresses their opinion, especially if the opinion is in opposition of what you think, then all of a sudden we have an attitude.
Okay. Wait, I'm gonna give you a sign. I'm gonna give out a sign. When you start talking with your hands,
or raising your voice,
you tread. Your eyes start opening wide. yes, you treaded. And then now, just this, remember what I said, right?
So was I just talking with attitude? Because I talk with my hands all the time.
All right, whatever. There you go. See, you got to speak for everything.
So
You don't talk.
You have a speech impediment.
I'll tell you. All right, look.
Nah, I get it, because my wife is from New York, and she did that shit all the time.
And that's where I'm from. I'm from New York, so we talk with our hands.
Well, I had a question, because that's a good point to make. Do you think, because we've mentioned this before, I don't know if it was on the show or not, but do you think that masculinity in women is regional? For example, you know, I'm from Alabama, and you know, I'm pretty sure Nurse Fancy is the same way. She's from Tennessee, which is a southern state. So do you think that it's so when I was growing up, you were like always taught to be a Southern belle? It was like you always had to be a certain way, carry yourself like a lady. But in New York, it's like you got to fend.
Somebody in the chat somebody in the chat just put New York chicks as some of the most masculine chicks in the U.S.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Do you think it's regional?
Depending on the borough, it gets worse.
Yeah, because she was sitting there, she told me, like, you were taught at a young age, like, no one mess with you, especially on the subway. And, like, it sucks. It's like when you get later on in life, you don't know how to turn that off.
Is Florida considered part of the South?
I think he's right on that point.
It's kind of like Atlanta in the South. Atlanta is in the South, but it's not of the South, kind of.
I think Florida just should be
I
cut
think,
off.
I think it's also levels to masculinity.
Man, you can't
when
be
it
talking
comes
about
to
Florida
women.
like that. That's wrong.
Well, she's from Florida.
I can talk about it all day. I'm from Florida, and we got the craziest white man in Florida as far as crimes go, and you know it. Don't deny it.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I think it's probably like city based or whatever. Because like Houston got some of the most aggressive women that you'll ever see. Like these chicks in Houston literally pull up to men and be like, "Nah, I want you. Give me your number." Like they are aggressive.
But are
So
they from
really
Houston though,
depends.
Trill, or do you think did they migrate to Houston?
Nah, they was born and raised North Side, Sunny Side, South Side, Third Ward, Houston. Yes, they are from the H and they are aggressive. So it just depends. Like it's like a, you know what I'm saying, like aggressive women are everywhere, man. I think it's just more like how you was raised, more so. But I mean I would probably guess New York women will probably be more aggressive because just like they said, public transportation and shit like that's not culture down here. Everybody got cars, so it's like, you know, people are just, you know, way more chill, way more laid back. But you run into the right chick, you gonna see more ratchet than you've never seen.
But here's also the thing, Trill, a lot of people don't think about. They become aggressive to be more accomplished in their career. But when it comes to dating, they don't know how to turn it off.
Yeah, definitely that.
But Mike, your wife is in the army though, so that's kind of different. You have to be, a woman has to be kind of
but she knows how to turn it off.
Right?
Yeah, but here's the thing. She's the most, if anyone knows my wife, she's the most masculine woman. But when she comes around me, this drops.
I didn't notice that.
Because there's actually a video when I went to go see her recently. Because she sat there and talked to her soldier. She's like, "Don't judge me for how I act with my husband, because I act completely different."
Well, we talk about that too. If we had the right man, we would be more feminine. Like the masculinity would come off. Like we would feel safe to let all that guard down.
But here's the thing. There's a difference between being cautious and just having your walls completely up.
Okay.
That's true.
I still believe in vetting properly.
So, Mike, let me ask you this question. So you said initially your wife was, you know, I guess more aggressive when you guys started, you know, dating. So what did you do as the man to let her know that you don't have to be like this when you're with me? Like, how did that transition change from her to realize that she can't act like that with you?
Believe it or not, that the conversation never took place. I showed it through my actions. Like I said, it's like, yo, you don't have to do this no more. I got you. Like all that extra shit that you be doing, don't worry about it. Because there was one time when we were dating, she just said, "Oh, I don't know how I'm gonna sit here. I don't know how to pay my rent. You know what? Here you go. I got it for you. Taken care of." Within an hour.
We know how that goes in Atlanta, asking, "Can you pay my rent?"
Well, we've already been dating for a minute, so that's a little bit different.
Yeah, I don't do that. I don't pay rent.
That's what I was going to
You
say.
didn't pay
Y'all
rent?
know,
I feel like
I-
his people
y'all
don't
know my
pay. I
stance
feel
on
like
that.
you
I buy gifts, but I don't pay rent.
Yeah.
Gifts is good enough for a
Relationship would have to be at the
22-year-old.
point where she's living with me, then all the bills get covered.
I
But I
feel
don't pay rent.
shameful to ask for something.
I just, like I said, I think those are one of those things when we had that conversation before where I was saying, it, you know, the way that you act is dependent on the level of the relationship. And I know a lot of people don't agree with me, but I think when you're in the dating or the girlfriend stage, I don't think no man should be paying your rent. Like, I just don't. I mean, and that's just me. I know people don't agree. And to me, that's like, I remember when somebody was like, well, no, you should give 100%. You should treat your boyfriend like a husband so he'll know what he's getting. And they was like, well, how would you know? To me, right there, that's a characteristic that as a man, I will look at. Like, dag, okay, she can't pay her rent. And that means to me, I already know she doesn't know how to manage money well. So that's something I'm gonna have to think about. Is that something that I want to deal with in a marriage? You know what I'm saying? So those are character things. Those are things that you can observe in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship to determine if you want to move forward.
But here's the thing, though. You don't have to do husband or wife things to show that you're marriage-minded. It will show through your actions.
That's my point. So the fact, and this is nothing against you, I'm just talking about in general terms. So the fact that if your boyfriend, you know, if your girlfriend have to ask, man, I'm short, I can't pay rent. To me, that's a sign that she does not know how to manage her money well, or living above her means.
There's a whole backstory that I don't want to get involved into
No,
it.
that's why I'm not saying you. That's what I'm saying in general terms. Yeah, I'm not saying you specifically. I'm saying in general terms. Because I do know women who have said, you know, he paid my bills, he paid my rent, like that kind of stuff. I'm just not with that. And that, like I said, that's me personally. But I do know women who have that expectation that whoever they with need to be paying their bills. And I think if you at a girlfriend status, your dude should not be paying your bills for you.
Where did that mindset come from? Like either you fear men or you use men.
What now? Explain, please.
That
seems too
good question.
Yeah, that's the perception. Curveball.
Right. So either you fear men or you use men.
Yeah.
And that's the spectrum. That's the ends of it.
With the fear part, what do you mean?
The fear comes in as in you fear.
I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Lee. Go ahead.
Okay. What I was going to say is that because I think it was CC that said that if you get with the right man, then you can submit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which means you're afraid when you're with a man that is not the right man in terms of checking off everything for you. And the longer you keep that shield up and the man don't pass your evaluation codes, whatever those might be, you just get more ingrained and you keep finding the guys that don't cut the mustard because you find ways to eliminate him because the fear becomes stronger. And then in other women, they just grow up learning, take advantage of him and get what you want. Don't open up to him.
Yeah,
Get
in a
what
lot
you
of ways,
can get.
they had that mindset. He's gonna get me anyway, so I might as well get him first.
It's like you got to prove it, or get what you're gonna
Well,
get.
I think that
Usually, women who have that mindset.
No, there are women who absolutely have that mindset.
But usually it comes from a damaged. It usually comes from a damaged place.
Well, I think that comes from women being used for sexual.
Right. I'm like, it comes from disappointment on our end too. Like we're naturally soft. We're supposed to naturally be soft beings. We're naturally wanting to be nurturers. That's our natural instinct. But if you're constantly giving that and what you're getting in return is blow after blow after blow, then of course there's going to be a guard up. And I'm not going to be as nurturing off the bat because you've been there and been hurt before.
But here's the thing about that though. And y'all sit there and talked about potential and ambition, right? Sometimes it's an imaginary perception. It's something that you want him to do that he was never going to do in the first place.
Of course, that's a vetting thing. So we talk about vetting differently.
We know, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we know that we fall in love with potential. David, I have. And you see something that's never going to be there, and we become delusional because you love somebody.
No,
I have a question.
Sometimes I think you fall in love more with the idea.
Next, okay?
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, y'all can see I want to say something.
Yeah.
I feel like if you know that your spouse or your mate or whatever, they've been on top of all their stuff. If I need you, I need you. And that's very important to me. If I ask you, I'm not going to ask you for anything because I'm shamed. That shames me. I like gifts. But if I need you, I need you. If I say, I need some tires on my car, I don't got the money. What you gonna do?
You got a problem.
Then I'm gonna have to tell you. You got. I mean, depending, not like a new relationship.
Right. You got a problem. If you're approaching a man that way, then you're not really into that man.
So if you've been so I get what you're saying, Nurse Nancy.
It's not just a new thing.
So what she's saying is, if you're in a relationship with a guy, and I guess you guys been together for a year or 2 years, and let's say you have your car that's broke down, and she's like, "Oh, I need tires," because we claim that tires is the manly thing, right? And so since that's the manly thing, wouldn't it be, should he offer to get her, assuming that she's doing all of the woman thing, the womanly things for him, would it not be equal for him to do the manly things for her? Or is it just one-sided? Women should be the ones being wives, and men could be a husband only when they're married.
I mean, you can put the tires on. Like
so let me ask you a question: is this a sexless relationship, or are we doing it?
We doing it.
Because it ain't. Let's not say sex is the same for women as it is for men. Don't come with that, because we're not gonna cap today.
Well, see, it's not just like when I'm saying about paying rent and paying bills. I think all of those things are important as a woman that you should learn, especially if you are single and you're by yourself. Those are things that you should be able to take care of on your own. You're gonna have to figure it out. Now, hold on, but I also think the flip side with men, how I was saying, you can't be treating each other like husband and wife when you're not. And I also think that as a woman, I don't think she should be, running around trying to do all his laundry for him, cooking all his meals for him, doing all of that. To me, all of those things are wifely duties. Now, I might invite you over a time or two that I'm cooking a meal so I can show you, oh, yes, I can throw down, I can cook. This is what you'll be able to get when we're married on a regular basis. I think you can be supportive as a girlfriend or a boyfriend. Those things, like he may not buy the tires, but he could tell you, you know what? I know this discount tire place that I can take you to. Things like that.
Let me just clarify.
Or he could just change it, or he could just be a man and change it themselves.
Or change the tire for you.
Right, if he's with you, obviously.
I'm not saying I never asked a guy to pay for my tires. I was just putting it out there because, like Mistaken said, if you're going to say women have to show these duties in the girlfriend stage, and you're requesting these duties, why does the man not have to show duties in the girlfriend boyfriend stage?
But isn't the man?
Can I answer that? Can I answer that?
Yes. Who's saying that?
First off, the men have always had to show husband duties, even in the dating phase. What are you talking about?
What does that look like?
Paying for dates,
for everything.
But most of you do Netflix and chill after the first date.
Okay, here. This is a good way, because this is the only reason that I jumped onto the panel and wanted to hear this.
First of all, thank you for coming. Let's talk, JBJ.
Hey, thank y'all, man. Look, that's what's up. Hey, high five, everybody.
Let's start off with a good note, then get into it. Okay.
Yeah, look. Men have always been held to a certain standard. men have to be men. Women's roles have changed. So when it comes to you saying doing wifely duties, men have always done manly duties. It hasn't changed. The only time it's changed is when women have allowed it to change. Because men have always been known to. Their fathers always told them, or their mothers always told them, you pay for the date, you open the door, you walking on the side of the street, you stand on the side that the water could splash on the woman. That's always been changed. But now y'all tell a lot of men that y'all can do it yourself. So don't get mad and hold up. Maybe not you personally.
I think it's the woman that you're with. You shouldn't treat every just like y'all saying you can't go.
So we supposed to be chameleons? Are we supposed to be chameleons?
Absolutely.
We're supposed to adapt to every environment that we're in.
Try something.
Adapt
You
to
should
every
always
woman
start
that
at
you're
square
with.
one with a different
Okay,
woman.
here. I will take that. Now I'm gonna flip it right back on y'all.
Okay.
You need to adapt to every man that you're with.
Sure.
Okay, so if he ain't tall enough, adapt to it. If he don't make enough money, adapt to it.
You're gonna have to.
I think black women date more broke men than any other race of women.
Yeah, because they ain't got no other options.
And then when they get hurt by those black men,
what are you talking about?
Y'all can see.
You gotta take what you can get though.
But that's probably where they get most of the damage
That's that
from.
mentality. You gotta take what you can get.
He don't know us.
Can I say something?
No, I think that y'all have an inflated value of yourself.
No.
Yes. Like I'm being honest. I'm not trying to be mean.
I want to know your scale. Come with the scale of what's value, because since I have
here. First off,
myself, I want to know what this scale is, baby.
Okay, you have to specify exactly what do you mean by scale.
You have to. You said that I have an inflated value of myself, so you have a scale, my friend.
No, inflated value is if you're an average woman, you get an average man.
So what's an average woman? You have to.
What is an average man?
And what's an average man?
Men historically. All right, here you go. Men historically date down.
Okay.
Right.
What is dating down? So you're using these terms. I need you to be very explicit with what you're saying. So now you said.
Okay, here we're gonna base it.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
We're gonna base everything off of having of resources, right? Having of resources. Use olden terms. Women usually date. Well, men usually date down. You know, men usually have more resources than the women have. So men usually date down. And it's still the same way today, right?
With attraction versus femininity and submission.
Say that again, Sage. I didn't hear that.
Dating down also represents attraction and femininity. A man will go down and look.
Yeah.
And
I agree.
And submission.
Absolutely.
As opposed to more featurely attractive but bad attitude.
Yeah. I agree with that. The problem that we're having nowadays is we have a lot of men that don't know how to be men. I think all the ladies will agree with that. We got a lot of Pookie Ray Rays running around.
But we have a lot of great men too. So let's just.
Hold on. I'm just look. That's just my basis. I want to see how y'all vibing on it. We got a lot of men out here that are highly emotional and don't carry themselves like men. But then we also have a lot of women that are delusional. Can y'all agree to both of those?
Yes.
I only saw one woman say yes.
I agree.
Yeah, there are delusional women.
I need more context.
You need more context. We're supposed to disagree.
Christina,
my head off for y'all.
Christina.
No, I agree with that.
This is good. This is good tonight. Oh Lord.
I agree with that because I have a lot of friends who are overweight and they're like, no, I would never date a guy who's fat. Yeah. But it's like you can't ask for something that you're not, but people feel like they can. So
but who are the people that ask for that?
Thank you for putting that into context, Kelly. Because
thank you, Kelly.
Kelly.
You have to step outside of yourself. We all
Kelly, who are the people that ask for more than what they are? Who are the people that traditionally ask for more than what they are? It's not the men.
Women do, yes, and I have this kind of conversations with
But
my
no, it is
brother
the
all the
men.
time.
It's the men too.
I don't know
No,
because a
men are
man will date a man will date a
men
woman.
are
A man
simple.
will
We
date a
ask for
woman
the
with
very
no job.
simplest things.
Go ahead. What were you about to say, Kelly?
I said a man will date a woman with no job, but a woman, if a man comes, he's like, I don't have a job. She's not taking that.
But listen, right here, the men who have means will date a woman with no job. The ones who don't have means think fantasy. They're
I'm
mad
glad
because
you
won't
said
date
that.
them.
I'm
But the men
glad
with
you
no
said that.
jobs
You
would
know
date
why?
a
You
woman
about to
with
prove
no
my
job
point.
and a woman with a job.
No, she's about to prove my point
So
right
they're not
now.
all men, just some.
No. You're about to prove my point right now. You know why you like this is why you're proving my point. You said that, well, not all men. Because there are bums out here, right? That's a good word we can use. We can use bums. These are bum dudes, they might have the freshest J's on. They might have the nicest fit. They might be riding in their homeboy car. Man, he might have a Charger. Man, he looking good, talking clean, all that whoop the whoop. And who the first person y'all run up to? That bum ass dude.
Who is y'all? You wrong panel.
I'm not talking about y'all. I'm talking about in general.
I got you. Okay, in general. Okay. Sorry.
Most women run to the bad boy, the guy that looks like he's fly, that got some swag. They don't run.
That be a fantasy?
Y'all, I've never been a female in my life, so I don't know what goes on in y'all head. But I know I can tell what happens on a day-to-day basis. And what happens on a day-to-day basis is the guy that ain't got nothing that's staying with another girl, you gonna go and holler at him because you wondering why she dealing with him. And he might have some new J's because the girl that he with bought him them J's. Look, man, stop acting like we don't.
What in the low income?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Hey, even the ones that got some money, you already know what it is. You know the lifestyle. Because he go.
This is what happens sometimes. A lot of times women deal with those type of men so they don't have to level up. They can control. No, they can control the situation.
Well, can I say something?
Let me say, go ahead, Kelly, and then I want to say something. Go ahead, Kelly.
I hopped on to say something, and I haven't had a chance. Do you mind if I say something really quick?
Oh, go ahead.
I won't stay on long. I got on 2 reasons. I heard Mr. Sage say, or Mr. Lee, I'm sorry, say a couple of things that I wanted to comment on. You mentioned like choosing the right man. So for me, I kind of want to understand like where is this model of what the right man looks like, because women are choosing not the best kind of guys, but why? Do they have an example of what a good man is? Like, what does that look like? Where can they go to find that example? I had a father who was amazing, so I can see a man and kind of compare it to that. But if you don't have that, without having the father in the home, like where do you have that example of what the right man looks like?
Well, I don't believe I said choosing the right man. What the conversation was earlier was about character and what makes a good man. So I had asked the panel, give me 3 characteristics of what you would consider as a good man. And one of the young ladies did. I asked her specifically, I believe, and she did give me 3 characteristics that she would look for in a man, that she would consider a good man. Because obviously a good man to one woman could be a bad man for another woman. It all depends on taste and character and different things that what a woman would want from a particular man. So it depends on the woman, but more importantly, I think as we grow up, once we become adults, especially women who have gone to college, you are learned enough to be able to make evaluations. Character of people, you can reflect back on either teenage relationships you had in your neighborhood where you grew up, circle of network friends, family, and people that you know who have had good relationships and or bad relationships. And you can glean from that what you will with regard to your personality and character and start to put together an ideal that would be the character or the individual that you would want. Obviously, money would be a part of that for security from a woman's point of view, a style of a quality or a style of life that they may want. And they may see that the man is going in a certain direction. He's got the drive, the intention about his future and his career. And if the man also have those characteristics, that she finds attractive in that man, then getting together with that man and building a relationship to take their life together forward would be a good choice, or at least on the surface it will appear to be a good choice if there's something underlining that you might not know about one another individuals. But I think a lot of times, by the time a woman is 26, 27 years old, she's made a lot of bad choices with men from 16, 17, 18 to the time she's 26. She's jaded about at least 3 of those relationships. And then she starts qualifying the future men and holding them ransom for some other guy that she didn't put no requirement on, and make him want to pay the price for something that she didn't judge those guys on. And I think sometimes when a woman wait later in life to choose a man, the damage that occurs to her emotionally, I'm not talking about physical, I'm talking about emotionally, it jades her, and then her qualifications become higher and higher and higher. And then by the time she's in her mid 30s, that man as an individual may or may not even exist. So it becomes more difficult for women to make a choice. And I think that's why it is important to have some type of covering in your life where you have men in your family or men that you respect, if you're in church or something like that, or brothers, depending on what kind of brothers you have, but men who you can look to when you find a man that you're attracted to and you want to get to know, bring him around the family. See how the family interact with them and get feedback from your male family friends. What I would say is that every time I've dated a Latin woman, most of the times before we went on our first date, she said, "You got to come and meet my mom and dad." Hands down. She could be 25 years old. She could be 30 years old every time. And that's something that I see that in Latin America, the women are intentional about the men that they're dating, that if they're going to like him, to go out with him. I'm not talking about the girls that you just meet like in Colombia at the square, and you just hang out, go party, get drunk, and do your business. I'm talking about a woman that is serious, like one of you ladies, career-minded or working, want to build a life with a man, because marriage is about family, that you introduce that man to your family, get the approval of your mom and get the approval of your dad, but more importantly, the approval of the men around you, because men will see things in a man that you will never see.
So
they could talk to him a certain way. Sorry. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. So, I mean, but if these women are in your life, would you not be married to them by now? No?
Are you asking me a specific question, or are you asking in general?
Yes, because you're saying that, you've met these people's parents. Like, it's got to be serious for my mom to meet you, like, I got to know. It's just not, I guess, bringing too many men home is not looked, in my house.
Well,
it's not looked
I can't
good.
I can't say how many men they bring home, but when I met a young lady, I was about 6 months living in this country. She was, I think, 23 at the time. And I wanted her to come and visit me in another town where I live. I live in a port city because I like the water, so I'm right on the beach. And she told me straight up, before I could come visit you, you need to come and meet my mom. And her father wasn't there. He's a seaman, but she had 4 brothers and 3 sisters. And I met the family. We went out to dinner. I spent the weekend down there, rented a hotel and whatnot. And then I think 2 months later, after her son got out of school, which was like the end of November, then she came over and she visited with her son first. And then we kind of got to know each other. And then the next time she came back was for my birthday, which is in December. And then we kind of hung out. The reason why that didn't go anywhere is because she didn't want to move here and come and live with me. She wanted me to move there. And the business I was running it in that state was not going to be a good option for me. And she knew that.
I wanted to point something out that you said, and I'm not mistaken.
Well, I was just going to say, Rojo, he's been on here for a while.
Oh, yes, go ahead.
Yeah.
I don't want to miss it. I'm going to break down my point. Yeah. Go ahead, Rojo.
No, y'all good. I wanted to speak on Les Talk's point when he was talking about women, date up. Most times I don't think women of our culture at least, don't understand. You guys date, or you guys really commit to convenience. You guys don't necessarily date the man that you qualify for. you date a man that's convenient to you at the time, in my opinion, at least. But he was making a point about that, and I wanted to speak on that. But Mr. Lee kind of turned the tables of what the conversation is kind of about at this point. But go ahead, Shantae, what you was gonna say. But I did want to say that to that point.
Let me ask you a question, and it kind of takes into points that Mr. Lee spoke on, and you too, Rojo, or Rojo, whatever you pronounce it.
It's all good, Rojo.
Rojo.
Okay, Rojo.
So not the ho, Rojo. Okay, so Rojo. So I wanted to ask a question. So I know that we're putting a lot of. I know that for me, where I was from Alabama, but I was raised by my mom and my dad.
What part?
So I was ready for marriage at the age of 27. I know Mistaken and I had a side conversation, we always have side conversations. And one of the things that came up is, why is it that men are allowed, Black people are a little different from everybody else because we don't have both parents in the household, but a lot of us don't. Some of us do, some of us don't.
Right.
Well, why is it that men have their 20s to get it together, but we're expecting women to come out of the womb at 2019 being ready to have it all put together, like she should know better, Why is it that way? I know women mature faster than men, but that much faster?
Quick question. Can I answer that? Was that for me?
I think she was asking Rojo.
Okay, my bad.
You can answer.
I was just taking what he was saying in consideration and what Mr. Lee was saying in consideration.
Okay. Okay, since I can't answer it, that saying that they always threw out there that women mature faster than boys, that's a lie. You mature biologically faster than us. You can bear children faster than we can create them, in a sense. Really,
right,
not
but
really.
That's not mental. That has nothing to do with how you're mental.
Yeah, exactly.
Brain.
It has nothing to do with mental.
Right.
Women and men do not mature faster than each other. There have never been any proven science that proves that women mature faster.
I would say about 1 or 2 years, for sure.
It's actually 3.
Okay, if y'all want to take whatever y'all want to take to make yourselves feel better, I'm just saying.
At 3 o'clock in the morning,
but understand that. But women, you have a lot of women that run and carry that tote and run down the lane with it and say, like, yeah, we mature faster than the boys. It doesn't matter. Most people don't really mature to the point of 27. They don't really, like, it kicks in and they figure it out at 27. And some people don't even figure it out at 27. I cover videos.
Figure it out earlier than 27 and they're successful at it, but it's not a one size fits all.
Some people,
and so what I'm hearing is that men are placing all this emphasis on the maturity of women at 21 and 22. Like it's, they should know better. They can't make mistakes because they should know better. But men are allowed to make mistakes.
This is the point. This is the point, though. I usually talk about majority and minority. Because think about it. If a woman made a bad decision at that age, guess what that means? A man made a bad decision at that age. I'm talking about majority of the time, because there's only a small percentage of men that are having interactions with the women. So it might be this one guy having these same interactions with 20, 30 girls. There are a lot of men out here that are not having these same interactions with women. So I always talk about the majority, minority. I talk in generalities, me personally, but like, I know everybody can't get on that board, but like, it's not all men. It's really not. It's like maybe like 1/3 of men. But when men talk about all women, it's probably about 2/3.
If you usually do talk about all women, it's usually coming from a hurt place.
Like, women just are not taught, and men are not taught. Men are not taught how to be men. Women are not taught how to be women. Like, let's be real about it. We don't have families anymore. Can we just cut through the chase? Like, all this in between stuff, we don't have families. So we don't have a father in the household to teach to actually set structure up. And we don't have women that actually have men and want to keep men around. Like, women think submission is a negative thing. It's not. You submit to somebody. That's actually a willing thing to do. Women don't want to submit. Women want to do whatever they want to do. And that's why we got this community that we got, because men didn't step in and say, no, you're not doing it.
Well, I think JV is right on that point, that in the Black community at large, we're not raised to build families continuously as men and women. So many of the young men don't have the priorities set from their growing up as teenagers. They just want to, get a notch count. They just want to have as many women as they can. And
Knock
they
'em
live
off.
that life sometime into a much longer period. The problem, I think, what Shantae was trying to get clarified, why a woman need to get it together earlier, is really because she has a biological clock with regard to if she's going to get with a man and have a family.
And there's
And
also pressure from that too.
But
and
that doesn't mean maturity just because her biological, because we see from experience that just because you have a biological clock and you're having kids doesn't necessarily mean maturity.
Let me finish my point.
Okay.
My point is because we don't have cohesive nuclear family and extended family with aunts, uncles, and grandparents, and a community as a support, that the woman don't get the opportunity to mature up because she doesn't have that support from other family members, females, that can bring her into her womanhood. Like back in the day, young men used to come into that trial where they could become a man. So a man have a longer period to get resources. In time past, he would work the same business his father had, and he would become master of that skill. So by the time he was, if he started at the age of 15, by the time he was 30, he had 15 years experience. He knew that skills. The people in the town knew him, and they matched him up with a woman that he grew up with, and they started to build together. And by the time he is 45, he done have 3, 4, 5, 6 kids, and his father now 70, and he's about to die, and he's going to take over the business, and he's raising his kids the same way. But today, we work for corporations. We live in various communities. We don't associate with families so close. So the women don't have the infrastructure to guide her into her womanness as she become 21, 22, 23. She has to figure it out for herself. The man is doing the same thing, but he doesn't have that clock. And because he have time and he's going after resources, it's going to take him 10, 15 years to get the resources. So if he start working in 2021, by the time he's 36, he's probably got 10 years under his belt in a particular craft or skill, something that's marketable, something that he could start making real money with. He can change jobs, move up the ladder, get a manager's position, and start making salary. So these are some of the things I think that when we talk about Black men and Black women, Black men have a slower trajectory for him to decide to make a family, whereas a woman have a shorter trajectory to make a family. And not only that, she has to learn it all in that same period of time and choose a good guy. And we don't have that kind of interrelations where you know who is a good guy because you don't know the family they come from. You don't know their background. There's so many things that are missing. And like what I see in Latin America, the families know the families. You grow up together in school. So even when some of them get married at 21, 22, 23, the husband will go get a mariner's license and go on a ship. He's away 6 to 7, 8 months at a time. But his wife is living home with his mother or with her mother and her father and the whole family. So she ain't running off doing nothing. Now, she could sneak, but if she sneak and get busted, it could destroy the whole family. It could bring shame on the family. So there's stigmas.
So I get I absolutely get what you're saying, and I completely agree with what you're saying. But what I'm trying to say is everything that you're saying is making sense about the 10, 15 years between men. But women could possibly be making these mistakes because they have not matured the way that they're choosing wrong, like you said, and because they don't have a father in the home to vet the men.
Well, it's even a little bit deeper than that. And society has taught women these days that your personal happiness trumps everything.
I ain't gonna lie, I actually like that. I like that.
I think I can agree with that.
I like that.
But I don't even think it's just women. I think our society as a whole, in general, focuses on what makes you happy. Yeah, your personal personal happiness.
That's not universal.
But in other cultures, like I know, like in I can only speak African culture. Like it is a collective mindset when it comes to certain other cultures. Like when you do things, it's not the I, it is the we. What's going to be in the best interest of the community or the family. Whereas in American culture, we are more centered around what's going to be best for me.
And it's even better, deeper than that. It's just like no one wants to make sacrifices no more. We live in a world where we want everything now. No one wants to build anything.
Oh, they want. Listen, let me just tell you this. We just had a whole conversation about women. So the problem is, I know you're a white man, but let me tell you about a black woman. The problem is, let me just say that wasn't an insult. I was just, it's 3 o'clock. Okay, just take the joke.
I guess I'm not married to one, and I don't know.
I don't think that was a joke.
I'm joking with you, Mike. So listen, we were just having this conversation when we were having the female power. A lot of women are being with these guys. So there are a lot of women who are with broke men right now as we speak. A lot of them. Okay. And they help these men get on their feet and these men leave them.
Okay.
So there is
you want to know what?
No. Let her keep going. Let her keep going.
Right. So for black women, we cannot deny that does not take place because it does.
Mm-hmm.
You may not be in your household. You may not be that person, but that does take place too with a lot of women. And we gave
it happens in the white community too.
It happens everywhere.
I always wondered.
Hold on. Y'all need to let her finish. Let her finish.
Okay.
Go ahead.
And this is not the vast majority. Absolutely not.
Yeah.
But this does happen to some women. Okay. And to sit here and say that black women aren't there for the building. We already know the average black man makes $40,000. Not all of these men are single. They're with somebody. Somebody is riding it out with them. Okay, they're not just sitting at home alone.
But they're not married.
Hold on. Let her finish.
Y'all just said Pookie and Ray Ray get the girls, right? So Pookie and Ray Ray, I would assume, is not that man who's on top. So somebody's riding it out with Pookie and Ray Ray. You know, there's women who at jail getting a collect call. I'm not that chick, but there are women who are doing that. So let's not sit here and say women aren't willing to build with men or ride it out with them. Because I think we are one of the fewer races that do that the most.
All right. I'm a can I say shit over here?
Well, keep it clean.
JBJ, are you saying that men
preferably not?
Okay, here.
Saying that black men who make $40,000 a year are single. All of them.
Black men make on the average $44,000 a year. Black women make on the average like what?
38.
39.
Okay, that's still building with somebody.
Okay, here. Think about this. We're not arguing about building.
Okay. Oh, okay. Then what we're talking about?
We're not arguing about building because like we always like to say that women always look for resources and status. No, and men always look for looks. Mm-hmm. No, women look for looks too first. That's actually the number one thing that y'all look for. Y'all look for a guy that looks good. Yeah, and that's why y'all end up with the Pookie and the Ray. Think about this. That's why y'all end up with a lot of Pookies and Ray Rays. Y'all look for a guy that looks good. And then just say he looks good and his D game is on point.
I won't say
this was something that was said on this panel a couple of days ago. That was actually he's echoing something I've heard. Y'all talking.
Oh, somebody said this the other day.
A couple of days ago. Yes, on this Lapeef.
So what was the quote?
They was talking about the quote when they was speaking in terms of like yo, I can't just be with a completely busted dude because somebody I think was referencing that ugly dudes will be faithful or the short dudes will be faithful. The dudes that are less desirable. And it was like, well, somebody was like, well, I ain't just gonna get with a completely busted.
Let that man finish his point, man. Why everybody gotta interrupt that man while that man talking, man? Let that man say his point.
Oh, who this nigga is? Wait, chill your ass
That's
out.
what I was about to say. This
Right,
is
I was like, you were the moderator.
I'm literally wait. All right,
Everybody be respectful.
I'm clarifying his point. Yes, it's correct. We did say here because I gave the analogy of a bomb. You know what I'm saying? He has no character, so they correct.
That's
So listen.
This goes back to my point of women will commit to convenience. This goes back to that point. If a man is broke,
your point. I was talking about
no, I'm not saying you were. I'm not saying you were. I'm just saying what he just said goes back to my point. If a man is broke, but he putting it down in the bedroom, you guys will stay with that man if it's convenient for you at the time.
If you listen to the
Except
sexual
for
liberation,
Satina
But here's the thing, though. It actually goes deeper than that.
Here, but to finish my point, what he's saying, like, here, I understand that it does go deeper than that. I feel you, Mike Dub. It does go deeper than that. This is a multi-layer type situation.
Yeah,
but that
it's actually very complex.
When it comes to the lust of what black men and black women feel for each other, we lust for certain things. Black men want that girl with the cute face, nice titties, and a fat booty. Black women want that guy that's nice and tall, nice muscles on his body. She can feel like he can protect her. And like the bigger he is, she hopes that, his D game is on point. Like she would hope. So it is what it is, though. And then obviously you got to add in the next caveat that man, if people are around him and they deal with him, it's like, oh yeah, I'm getting something that's worth something because other people value him.
That's
so
true.
yeah, like she's shaking her. Like, hold on, who is
like a man that other women like? You want people to like our man.
But if that's the case, though, do you really love
because
him,
I know I've done it.
Yeah, but
been there, done that, and I'll still do it. I can go out right now if I wanted to and grab some.
Like, I got you, but at that point, you're saying, do you really love him or you just lust over him?
Man, look, the sad part is it's all lust. That's the problem. That's why I said it's a lust problem. I know you heard that at the very beginning, right? I said it's lust. That's our problem.
I don't think I don't think that's necessarily just for black women and black men. I think that's a Western thing.
It's
no, it's not a Western thing.
It's you're saying that people out here just dating people not based off looks and superficial reasons.
That happens across the world, but the problem is you have checks and balances in other parts of the world.
I said West, like America, Europe.
You said that you saying that this doesn't happen across the rest of the world.
I'm just saying I know that it does happen in the West. I have never lived anywhere else, but I know in the West we can be superficial.
Yeah, we are very lustful over here, and that's why I say we need to bring back traditional roles. But the number one group of people that are pushing back on traditional roles, like honestly, we need to have. It needs to get back to the time of I think the early 90s where let's say, okay, here, you go to school or whatever. I'm gonna go to you, Shantae. Shantae, you go to school. As a matter of fact, let me go to Cynthia, whatever her name. What I think it's at
Christina.
It's Christina.
Christina. All right, yeah, Christina. Because Christina been doing all these facial movements. She look kind of cute too.
I've been letting you live. Go ahead.
All right, here you go. Christina, going at you because you look cute. Got that purple lipstick on. Ooh, look at that right there. Goddamn. What state you stay in? But regardless of that, actually would come through.
It's an echo.
You guys in between mute, please. Go.
Whoever just came in got a mute, man. Y'all just messed up my Mac game, man. I can't even do that again, bro. I can't rewind that.
There was no
Be
Mac
happy they did. Go ahead.
It wasn't no Mac game.
No,
I ain't do none of that, man. Come on, man. I thought I did good, man. Look. Y'all see the W behind you.
And health is what I do, and smoking is not in that category. But go ahead.
What's smoking?
Why does this man sound like Dave Chappelle?
He is Dave Chappelle. Everyone's been saying it.
Because Mr. Who put that picture up, so I got to sound like him right now.
Everybody in the comments have been saying you sound like Dave Chappelle.
I actually do. They say it on my own channel. But here, real quick.
I don't think traditional is the 90s, but continue.
Yeah, right.
That's kind of
Okay,
hard.
when is it?
It's really hard in today's times because
I'm talking about when it changed. I wasn't talking about the 90s was a tradition. I was talking about when it changed. All right.
Okay.
Okay. It started changing around the 90s. Like, you know, the 60s when, you know, the women's movement and all that nonsense, all that whoop. But when it really started changing, it was like around the 90s. Y'all. Look, I'm not even, matter of fact, I'm not even gonna do it.
Finish your comment and we'll.
No, I'm not. Go ahead, keep the conversation going. I'm not finna do it because I'm gonna hurt somebody's feelings.
No, you're not gonna
Go ahead.
You're
No
not
one's feelings is about to be hurt. The self-esteem on this panel, whatever you gotta say is
I
not.
think he was trying to say that traditionalism is done. It's kind of hard in today's time because unless you're rich like that, you have to have a 2-income household to survive.
There we go. I like that. I'll take that. That's my answer right there.
Like unless you making it like that, you have to have a 2-income household to live. Especially with the inflation that keep going up. Look at gas right now. It's getting ridiculous.
That premium sucks.
Baby.
Somebody said that premium sucks.
That premium.
Listen, when I got to 70, I almost cried. 70, I was like,
be happy you don't drive a diesel.
Ladies.
I
drive
diesel and premium.
All right, here, I'm gonna ask it. I'm gonna ask it. Can you ladies be an advocate for women to fall in line?
A woman can't fall in line with somebody she don't trust, and the way
Exactly. Don't be with them.
Hold on.
Don't be with them.
Hold on.
No. Don't be with them.
No, listen. The way the trust is built.
Y'all listen.
The way the trust is built is by kind of what Mike was saying, through action. And that happens over time. You have to set a pattern of behavior that will allow someone to determine whether or not this person is trustworthy. So if you are going to lead, then you have to show actions of leadership that a woman can fall in line with. And when you see that, then I think that does happen naturally.
Okay.
I have a question.
All right, no. Before you exit, because I'm about to call that whole statement stupid, and I'm not trying to be mean.
So
I'm not trying to be mean.
You shouldn't let him. He shouldn't lead by example.
I'm not trying to be mean. I know. I'm honestly not trying to be mean.
All the things that you're asking for. Do you have a woman in your life that is following everything that you're saying?
Say that one more time.
Are you single? Or are you in a relationship? But the way you were,
I don't answer questions like that.
Girl,
now, real quick. No, because I already know the rules. I've dealt with so many women in my life that I honestly know how, like, if I answer your question, you're gonna try to flip the narrative for me. So I'm not gonna give you that. No, I'm not.
Listen.
I was just trying to make a statement.
So we can.
Go ahead.
Can I just make my statement? All right. Look. Women should not get into like what you were saying, mistaken. Why would a woman follow a guy like that? Why would a woman let him lead her?
She wouldn't. That's my point. She wouldn't. No woman.
Exactly. So guess what? Exactly. So guess what? That's a non-factor. That should not even be in your argument because you would not deal with a guy that you didn't feel like would lead you. So why are we even talking about that? The only reason that we're talking about that is because a lot of women deal with guys that they know can't lead them. Let's talk about that.
Absolutely.
Because I'm not going to deal with a female that I know that is not going to get on my game plan. I slide them to the side. Did I used to do it back in the day? Yes. So women got to come to terms and understand, like, look, this guy's not the guy for me. I'm not going to deal with him. Well, you don't attract who you are. You attract what you accept. Did y'all get that?
I agree. You teach people how you want to be treated. And
no, you don't teach anybody. If they don't teach you from the get-go, you slide them to the side.
You should know the leadership skills at this point.
But here's the thing.
What they dish out until you stop accepting what they dish out.
Exactly.
Right. No, you don't even give them a chance. You don't give them a chance. Don't let chaos in your life.
But here's
Do
the thing,
not let chaos in your life. And if people would start doing that, then we wouldn't have no problems.
Okay, JP.
Like he stole $20 from me. I'm gonna let him come back in my house. Now he stole $1,000.
Hold on. Somebody need to
I'm not
mute.
trying to be rude, but
okay, you guys.
let some of the other gentlemen say
Yes.
so.
Well, is it Who Daddy Mac?
Who the Mac?
Who the Mac? Oh,
Like they say in New Orleans, you know how they say Wody in New Orleans? Like they say in New Orleans, Wody, but my name is Matt.
Wody Matt.
Hi,
It's
Mr.
just people
Mac.
call me Wody because I have a country accent and I'm from New York.
I'm
So
trying
they
to
call me
say it.
Wody.
You have a country accent and you're from New York. How did
Because
that
I
happen?
lived in New Orleans. Lived in New Orleans for 12 years. I graduated out of New Orleans and went to Southern University, A&M. And I was born in New York, left when I was 7 and came, and now I'm back in the New York tri-state area.
I
So
see
now
it.
that y'all got a
I
little
can see
intro
it.
to me. Yeah.
I like it.
Okay, so
Yeah,
did
now
you
you
have
got an
anything
intro
that
to
you
me.
wanted to contribute to the conversation?
He just is with what the question I was about to ask, piggybacking just off of what you said of the qualities that a man would exhibit to a woman to show her that he is a man worthy of following. This is off of different conversations I've been having in other places. So if a man is getting everything from you that you would expect from a wife, what would you women show a man or exhibit to a man that shows him that you are worthy of being a wife or being chosen to be his wife?
That's crazy.
Can you rephrase that question? I think you said it wrong. Go ahead and do it again.
Yeah.
I do that
All
all the
right.
time. Don't worry.
You made the statement that men need to show women something that they can follow, that they are good leaders, right? Exhibit these things to women that they can trust your leadership. Cool. So that's like showing husband-like qualities. So what is it that women show men that they are applicable wives, that they are good wife material?
Good question.
I can answer.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Fancy.
Mine is just simple. I just think it's like loyalty and honor. And you can honor your household and your family in many different ways. Just simple as that. I don't think it has to be all drawn out.
I think communication is a big part, a huge part of it. How you communicate in different situations and how you handle yourself in different situations.
I would also add respect. Showing him respect. I know a lot of the guys was talking about peace. So I think those are also things that you can show at the dating stage before you get married, to show that is a quality that you have.
I would tell you that respect one is something that I'm huge on, and that's something my mother instilled in me. And that is one of the answers that I really dig right there, the respect thing. Because at least the least that we give to each other as human beings is a modicum of respect, a base level of respect. Even if it's somebody that you don't know or a coworker or whatever, if you're at least giving people the decent, general decent human respect, you can have a functioning conversation with almost anybody if we respect each other at the least.
So let me ask you a question.
I like this line of questioning though too, because see, the thing is, y'all name that, you know what I'm saying, what a woman can offer to a man, you know what I'm saying, as far as a wife. Do you not understand that them is the attributes that a majority of black women lack?
So let me ask you a question, because and this probably
no.
I
agree with you.
Mr. Character, you started off so soft, and I was like, oh, that's good. Oh, that's gonna be good. That's gonna be good. And then you
have a question.
on the end.
Can I just say that the majority of men, well, Mr. Lee said it too, and in the chat, will let you run off the road and have a wreck because they're not gonna fix your tire. That needs to be noted too. I'm not gonna get into that.
No, you didn't say fix the tire. You said give you the money to replace the tire.
There's a difference between fixing the tire and giving them money.
But safety, you don't care if somebody just run off the road.
See, Fancy, you being disingenuous, because if any man will walk outside and see a woman changing her tire, I don't give a fuck if he a Pookie Ray Ray. I don't give a fuck if he the president of the United States. He gonna pull over. He gonna help that woman. So yeah.
So I have a question.
You would hope so.
I've seen it.
Will any woman go over and stop and help a man change his tire?
No. I'll stop to make sure he's safe.
So we not equal, right?
That's very unsafe.
Listen, so let me ask you a question. So what is, because I'm confused here, maybe I'm clueless, but when you're saying respect, can you give me examples of how women are disrespecting you? Because obviously that's an issue in your life.
No, y'all said respect, man. Y'all said respect.
I know, but listen, she was saying that that's something that you should get respect. But it seems like that because I hear it so often. Are there times when women are not respecting you?
Yes. You want to know some ways?
Respect is earned, not given.
Give some examples.
Do you want to know how?
Respect is earned, not given.
You sit there and say,
Can I give an example?
Y'all let him talk.
Oh, that's what I was going to say. You said you wanted an example.
Yeah,
and this is
Mike
my
is
personal
No.
from.
I wanted to hear him say it.
Sorry. Go ahead, Mike.
I've actually heard this before. You sit there and say you want me to open up to you, right? You want me to express my feelings, but why does my feelings upset you? Especially if that critique goes to you. And so what you start doing is that you start getting offended by it. And then you start, because I'm mad, I'm gonna make you mad too.
This goes also back to communication. So when you have certain conversations, and I was saying this on a previous episode, I stopped talking to a guy who checked all the boxes based on how he communicated in certain situations. So we're having a disagreement and he wants to go ahead and diagnose my mental illness and he wants to tell me this, that, and the other. And I'm like, look, we're just having a conversation. We had a disagreement. Why we could go back and forth. So I think that comes with the vetting process of how you communicate before you get to respect. Because you're not going to respect somebody you can't communicate with.
That's disrespectful though, right there, what you just said. If you're losing in an argument and you start to get personal,
right,
that's very disrespectful.
Which is why I don't speak to him no more. It's not fair.
But see, the thing is, the hardest thing for a part of respect is the hardest thing that and then I'm just being honest with Black women is, I told you the biggest divide in the Black community is a lot of times they don't concede to facts. They would take facts and they would spin the scenarios and make so many excuses. So I don't know what the argument was with you and that dude, but I'm not going.
I can tell you.
Yeah, it was probably he voted for Donald Trump and you voted for Joe Biden.
Get out of here.
That was not it. It was actually, the question was taking the concept of married at first sight. If people who made a connection and they committing to each other for 3 months, would you be able to do it? Could you be able to do it? And would it work? Instead of people just meeting somebody, you have a connection and then you dip out. I thought it was like a superficial conversation, but it's okay. We could talk about whatever you want to talk about. I said, well, as women get older, their time clock changes. They're not going to be spending 3 months in a committed situation that they're not going to want to be committed to. So then it turned into, why you got to be so negative and da 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 da. And it was like, no, I'm just bringing a different perspective to the conversation. So that's
well, you have urgency at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you do. I mean, 90 days.
The women usually have urgency as time goes by.
Correct.
So that's why
correct.
3
So
months become an issue.
If you're 38, which is what I brought to the attention, it's like, yeah, it's a great concept of people wanting to actually spend time to work out issues. But when it's later in life, you're not going to be.
See,
well, what I've gathered so far from the conversation, it seems like he was projecting his issues.
Hold on. I'll give you a real example, right? I'm gonna give you a real example of what happened to me. I was living in Hawaii, and then my kids was with me, and their mom had came down, and then she would let my boy do whatever he wanted to do. So, and it was Hawaii, so it's hot. So she would let him ride his scooter with flip-flops. So I always told her, I said, don't do that. That's dumb. You know what I'm saying? You a scooter's not meant to ride with flip-flops. You know what I'm saying? If he fall, it's gonna be over. So one morning, and if anybody lived in Hawaii, you know it rains a lot. So they was riding to school. He had this flip-flop on. And I asked him many times to allow them kids to ride the scooter in flip-flops. She did it, right? And then Make a long story short, my son was riding to school in flip-flops. He fell in the water. It was pouring down raining when they was on the way to school. He fell in the water. She left my kids under a building so she can run home, get a change of clothes, and get the car so she can go take him to school. So now, and she jogged off, she ran all the way back to the house. So that goes to the point where it becomes disrespectful because she just couldn't concede that, you know what, I was right and she was wrong. That she will run out. She could have made a quick phone call and said, hey, look, you know what, this will happen, come pick me up. But she would rather try to backhand it and do, I mean, it's ridiculous. And like I said, in my lifetime, women has done this so much. They cannot see to the facts. Just like all these people, I'm going to throw this out here. All these people who voted for Joe Biden. You know where all these people at now? All these women that was running around saying that now, they're quiet. You can't even get them to have conversations about politics.
Logic. Here's the thing.
I was going to give you an example in my marriage where my husband, he did point out something that he felt was disrespectful and I didn't realize it. So one of the things for him was he felt I didn't trust his judgment when it came to the kids in the way that he handled certain things. Now, for me as a mom, my automatic reaction is going to be the protection of my children. So if I felt that he was being too harsh, I'm like, no. Like, chill, don't say, stuff like that. And one day he had to tell me, he was like, first thing, I love my kids, so I'm not going to do anything to hurt them. Second thing, if there is any point in time that you disagree with me, don't do that in front of the kids. You need to pull me to the side, and we need to have this conversation after the correction has been done. And whether I'm wrong or right in that moment is not your place to say anything because I find that to be disrespectful.
Okay.
That's my judgment. That's one thing, but don't do that in front of my kids.
Did he have to tell you that?
But here's the thing, though.
I want to give an example though, real fast. Do you see this comment?
Yes, please make it a long. Please make these fast comments because it's 3:43. So y'all putting me to sleep. It's like a story time.
No. I'm saying this. Is this comment true?
About women don't know how to be respectful.
The comment below.
Oh, I didn't see. Oh, women weren't even saying anything about Biden.
Is this true?
Yeah, I think first of all, some people just don't talk about politics like other people do. That's kind of like really, people don't talk about politics. But the person I voted for, I still stand by the person I voted for. I don't know how everybody else feels. I don't jump ships like that. So because I vote according to what benefits my household.
I'd like to add something to what Ms. Taken just said. That correction that your husband gave you, I think is a very good example because I had to give my wife a very similar conversation as well. Because what that does, it undermines you in the eyes of the kids.
That's what he said.
And what happens is when the kid is 3-4 years old, it's not a big deal. But when they're 7, 8, 9, they start to manipulate mommy against daddy. So those are some of the things that can become an issue later on when the kids start playing the psychological games between the parents. You want to be able to show a form of unity, especially when you're bringing up children, that mom and dad see life the same way and have the same objectives for you guys, the kids, whether there's one or whether there's more. But I think one thing also that for me, that's one of my rules that I live by as it pertains to relationships. And I usually let a woman know early before we become a thing in the dating phase. Public disrespect is not accepted. If you disagree with me on something, tell me later. Don't make no big scene in public. I was raised where you keep your family business in the house. And if you disrespect a man in public and you get loud, that says something about you, the woman, but it also make the man look like he's weak. And that for me is like a deal breaker. Maybe one time I'll let it go if maybe you came from a life where you were able to do that with your ex, but the second time I would never let it go, because then it's a behavior. It's something how you move, what you do. So I think those are the things where sometimes women don't even realize that they're increasing their tone and they're getting more in a commanding way in which they speak. And then they're not respecting you when you say, hey, chill. We could talk about this later. And sometimes a woman, we could talk about it now.
But you
and
also
whether you're
got
out
to
to
take
dinner,
into, oh, I'm sorry.
no, I'm saying you could be out to dinner or you could be out with friends. And if you're out with friends, that's extremely embarrassing because the women in those relationships are taking notes on you. And Lord forbid, if it's a business event that you're with your wife or your significant other, that could really put you in a position that can compromise your advancement, right? So those are things.
Why do women have the
Lee.
need to want to discuss it now?
You
Even
know,
if
it
it's
depends on. Let me just tell you, for me, I try not to be disrespectful because that's just not my character. I don't like hostility. Even when I'm having an argument, I just, for this peace sake,
well,
I'm just like, okay.
Congratulations to you and the 7 women that live on this earth. But
I just get anxiety when I'm arguing with somebody.
Talk your shit, Mike.
But listen, but what I'm saying to you is, it just, for me, in order for me to get to that point, it has to be something that of like, you made a huge mistake. You know, I try to compromise as much as possible, but if you making dumb mistakes that can cause like real crazy mistakes, then I will address it, you know.
Well, one thing that I noticed that women disrespect is they don't agree with you. They're not getting their way. You told them no, or you proved them wrong.
I've seen that, but I've seen that on both. I don't think that's a black woman thing. I think that's women.
That's women. That's
right.
women.
That's what he said.
That's
He said
all
women.
I'm happy you said
that's
it.
Women. Yeah, that's women. That's women in general.
But
that's
because they're emotional creatures. They're coming from an emotional state.
But you know what?
Give an example.
But this is where black women take it to another level, and I didn't seen it on all sides. I didn't seen it where another racist says stop, right, and they'll stop, especially if they're in public. You know what I'm saying? It seemed like stop to our women in public mean turn the fuck up. Like, I swear to God, we speak another damn language. Like,
well, that's a reason behind that logic.
And then they had the nerve to say, "How dare you tell me to stop?"
No, but address the reason. Address the reason.
No, this is what it is, though. It's like, I mean, I can assume a reason, and then we can throw our theories out there. But the main reason,
theory.
It is a theory, man. I mean,
okay.
I mean, okay. Can you say it's a fact? Why they do it?
Tell me what you think it is.
He's not a woman. How did he know?
How you gonna identify the reason they do it as a fact?
I would say if a woman does that to you, she does lack respect for you. The man that she's with, she lacks respect for him, and she does not care if she does. She does not care if she loses him.
There you go.
Yep.
That's the reason.
Either that or her.
Because a man that she minds losing, she's not going to do that to.
Nah, because I've even seen women that they still do that, even to the woman that they don't want to lose.
She told you what it was, man.
I don't know that's
told
the
you.
truth.
She just told you what it was.
I have seen women who lost men, good men, because of their mouth.
Yeah, because they stupid.
That's because I think they look back in hindsight, and when the heart grows fonder when they're lost. But at that moment, she didn't feel like it was that big of a deal.
Do y'all think that there are any good women on earth?
Say again?
Do you think there are any good women on earth?
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely.
Why y'all can't find them?
Janelle Monáe out there single, ain't she? Janelle Monáe single out here.
Fancy accent.
I'm just saying.
Janelle Monáe is out here.
Nurse Fancy.
She's also fluid, Wody Mac.
I was going to ask Nurse Fancy
say again?
question.
She's fluid.
Can I ask a question to the gentleman?
I bet she is.
Okay, never mind that. I can't ask you that, Nurse Fancy.
If a woman disagrees with you, because this is where I see a lot of times men will say that women have attitudes or they don't know how to be submissive. When a woman disagrees with you and wants to share her viewpoint, how should she do that?
Well, first,
hold on. First, hold up.
It's one word, peacefully.
Go to logic first.
You
Go to
gonna
logic
go
first.
Excuse me, hold on. I'm sorry, and y'all might say I'm being masculine, and I'm really trying not to be. But let's talk with JBJ. Let Shantae. She's the moderator. You know, let her. You know, go ahead, or one of us. Your guest.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. No,
I have
Okay,
an example.
go ahead and let us stake it, and then Nurse Fancy, and then we'll open it up again. Go ahead, mistake.
Who?
No, I asked the question already.
Right. I would respond to it.
Okay, go ahead.
Who's first? Hey, what's up, brother?
I'll go first. What I would say is that it all depends on this, where the disagreement takes place. If it's a conversation in the home, she has free reign to be able to speak, whatever she wants to say. If you're out in public with friends and the man says one thing, but she know it's wrong, and she know he knows it's wrong, and she corrects him, she's overstepping. Because he said it because he wanted to say it. But she has to learn to follow the man's lead, and she could give him a look like, you know what you just said? And don't say nothing. But what she will do is that she'll take liberty and say, no, it wasn't that. It was and drop the whole. And I didn't want to tell them that. So sometimes women don't know how to follow a man's lead. And then that situation builds up because the man then will get upset and he would say, yo, why did you do that? And then he'll start checking her because she already stepped out of line. He's going to check her right there. And then she's going to come back. And the next thing you know, you got an argument building right in front of friends at a table, you're having dinner or wherever the situation may be. And now it just blow up beyond a point. And then when you get home, you got a bigger issue, right? So that's how sometimes I think some women don't know when to follow a man's lead. And that may just be because she don't know the man well enough, or she hasn't paid enough attention to him, or like Kevin Samuel said, they just want to be right. So if they see you say or do something wrong, they're going to correct you just like that, not knowing how you're moving in that particular situation and following your lead. And that was actually the question I was going to ask you, Ms. Taken, earlier when you guys were talking about a woman following a man's leadership, is that are our women able to follow leadership? Because a lot of times what I hear in this space is, I even hear men say it, which I find confusing, but I hear men say, she won't let me lead. That's an issue. Because if you're a leader, you should just lead. If she's bucking up against what you're doing, she's not submissive. Kick her to the curb. She doesn't know how to follow leadership.
That sounds like a controlling issue.
It's not a controlling issue, and that's what women will say.
I'm talking about from the woman's perspective.
Okay, you guys.
No, I'm talking about from the woman's perspective.
Women,
right? That's what the woman would say.
I'm talking about from the woman's. I'm talking about from the woman's perspective.
Let her answer real fast so we can answer the.
I was gonna say, I do think women at times misconstrue leadership with control, and I will be the first to admit that I am one of those women, and I'm currently in development of learning that. And the reason I say that is because, and I've said this before, I grew up in a household with a mom that was very submissive. And my dad at that time could not appreciate what he had. And so in regards to seeing that, I saw the messaging that I got was, if you are like that, like my mom, a man will walk all over you, a man will take advantage. So
you have a man like your dad.
Hold on, let her finish.
Well, and so in the relationship that I was currently in, that I'm, married to my husband, but prior to us getting married, little things that he would ask me that had nothing to, I guess, even do with control. I read it as control. Like we're both watching TV and he's like, oh, can you go get me a sandwich? And see, in that regard, my mom would do something like that. But for me, I read that as, oh, no, he ain't gonna control me. No, you can go get your own sandwich. Stuff like that. So I had to eventually learn to decipher between when it truly was a control issue versus him just asking me to do a favor or doing something for him. And that's something that I know for me is going to be an ongoing work in progress, because there are times where it may be something that he says or does that's a trigger for me. But that's for me to work on.
Hey, let me ask you something. Wait, hold on. Can't let me mistake. Now, can you tell that either this brother right here is either high or drunk or something, right? Can you tell?
Yeah.
Okay. So now when I try to handle the situation, right, what did you do?
I didn't hear you. I'm sorry. I didn't hear you try to handle the situation. I'm sorry. Did you?
Talking about?
I don't know what he's talking about.
I'm sorry.
It wasn't mistaken. It was actually Shantae, but Logic, I caught that.
No.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
It was actually mistaken. Look at the replay. I'm just saying this, right? See, women want to be protected, right? But when they and I'm just look, this not a
she
shot.
did interject, but I said let Logic handle it.
Yes. See, because the thing is that you muted mistaken.
I don't think he heard you.
I said that I didn't even hear you. If I heard you, I would have, because I do think men need to handle other men.
Yeah, because that's I saw, I'm just being honest with you. Ain't no shade at you, partner. But once I saw that someone right with him, you know what I'm saying? Then I got back on the panel. And you know what I'm saying? I don't know what he is, sleepy, drunk, high, I don't know, but it's something. So now the thing is that women got to take a step back. Because he say something crazy to you, y'all gonna go back and forth. And then once you cross that line, then what I look like, then I'm look like a simp. So you know what I'm saying? You gotta let men handle situations.
That's what I was trying to get to, Mr. Lee, was that some women have to be in control of everything, to the point where they will not let the man lead because they have controlling issues. And so they were big and fight with you. And that's actually why a lot of women choose the Pookies and Ray Rays, because it's a controlling thing.
I'm gonna keep
control.
I'm wondering. Let Mike Dub finish, man. Let Mike Dub finish.
Mike, I want to ask you a question on that, because I hear that.
Before you ask him a question, I'm gonna say something after, man. Go ahead and finish out, man. Finish out, man.
Mike, you got to mute up. You've got something in the background.
Yeah. Somebody's echoing or
Mike,
something.
Yes, Mike.
Mike Dub, now you say it was a controlling issue. If you are dealing, again, we want to say the Pookies and Ray Rays type, if we're going to use that archetype of individual, generally we're also talking about people who are argumentative, aggressive, and disagreeable. And I'm talking about the men that are Pookie and Ray Ray, so to speak, archetype, right? Emotional, argumentative, disagreeable, so on and so forth, right? So why then would it be a control issue if you're dealing with somebody who is emotionally unstable and aggressive?
Because usually the woman has
toxic relationship.
Yeah, but usually the woman has leverage, i.e., he's using her car, he's living at his crib, stuff like that. And so she has leverage, meaning that she can kick him out whenever she wants.
I think he's referring to like a broke man, not like.
Can I say something before I leave?
I think it's a completely different demographic. But Pookie and Ray Rays
but you're right, they're both Pookie and Ray Ray. I think he's talking about
Pookie and Ray Rays can be well off, and the definition of a Pookie and Ray Ray is not necessarily
right, they're not all broke.
Economic status.
Right.
All right. Can I say
something? People consider future a Pookie, if you want to say in that same way. Chris Brown considered a Pookie. Right. Earl Thomas, a Pookie. You know what I mean? Let's keep going on the line.
God damn.
Absolutely.
Can I say something before I leave?
It is a control. Has something to say.
Nah, I'm just trying to get out of here. You ain't had to full screen me like that, but it's all right. I got a hat on, so you know I can cover my face.
Well,
yeah, I'm gonna get up out of here. I think Logic did that. Logic. When I see you, I'm punch you in the nipple. How about that? But regardless of that, though, Look, man, look, we're arguing semantics right now. Like this is nonsense. Like we already know that men lead, women follow, and that's the basic biology that we need to fall behind.
But the black men have not been leading.
Yeah, but that's behind other.
Just let him finish, Mr.
Oh,
right?
Lord.
I mean, is that
who
true?
who said that? Who said that? But the black man ain't him been leading. Who said that?
I'm saying that. I'm saying that.
Okay, hey, Sage,
Don't.
you old
Yes.
enough to understand why.
Please don't.
Yes,
Please don't.
but you're saying
Please
it as
don't
though
go there.
we have been living up to our roles, and we're not.
The
So you have
only
to-
group of
you have to
people in
craft
this entire
statements more
community,
accurately.
like, okay, hold up, go ahead and finish it out before I
No, I'm
say
just
something.
saying, if you're going to make a statement, make it to be more accurate. As
Nah,
to
you know what? I'm gonna just remove him,
generalization.
brother. Hey, go ahead. Yeah, cause go ahead, bro. Cause look, hey, it's good.
Yeah, don't put
Well,
that
in
there.
his defense, it is Friday
Don't put
night.
that there. Just let him say what he had to say and exit.
Damn, I'm
Hey,
lit.
can
Don't
I
even act
can I
like that.
answer this taken question from earlier? All right, so you were asking how should a woman or I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? It was something about a woman. How should she voice her opinion or
without
basically my
men assuming if
Without
she
being
disagrees.
disrespectful.
Well, right. If she disagrees and voice her opinion, how would y'all like that to be done? Because I think anytime we do that, it seems like we're, have an attitude or being disrespectful.
or viewed as masculine and all that. So my answer to that question would be, and to say he's talked about public, you deal with it a certain way. I don't care where we are. The best and only way to deal with it is peacefully. You can peacefully disagree with a person without getting out of control. So the best way is always going to be peacefully, no matter where you are. Peacefully. And I want to quote Ricky, but last week, like my woman in particular, she knows where and how to say whatever it needs to be said. It's going to always be done with peace. Last week, Ricky was saying how his woman knows how to shut up. Sometimes that's the way to deal with the disagreement. You don't always have to voice your opinion or whatever the case may be in certain aspects when it comes to certain things. Sometimes silence is the best way to deal with whatever the issue is at the time.
You know what
I would add one thing. Take the lead from your man. If you say something, just like how Jada gave Will Smith that look, men do the same thing with their woman. If he give you a look, you're like, oops, okay. And just step down instead of pursuing it.
But I want to add
look
something
for my
to that
woman
too.
and I got to look for my kids. And they're not too different.
Yep. And I also want to add to that too what he was saying about peace. If it's
Sorry,
something that
Sante,
you
I
really,
see your face.
Well,
if it's something that you really feel strongly about, wait till you calm down about it, then talk about it. Because if you're in that emotional state, you're more than likely going to say something you're going to regret.
Yep. True.
That's true. Dang, it got quiet. Y'all want to know what I do?
Yeah,
When
you gonna say something.
So if I'm in love with him, usually I'll just like, baby, and I rub him on his leg because then he get all sensual with them and just spill your piece. Like, I didn't like when you did this. And you
But he ain't going to use the peace technique. That's fucked up.
That's peaceful. That's
they
peaceful
usually
though.
listen. I'm serious.
It works. It
Now,
works.
this is
Because
that's not dangerous. Because I've had situations where they're thinking, I don't want to even give you because mistaken knows what happened that was dangerous that involved my child. That's different. However, if it's something that I just don't I disagree with him, I'll get him comfortable on the couch, maybe beside his feet, like, honey, can we talk? You always talk. Can we talk?
Using your feminine
yeah,
wiles, right? That is the biggest
take it
tool in
the
your
wrong way.
toolbox. That is the biggest tool in your arsenal, using your feminine wiles on the man. And we're gonna respond in kind. That's the one tool that y'all have against us that y'all can use, and we will more than likely we will hear whatever you got to say.
Would you guys agree, just in general, in terms of human nature, that you tend to match other people's energy?
Absolutely.
Yes.
But
Absolutely.
unfortunately,
Yes.
when we match your energy, it is very hostile.
Hold on. So I think sometimes what happens is that men don't necessarily realize the energy when they speak, like how you were just talking about Mr. Ricky. How I remember I was asking him because he could come off kind of gruff in the way that he presents and speaks, and he may not be like that, but just in terms of the way that he speaks, I know for some women, and I've seen it in the chats, and even I kind of felt like it a little bit, is that the way that he presents came off really gruff, and automatically for a woman, she is going to shut down and not even necessarily hear what you say, and the emotion is going to come out. And so I do think just like men want women to respond a certain way, I think men need to approach the way they say things. It's not what you say, it's how you say it. And even when I had mentioned to Brother Ricky about, like maybe toning it down a little bit so what he is saying can be received. I was just told, no, I am who I am, and this is the way I'm gonna. And I don't think that that's right either. I think a lot of times men want women to respond a certain way, even when their approach isn't necessarily the best approach to get the response that you want.
But see, you want him.
Okay, but how is it you understand that as a woman when someone's speaking to you, but then you guys we want to be spoken to a certain way as men?
I couldn't hear your.
He's saying that. Why is it that you feel that you can? So basically, he's saying what you're saying, but flip it. Why is it that you feel like a man should be respectful when he speaks to you, but you don't have to be respectful when you speak to him?
No, I don't. I think both of us need to be.
But just some women.
I'm gonna match who's ever energy. If you come at me a certain way, like if you come rough and you come hard, automatically I know my mind is gonna shut off and not totally be open to what you're saying, because the first thing I'm gonna be is like, "Ooh, who you talking to like that?"
That's basic communication.
But here's the thing. But here's the thing, though. That's where emotions come into play.
No,
your emotions is telling you, "Oh, he's coming at me, so I must get back at him." But is he really coming at me? Is he really coming at you, though?
Well, but that's my point. It's in your approach. Just like you want a woman to stay in their femininity, I think a part of that is your approach as a man is, I know if you know women are emotional, then in your thinking logically, let me say what I need to say and approach it a certain way so she don't get emotional. So if like you had mentioned how last time Ricky has said his woman she just knows how to shut up. She needs to shut up. Just that word alone for me, if you say shut up, that's automatically going to cause a reaction because nobody wants to be spoken to disrespectfully. So
let me ask you a question, Rojo. Rojo, let me ask you a question. But isn't there a certain way you should talk to your lady anyway? She's your lady. You know?
Right, that's what I'm trying to figure. Why?
No. Don't get it twisted. I didn't say I speak to my woman the way Ricky said he does to his. I'm just saying my woman in particular knows how to be quiet when it's necessary, or to shut up, whatever word we want to use. So it's not about how I speak to my woman. I'm just saying she knows her role in our relationship.
Well, I would say this. I don't think. When Ricky is on King Talk, he's speaking in a masculine way because it's a man's show. So he's coming off.
He was on our show, though.
Oh, he was on you guys' show. Oh,
yeah.
Okay, I didn't see that. Okay.
No, so my thing, I agree with you, Mistaken. Like, if you're gonna come yelling at me, I'm just gonna look at you, and I'm just not even gonna speak. And then when you finished, are you done? Are you finished? Like, I have been the person who's very stubborn. I have been the person who's argumentative, and I've learned that it gets you absolutely nowhere.
But I'm also
obviously delivery matters.
And I'm finished. I'm fucking finished.
Hey, look, I've been quiet for a long time now. You know what I'm saying?
Let Christina go.
I've been quiet for a good second. Can I finish?
We're gonna let you
finish. I thought
Hey,
you
pause.
Jesus.
We're gonna let Christina finish her conversation. We'll go to Logic, and then we're gonna let Goddess. I'm sorry, Goddess.
You want me to sit here and be feminine, but y'all don't shut up.
Go ahead, Christina.
Delivery matters, which is why I said communication matters. You're not going to tell me to shut up. I'm not going to listen to you. I'm not going to be receptive of what you have to say. But if you're going to have a conversation as adults, then we can have a conversation. But I feel like at the end of the day, women can be aggressive. I will be queen of stubbornness. I've been there, wanting to just listen for it to make a response. And Tam talked about that. We listen to respond to what you're saying versus receiving it in order to have a conversation. And that's all I wanted to say. Very simple.
I think the misunderstanding is what Ricky said. He didn't say he'd tell his woman to shit up. He said she knows.
Yeah, I know. I just said his woman knows when to shut up.
Let me finish.
How he
control that thing is that.
No, Mr. Logic, for real. Like, after, I didn't know him.
Hold on, Christina. But why y'all can't let me finish? You just did a whole cat fight just 5 seconds ago.
I think Shantae just seen a mouse. She up there losing her mind. I think she just seen a mouse.
110% correct. I'm going to mute my line.
No.
I'm muting, and I'm going to respect your time, Mr. Logic.
No, don't stay on with Christina. I'm put myself next to Christina. Fuck this shit.
Okay, sorry.
All right. So look, no.
See what y'all look like side by side.
That's a good picture. That's a good picture.
I know. All right. So look, this is the thing, right? Is that men frame. When you see Ricky the way he is, he's showing the attributes of a man. Now, if a man should not be able to take you out of your frame, just like you should not be able to take a man out of his frame. That's our whole thing. It's like our women want to come outside of their frame, what they are or what they say they want to be, and they so easily can get pulled out of that. But like, you know what I'm saying? If a man go to that, other men will call them out. Let somebody get up here and start simping to some crazy shit. Every man on here gonna start calling them out saying y'all simping. See, women, y'all got a code. Y'all don't be real with each other. You know what? It should be a code that y'all have that, you know what? I'm gonna hold my sister accountable that if she's get out of her feminine frame, we'll do just like the guys do when somebody come up here and they start showing some feminine type of attribute. That's it. Ricky gonna be who Ricky is because guess what? Ricky is a man. Mr. Lee gonna be. Everybody gonna be who it is. So now we love you when you're sweet, soft. You know what I'm saying? You have your titties shiny. We love that shit about you. So stay doing that. Oh, I would need I'm going.
All I'm saying is that I respect what Ricky says, and I don't disagree with what Ricky says. But I feel like if you want it to be received in a larger audience, Ricky needs to maybe communicate it in a different way. Because it's like night and day, like with Trill. Trill can say, fuck you, ladies. And it might be actually received better than fuck you, ladies. You know what I mean? Like it's just the way you communicate. That's all I'm saying.
But what I would say is that maybe you need to be around more masculine men to learn about different type of masculinity.
I'm around a lot.
Because I'm around masculine and I don't get talked to.
Because men are blunt like that.
Yeah.
Men are blunt
There's
like
nothing
that.
wrong with being blunt. I'm not talking about bluntness. I'm talking about tone because Mr. Logic is very blunt too.
Well, tone is not something that men concern themselves with.
Yeah, but
let's be for real here. Logic, I'll let you speak. Let me go.
Oh no!
Except when he's talking to a woman.
I just want to look. What you just said, you prove my point. It's you said you want him to talk in such a way. You want him to talk soft. So go ahead. My bad, Mike.
It's not even be soft.
Nah, let's be for real here.
Because you say things, Mr. Logic, very directly and bluntly, and it's received differently. It's a manner of tone. You could be blunt and direct and masculine and have your point, but if you're trying to target an audience, especially a female audience, there's just a manner of you just might have to communicate differently. That's all I'm saying. If you
But
want to
there's
reach
also
the audience that you want to reach,
but there's
Maybe the
also
female
but
have
there's also a deeper
right.
issue too. Is that there's certain topics, there's certain things I could talk to you about. I could whisper it to you, and you still take offense to it.
Well, you know, you're trying to piss somebody off, maybe. Let me
I
say
did
this.
hear again though. I hear
Let me
again is your delivery. Soften your delivery. Soften your delivery is what I'm hearing. Soften your delivery,
say
but that's
whatever you
asking the
want
man
to
to
say.
soften his delivery.
Exactly. You say whatever you want to say. No one is going to be, honestly, if you're on this panel and you are going through the comments and taking them super personally, then you probably shouldn't be on this panel because people are going to have their own opinions. But if you want to give information that I think is valuable for people to change, and you want corrective behavior, you can't do it negatively. People are not going to receive it. That's just normal communication.
Hold up now.
Okay,
when you
real
say
fast,
negatively, go ahead.
You guys, I'm sorry. Goddess has been ever so patient. And I really wanted to get her to.
Sorry, Goddess.
She even had her hand up.
I'm sorry. I
It's okay.
apologize.
Thank y'all for having me on the panel.
Hi, Goddess.
First things first is I've just been hearing control issues and toxic masculinity from the guys. Okay. And you know, when I got with my husband early on in our relationship and there were communication issues, I had to voice to him, are you my husband or are you my daddy? And we have to establish that. You can talk to me as your wife. Your tone matters, my tone matters. And I feel like respect is equally down the line. What I hear is passed down aggression from some of the guys. And then a statement, what happens in this house stays in this house, is the most horrific statement that they ever could have created. Because when you say that and trauma goes on in the house, you're not going to speak outside of the house because you were programmed. What goes on in this house stays in this house. So let's chop that up, screw it, throw it out.
Before you move that point,
I'd like to address that too.
I'm almost done, y'all.
No. I'm just saying, ma'am. It's called a conversation. You stated a point, so
right. You can't just.
You can't just.
done.
I know, ma'am, but
let us have it written down.
Okay, so how about this? Because she wants. So this is what I do when people are talking. So I just jot down little notes of things that I want to go back and address. So go ahead. She feels more comfortable getting it all out, and then we'll go back and address it individually. Okay.
Thank you. And the statement, she knows when to shut up or she knows how to shut up. I'm not your kid. I'm not your pet. I don't just know when to. Mary J. Blige said it in her song, say what's on your mind. Okay? Say what's on your mind. Don't wait until next week. Don't wait until tomorrow. Because what that does, it festers up in you. And another thing I want to point out was childhood trauma. These women that y'all are getting with, how much do you know about them? Do you just know about their appearance? Or are you asking, you know, are you in therapy? Have you ever seek therapy? Have you ever had any trauma in your life? So be aware of who you're dealing with. And did your dad tell your mom to shut up in front of you? And how did you enjoy that? And women have it harder than men in general. So let's just say that. Women have to fight 10 times, 100 times harder than men. So those are the points that I wanted to throw out there.
Thank you,
guys. I'd like to address one thing.
Oh, go ahead. I want to talk about toxic masculinity.
So
like to address...
what was the first thing that you stated, Goddess? Just the first line.
Control issues and toxic masculinity.
Did anybody want to speak on that?
Yeah, it's like when you say toxic masculinity, that's just like saying flammable gas. I mean, it really, when people say toxic masculinity, like what is that?
Basically, you're using your masculinity in a negative fashion. To overpower.
Is this a word or somebody made this up?
I agree.
It's kind of a made up word because we weren't using this word years ago, but it's basically in terms of being men are aggressive, the things that are naturally man-like. So men that want to be warlike, like warriors, men going to war. That's some people seeing that as toxic. Men abusing others, just say others in general. People call that toxic behaviors. men, basically anything you do that would be considered a crime, people call that toxic.
Kevin Samuels, toxic masculinity.
So listen,
Well, not everything that's
I
considered a
talk about
crime is toxic.
But
Okay.
listen, so what I think she's saying is when you're using your masculinity, but it's in a more toxic way. Like the masculine men I know don't have to talk down to women. They're masculine, but they can use it in a different kind of. They approach it a little bit different than like shut up or or show like I'm the man, and it's like so bluntly in your face.
But
I don't want this to be contentious. I don't want this to be contentious, but I do notice though with this, when there's a certain times there's an imbalance in the home, you generally get a group of men that women complain about. But when there's the first teachers that most people have is the parents, right? And if you have, again, with people that we call toxic, showing these over emotional traits, hyper aggressive, so on and so forth, I got to go look back in the home, and it can be one parent, both parents, but generally it's always going to be one parent. And who is the commonality? We don't know. You go dig into that, if you will, what you will out of that. But then it seems like those type of broken homes are building the men that we so-called call toxic. Who is the first teacher?
We agree with that.
Who is the first teacher?
The parent, yes. So, anybody else have anything to say about the first comment? The first.
I do. Okay. And this is no attack on you, goddess. But toxic masculinity is a defense mechanism that women like to use when you can't control a situation with the right type of man. Y'all want to run a toxic masculinity as a term that y'all use as a defense mechanism. It's not toxic masculinity for a man to be a leader. That's not called toxic masculinity. It's not called control.
So let me ask you a question.
Leading. It's a man leading.
So let me ask you a question.
I'm sorry, hold on a second. The right woman knows how to fall into that leadership. The wrong woman calls it toxic masculinity.
So let me just say this.
That's called abuse.
Let me just say this. Telling somebody, an adult, to shut up. There are other words that you can use besides shut up. It's very rude.
I never said I told my woman to shut up. I never said that.
Ricky
I
never
said my
said
woman
that.
knows when to shut up.
Hey, so I got a question for Goddess. Goddess, is your man toxic masculine? Is he a toxic masculine?
No, I want to say this. We weren't perfect when we got together.
Well, if he was toxic masculine, then he probably cleaned that garage.
Well, first of all, no. Let me correct you on this, because I have a cleaning business, my love, and this is actually going to be my project because I do before and after photos. So if you would like to book a cleaning service, you can definitely book one.
You see how when you give pushback, then they will sometimes hit below the belt, and that was not nice, Mr. Logic.
I always joke.
He jokes a lot.
I know it's a joke, but
I joke on everybody. Stop the cap.
Something serious right here now. Toxic.
But listen, can we agree that just how y'all say it, we have to be accountable and say it's toxic females, or that it's toxic men too. Yeah. You didn't give her a chance to say what she felt like was so toxic. I think anytime we y'all give pushback and it's a circular thing without an example, I think that's toxic. I think it's more women in line than there are that are not. Because I don't know these women that y'all are talking about. I don't know them. And I just think that the people that y'all are, it got to be a little number. Y'all just won't pick. What is wrong with
Fancy?
y'all? Yes.
Miss Fancy, you don't live in certain neighborhoods too. I just had this conversation earlier with somebody. I can use, for example, my neighborhood being in Newark, New Jersey.
Go ahead.
Well, I would use, and I don't know, you seem so fancy. You seem so refined, like you're out in the suburbs somewhere. That's what I'm over evaluating.
She's a Southern girl. Stereotype. She could be from one of the roughest hoods. Stereotype. Go ahead.
I'm stereotyping
rural areas. We spoke on it before.
Well, I'd like to get to the next. Sorry about that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, to be real quick. Quick again. when you saying that, where are these people at, right? When you use that for an example, and I want to think of like cities like Newark, New Jersey, the Bronx, so on and so forth, right? You can have middle class working folks that live among the people who are, we like to call the dregs of society, right? But society, there have to be people who are middle class, working class, that work at the Home Depot, so on and so forth, that make the world go around. But you have your people who are perfectly fine. Oh, my camera. That are perfectly fine, hanging on the corner, making money illegally, so on and so forth, and scamming the government in many different ways. These people do exist. Just because you don't interact with them, which I find that some people who live kind of isolated away from people they don't associate with, these people exist. So you may not encounter them, but just like there's black and white, there's always gray area before you get to either end.
I'm gonna tell you my background because you don't know me. Okay. And I do live whatever. But my mama is from the projects, and my grandmama didn't move out until they knocked them down. My daddy had the bag, so I always was in the projects. So it's not about where you live. I can be on either side. I can go there and maintain, and I can go and do what I do and be okay. My question is, why are you there? Why are you around people that you don't want to be around, and then you complain about those are the people that you're choosing?
But what he's trying to say is that people exist outside your bubble.
And I'm
I'm
telling
saying.
you, Mikey,
Again.
you know, I'm telling you, I can be outside of a bubble. I can be anywhere, and it's where you choose to be. If you choose to be in the hood, you finna find the hood girl. If you choose to be over here, this is what you're gonna find. And y'all are always saying you find this type of person.
But
why are you there?
But you
But
usually
what you were
that's
saying
the
is that your statement was that these people don't exist. Where are you guys exaggerating because you don't see it and they see it?
Well, I'm saying is, so why are you in that environment? Not, why come you are looking for your mate in that environment if you know that's not what you want? Does that make
And
sense?
again, it goes to the 40,000. It goes back to the point about how much average people make, 40-something K, whatever the case may be. And then you look at major cities, with the average cost of rent is, unfortunately, you may find yourself in poorer areas. And what people do in poorer areas, they generally also are more dangerous and commit more crimes. Because if average people are making about 40K, you're not going to live in a $2,000 a month apartment. Unless
what she's trying to say is that you keep on choosing the same man or women, and you still end up with the same situation after each man or woman, but it's still the same situation. You might want to look at yourself at that point.
But he's making a point. It's the environment where he lives that he's choosing people from where he lives. Oh, that individual.
Exactly, Mr. Lee. Exactly, Mr. And generally, your dating pool is your immediate environment. Your dating pool is what can you expose yourself to.
Right. And also,
you can only expose yourself to.
I wanted to get to the list because there was something that I wanted to address.
Okay.
I think she said something about trauma in the home.
Okay, so let me just say this real fast, and let's just be honest about what Mr. Mack is saying. I get what he's saying, especially when you're talking about dating women with resources. He's going to, realistically speaking, I don't know if this is him, but men are gonna have to date what's around them, because then you're going to talk about men dating up, and you already know how women feel about that. So he may not, whoever's in that 40,000 may not be able to access that woman who is maybe 70, 80,000, who may have a little bit more class to her, because he's not in that price range, and women look at resources.
She live in a different neighborhood.
Whose fault is
She
that?
may live in a different neighborhood.
You said what now?
She may live in a different neighborhood.
Fancy.
She's making 70, 80. She's living in a different neighborhood. Now, in
He's
New York,
in a different class, period.
in New York, they may meet up on the train, because all demographics meet up on the train as you go to work. So that's an opportunity where you can meet somebody from a different class, economic class level in New York, right? So
yeah.
So that's how things can happen. But last year, I believe, didn't a top attorney out of Atlanta got killed? Or did she get killed?
On a Tinder date. Tinder date.
Dating a Pookie? Or what would be considered a Pookie?
Do you got something against Pookies?
I don't have nothing against
it's the terminology people are familiar with.
About the overall conversation with women who are successful dating men that they can control because those men lack resources.
Can we clarify the definition of a Pookie and Ray Ray?
That's what I
again?
was trying to say earlier, Miss.
Again, socioeconomic
What you
status
just
has
said.
not everything to do with it. A Pookie and Ray Ray could be well off.
It's also
I
behavior.
already said
as far
that.
as Pookie and Ray Ray.
I agree with you.
It's a
I agree with you.
mentality.
So when you say
Like
control,
Tulsa, like Goddess Tulsa said,
when you say control,
like Goddess Tulsa said, Pookie and Ray Ray.
But it's just a mentality. You could be broke, you could be rich. It's your mentality that you have.
Right, but
Goddess Tulsa would say that Pookie and Ray Ray is toxic
Pookie and
masculinity.
Ray Rays to control them. So if you have a bunch of assets, I can't control you.
Well, there's a lot of, but here's the thing though. There's a lot of Pookie and Ray Rays, and this is the one that it applies to the situation. Are with women for the come up. That's their only reason for being with them.
That's on her. That's on her because you can't sleep on my couch.
Yeah, that's a no go.
Hey, Goddess.
Okay, let's
There was
move
something
on.
else
Goddess, your next question. Did she fall
The
asleep?
next item she had on the list. She had talked something about what goes on in this house stays in this house.
So the next one was, are you my husband or my father?
Oh, okay.
Zaddy.
I don't need to address
Zaddy. Anybody want to talk about Zaddy?
I mean,
if you're my woman, I'm your leader.
I think you should fall in line. Well, not fall in line. I think out of respect, if this is the plan that you decided that you finna get on, you might as well go ahead and follow it,
But I think also, but I also think it goes back to what Miss Taken was saying earlier.
Setting boundaries, but ain't
But I also
nobody
think-
a child. You should want to do it. I don't want to be told to do it.
Killing me right now, Logic.
So either are you going to be my husband or are you going to be my daddy in this relationship or this marriage?
Well, here's the thing though: is he really doing that, or are you taking it that way?
No, I'm taking,
Well, she was addressing the
just,
panel.
This is just conversations that I got from you guys.
Oh, okay.
Right. She's addressing the panel. She's addressing the panel.
Yeah, everything.
I didn't have an issue with that because that's not something that pertains
No,
to me.
you
And I
should.
don't believe
No,
that
yeah, your wife. You should never be a daddy to your wife. That's ridiculous.
What's the next one?
Like, what did you hear for you to write that question down? I guess will be my question.
Because when you guys are telling somebody to shut up or know when to shut up, it sounds like you're talking to your pet. It sounds like you're verbally abusing somebody.
Okay, so you wasn't listening. No one said we tell our women to shut up.
No, she said that
our women know when. Knowing when is a choice. That's not us telling you.
But
I
this
think
is so.
that maybe the better choice of words would be
Yes,
my
wife.
wife
This is what
knows-
Christina was going.
Listen, I think the better choice of words would be my wife knows when to fall back and let me have it. She knows when, I've got this. I think she's caught up on the way the terminology you're using because it's kind of like I said before, it's rude. So just use different terminology. Like my wife knows me. She knows like I got this.
So what if I said
delivery earlier?
What if I said as a man, I know when to shut up when it comes to my woman as a man?
Again.
That's okay? Or do I need to change my tone and my terminology?
Let's try something different, Rojo.
But I know how to shut up. So
I think what I'm hearing is that women are trying to feminize men. And then when men become feminized, then they complain about there's no strong man to protect them.
Listen,
that's what
Mr.
I'm
Talk,
hearing.
Mr. Lee. No,
Mr. Talk.
it's not about that's about being rude. It has nothing to do with I can't make a man
it's
feminine.
like
He has to be that way. But I'm just saying to talk to me because of who I am, I want to make sure that like my man can be hard, just like you said, your woman can be this way. When he comes home to me, I don't want him to talk to me like he talked to the man on the street.
But I don't think most.
To me like,
but what I'm saying.
This
I
goes
think
back
what you
to
guys are
what women will
conflating.
say.
Hold on one second, Mike. Hold on one second. I think what you guys are conflating is when men are speaking in a public forum, they select words to create a communication impact. But it doesn't mean that when he's at home or in a relationship with his woman, he's talking to his woman like he's trying to train a kid or train an animal. That's not what it.
We just want
But you guys are interpreting it that way.
Yeah, exactly. We'll say one. We'll say one thing, and
most
women will
of you
take
women
it
have been in
completely other.
relationships with men, and I don't believe they treated you or talked to you that way. And I definitely don't interrelate with any woman like that at all.
But
So
again,
that's why I
understand
know
that
some of
that's
these things didn't apply to me. in terms of anything I would have said, so I don't feel the need to address them.
So
But
this
there's
goes
one
to
that
the
I would
point,
do want to
though,
address.
Mr. Lee.
Say
This
again?
goes to the point, though. If
What's
somebody is
that?
listening on this platform, someone is listening. How she received what he said. I mean, this goes to my point on why it's important on how you communicate things. She's sitting in the audience and has now taken all these notes, came on here to talk about something that is not even applicable to what you guys are even saying. She is saying that how she received, based on what he said, she finds that man to be abusive. And that's what I'm saying. So how you communicate, we
know
it.
you're not,
We
Rojo.
That's not fair. That's not fair.
No, Rojo, we know you're not.
We know you don't talk to your wife like that. But if I'm meeting you, let me finish. But if I meet you and you're saying, and this is what comes up, my wife knows when to shut up. If I meet you and that's how you're communicating, I'm going to sit back and be like, well, damn, how do you talk to your wife? I don't know.
That sounds like I'm gonna take that at face value. My wife knows how to shut up. I'm gonna take it at face value.
Right. We just want a clarification, Rojo, because it can go either way. But you clarified that that's not how you speak to your wife. And
But yeah, have y'all noticed something though? Have y'all noticed something? Have y'all noticed something? How the men took it versus how the women took it?
Yes,
face value. My wife
That's
knows
exactly why we
when.
say
My wife knows when.
Because you guys listen to respond instead of listening to understand.
We understand.
My wife knows when being the important word.
Interpret it. I didn't interpret it.
This is the same reason why when a man says a woman is fat, women get upset.
Yes.
Because men speak in very plain, simple ways to make communication easy. You guys want us to soften the words so much. That's why, you need to go to a lawyer to get it translated to know what you just said.
Right.
And I think men speak very plain and very.
You're again missing what I said. I did not misinterpret.
No, I'm not saying you. I'm not saying you.
Right. I didn't misinterpret what you said. Mr. Rojo didn't misinterpret.
Rojo.
What?
Right.
Rojo. Sorry. What I'm saying.
Y'all not gonna keep calling me a hoe now. Hold on.
Sorry.
Your name in Spanish though is red. Ro. Your name looks like Ro in Spanish.
That's why
Ro in Spanish is red.
Rojo, yeah. It's Rojo.
It's red in Spanish.
So what I'm saying though is if I'm listening in on this platform and I've had people text me about Ricky, like who the fuck is that? Why is he on the platform? They don't know him, but they feel like the way he talks is aggressive. I'm not saying what you said means that you go home and you tell your wife to shut up. What I'm saying is just as she came on this platform to address something that was said in the context that it was said, because you use my wife knows when to shut up, that could be interpreted like, dang, how does he talk for real? Like, what type of person is this?
Give me a second, Mr. Lee. Give me a second.
Sure.
So I think that that's the important. So just like you said earlier, Mr. Lee, or whoever said it, did you notice how the women took it from the men? I think that's the reason why we have these conversations, because
That
we're
was
so
me.
different. We are, we're so different. And when you're on a public platform, you just never know who's listening to you. And it's just constructive criticism. It's not, do whatever you do, whatever makes your household, whatever your woman likes, do what you do. We're just giving you our perception of it and how we took it. Okay. What you want to do with that is up to you. But
and it's like we can see the two ways that was delivered.
Are just different. We're just different. How we process information is different.
So a quick question.
Okay,
Absolutely.
I want to ask her if it's possible.
I want to ask a question. If y'all say Ricky is so disrespectful, what y'all think about? No. I'm just saying. If the consensus is not you, I'm just saying. If the consensus is Ricky is disrespectful, what y'all think of me?
You just great. You're like a jokester. Like,
I want to ask her a question though. I want to ask her the question I asked earlier. Okay. If as a man I say, when it comes to my woman, I know when to shut up. How does she feel about that? Does she feel like, well, is that your wife or your mom?
Who is she?
That's different when you're.
How do you interpret that?
No, that's different when you're referring to yourself. That's totally different when you're speaking to yourself versus communicating with somebody else.
It's not different.
It is. Rojo, let me give you an example.
You know how you talk to yourself. You're not going to take it a certain way, but when you're projecting to somebody else, it's the way they're going to receive it.
So let me just say this.
Projecting the same message, just
with a different
The
gender.
roles were reversed. It's still the same man, except the roles are reversed.
Pause.
It would only be the same.
No
the
freaking.
reverse would be if he said the reverse would be if he said if she as his wife said, my husband know when to shut up.
Exactly.
That would be the reverse.
If his woman was like she said, if I were his wife and I was like, my husband know when to shut up, that would be the equivalent of what you said.
Exactly.
How does that sound? How does that sound, y'all ladies?
How does
either.
But you know what? My woman
that sounds like she wears the pants.
I wouldn't say those words.
I wouldn't say it was disrespectful. I would say that she wears the pants in that house. That's
right. So it's communicating.
But it wouldn't be disrespectful. It would just be that's the dynamic in their house. The women rule.
Mr. Lee, just as you received the woman saying it, that's how we received it when the man said it. So
see, Stark.
Right, but that's the way it's supposed to be. That's the point. And we're trying to let you know. It's the man is supposed to be in charge. It's just an authority position. That's all the statement is. It's a statement of authority. That's all. If the woman said it and it was accepted that way, I would think the woman is in charge. I would not think the woman is abusing that man. I wouldn't think that.
Like I said, the man and women interpret it differently. Like I said, the man and women interpret it differently.
Right, and I think that's the key when you are communicating. You have to know. You have to know your audience. You have to know your audience when you're communicating. So if a woman, like you said, you would take it as, oh, I know who wears the pants in the family. But if you said that to a man would find that disrespectful. If you're saying, oh, your woman wears pants in the family because she says he knows when to shut up. What I'm trying to say is, for a woman, hearing a man say, oh, I know my woman knows when to shut up, it is going to be received negatively.
So
all
I'm
saying, let me ask you this question.
Listening to the show and heard you say that, how do you think she's going to receive it? Like, that, dang. If your girl's listening to the show, your wife, your spouse, and she's listening to the show and hears you say, my girl knows when to shut up.
She's heard me say a lot worse. She wouldn't take it any kind of way. She's heard me say a lot worse.
Just period. Anybody.
Because I know if I heard my husband say that, one, I'm not going to be disrespectful, like I said, in public. He made, not that he even had to, but he made that clear as a part of the relationship. And I definitely honor that, not just for him, but for me. I don't want us to look like fools in public. So even if he slip up and say something, I'll eat that. But when we get home, I am definitely going to address it, because it's not going to be me be respectful to you in public. And not saying that when he's in public, he's disrespectful, but there has been times where we might have been out somewhere and he may have drank a little too much and have said something the wrong way because he may not be, where he should be. He's a little inebriated. I know in that moment, that's not going to be the right time for me to even address the issue because he ain't there. But when we get home later on, I'm going to say, listen, I really had an issue with you when you did X, Y, and Z. Please be mindful of that next time. So I am going to address it, but that does not mean it's okay for him to be disrespectful.
Let me ask one question. 1 second, Shante. I want to ask her a question.
Mr. Lee, go ahead and say what we're going to say, and then I'm going to go, and then God is going to let you go so you can go into your next question, okay?
Okay. What I wanted to ask her is, when you hear men say, happy wife, happy life, how do you take that?
I don't necessarily agree with that.
Okay, well,
because I don't think that that's true.
What?
It's so true.
Talking about?
Oh my Lord!
Denzel Washington just came out and said it not too long ago. What are you talking about?
No, you said happy wife, happy life.
Yes.
I know happy spouse, happy house. Because I don't think that I would be, if my husband put all his energies, not saying that I wouldn't benefit, absolutely.
But you have heard of that statement. I'm not trying to personalize it to you. I'm talking about it from a general aspect, because
I agree with it, Mr. Lee.
Cynthia, she says how the women will hear when we say in a masculine way, my wife or significant other would know when to shut up. and how a woman would hear that versus how a man would hear that.
Mm-hmm.
The same thing when men hear, when you're talking about happy wife, happy life, how is that interpreted? Because that in the Black community is how you keep the peace.
You're not by not telling her to shut up or knowing
I
when
don't
to
think
shut
it's
up.
just
No. By sucking it up and not saying anything to upset your wife
That's
in
how
any
you get the
way.
happy wife, happy life. By being,
Yeah, I don't think that that's based on race. I think that's a saying for all women.
We're talking
No.
about the Black community because I don't live with
You
other
say
races.
thing, you pretty much make your wife happy even if it makes you miserable.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. I don't agree with that.
That sounds horrible.
Yeah,
Yes,
I don't
it
agree
is
with that.
miserable. Listen.
Right.
We're gonna go back in order, please.
Okay.
Please.
Go to the next one. Yeah.
So then, Mr. Mack, did you
It's
still
this-
have something to say?
Well, it's the
I didn't
third
want
one
to
that
go
I was
straight
waiting
too
for.
far from that, but I
We're
wanted
gonna
to
get
ask
to that,
Miss
Mr.
Taking
Lee.
a
Go
question. I did want to ask Miss Taking a question because as far as she being one of the few people that's up here that's married, and I'm enthralled with the way that she's handles her relationship with her husband. And I recall you said you were married very early, right? Around
Yeah, we got married. Well, I was 25 when we got married.
And how many years not to have y'all been together?
26. Well, we've been married going on 19, but I met him when we started dealing with each other when I was 18.
Because like even you, like what everything that you're saying is like, if anybody wants to look at a good model of how to handle things in a relationship, especially dealing with like a husband and wife dynamic, I would look at what you're saying. And I mean, I don't know again what your house life is like, but what is coming out of your mouth, what you're exhibiting and saying is it should be almost like a blueprint for some people to look at. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I just wanted to commend you with that. That's what I was wondering. Now, do you feel though through these 19 years? Who are you looking to as a model, though? Who are you looking to as a model? Because a lot of people would say experience is the best teacher, but if you married and you don't have anybody else to look to, where were you getting these examples that you attribute that you use in your own marriage life?
I would say, I think you can be taught by bad examples in terms of saying, I know I don't want this. So I think I had a balance of both. My grandparents were the ideal example of what I think a marriage should look like. But in my own household, that was what I said I didn't want in my marriage. And
what your grandparents were?
No, what my parents were.
Oh.
So I'll say my grandparents had the bigger influence on what I aspire to be. And my day-to-day with my parents were more along the lines of what I said I know I didn't want. So I'll say earlier on in our marriage, what I grew up with was the bigger influence in my household, where I was fighting against like, he ain't gonna tell me. And that was just something that we both had to work through because he didn't have his dad in the house. And so he didn't have it. So here I come with two examples of marriages that I had to work from. And he had minimal, because his dad left when he was young. And so one of the things that we used to fight over in the beginning is he wanted me to be a single mom in a marriage. So I was doing what his mother did. And finally, I had to explain I should not be a single mom when I have a husband. We have to actively raise our kids together. I shouldn't have to be cooking dinner, taking care of the kids. I'm going to school. I'm coming home. I'm working. And you're chilling and you're waiting for me. But his experience was, well, that's what my mom did. And I get it because his dad wasn't there, but I had to make it clear to him, I'm not your mom and I'm not single. So we have to do this together. So we just had to find our own balance over the years.
So grandma and grandpa, that generation then, even though people do kind of look on it, basically that generation, whether it was the silent generation or the boomer generation, you're telling me then that maybe we need to look back at that as the model, even though people say that they were oppressed because they had no other choice?
I don't know, because hearing what y'all level of masculinity is, my grandfather was not like that.
Mine wasn't
He just wasn't. But when I looked at their relationship, I would say my grandmother was more of the dominant personality. However, my grandfather was clearly, there was no mistaking that he was the head of the home. She took care of him like no other, but he took care of her. When he passed, she didn't even know how to put gas in a car because those were things that he took care of. But in the house, you know, she kept the house clean, she cooked dinner, but there were times he came in and was like, I'll cook. There were times that he tended to us as the grandkids. I've never
Your
heard
husband
him
was
argue.
emulating that though. Your husband was emulating, your husband in a way was emulating that though. If your grandmother was the one that was doing everything, so to speak, because I look at my mother, that was kind of her in the relationship. She was working and cooking for the family and doing the laundry and things of that nature. And my father, his thing was he was working construction. So he's working 10 to 12-hour days and just come home and chill. You know what I mean? So that was like the dynamic. They worked that out for like 15 years of their relationship. That's how they was
But
doing
my grandmother wasn't, my grandmother was she was at home at that time. So she had the time to be able to do all of those things versus me. My experience was different. I was in school full time. I was working full time. I mean, we had a kid out of wedlock. So I was a new mom. So it was a lot going on. And that was a lot for me to try to handle on my own, trying to play a traditional role when nothing but living in a traditional lifestyle.
And you know what? Can I just piggyback on that because you made a good point, mistaken. Like when I look at my parents did, my mom did work, but I look at my grandparents, my great grandparents, like my great grandmother didn't even know how to drive. And even when we were in the house, you know, she was the outspoken, but she was peaceful. She wasn't like dominant, but my great granddaddy didn't say much, but when he spoke, it was like, oh, you know, it's like his presence was so loud, but he wasn't a man of many words, but it was just like we knew.
Yeah,
but you know what I would say to that.
Question, please.
Yeah. Hold on. I've been quiet for a minute. Look, I just want to say this. What y'all displaying is the downfall. Huh?
She's
Go.
she's putting a placeholder.
Oh, okay. What y'all explaining that y'all saying how weak y'all got y'all fathers was and grandparents.
My granddad was not weak.
Okay. Well, you saying the women. I'm basing on what y'all said. I don't know.
We're saying that his presence was very loud. He was dominant, but he didn't have to speak it.
Okay.
It was just a presence.
I would say this.
Okay. Go ahead. Y'all got it.
I would say this.
Different today.
You're looking at,
hold on, bro.
One second, bro. When you see your grandfather at 60 being meek, he wasn't meek at 22. He wasn't meek at 32. He wasn't meek at 42. So those are the years when he groomed his wife. And by the time he was 60, where you were born as the grandkid, you saw a quiet man that had a wife that was already trained, for lack of a better term.
They hate that word, Mr. Sage. Ooh,
well, you know,
that's nasty.
The point is that my grandfather was the same way. My grandmother ran everything. But when my granddad opened his mouth, everything stopped.
Well, let me just say this too. I think a big part of, and I think Logic preaches this a lot. My granddaddy did everything, the masculine thing. He did not ask.
Absolutely.
He did not ask my grandma. He did not ask. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be rude, but let me just. So he did not ask my great grandmother to do. He took care of everything. You know, so when he comes home, she knows he wants a certain thing. He has that right. He's been working all day. He provides all of this. He makes sure we have all of this, you know? And so I think that that's out of respect for him and what he does. Now, don't get me wrong. You should respect any man in your house. If you chose him, you should definitely respect him. You should not be with a man you don't respect. But when we're talking about that day and time, like I said, you're talking about a woman who didn't know how to drive. My great granddaddy did every single thing. And when that's,
absolutely. And I agree with you.
Part.
The thing is that what we don't know is what we don't know. And the part that we don't know is the first 40 years of their life when they were building their marriage. And that part is the part where they were forming their relationship and the roles were coming into place. And we know in the early 20s, early 1900s, 100 years from where we are today, life was much tougher. Making money for a man to pay all the bills was a much difficult task to be able to achieve. So it's more than likely that your grandmother worked then too. But as time went by and his situation got
She
better,
didn't know how.
she
No,
never
but my
worked.
great grandmother did not work.
She never worked ever.
My
She-
grandmother
All right.
did.
She did
My
some
grandmother
payments.
never worked too, but I'm talking from what I know in American history.
Yeah, my
that
my
many,
grandmother did. She
many
did
grandparents did.
housework for a while
Right,
when they
housework,
were younger.
exactly.
Yeah.
Right, we're not talking about going to the office. We're talking about cleaning Miss Ann's house or somebody's house up the block, or cooking or doing something, selling some, pastries, cakes, or whatever. They did different things to make up the shortfalls where, because sometimes granddaddy was working 2 or 3 jobs, right? So what I'm saying is that, so we're seeing it from the perspective as a grandchild, 40 years later into the marriage, and the man is calm now because the foundation is laid. The house is up. Everything is fully operational. He got everything in place. She's been with him for 40 years. She know how he moved. He don't have to raise his voice because he raised his voice when he was 30, when he was 40, and now he don't have to do it no more. 20 years later, when he's 60, he don't have
He
to raise his
didn't,
voice.
because
He
I
just
do
talks
have
to his
these
woman.
conversations with when he was alive, but I do have those conversations with my grandmother. And I did ask her prior, to us being in the picture, and then asking my mom because they grew up with him. And she said that was just his disposition. Yeah, that was his temperament in general. Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead, John.
All right, my phone's about to die real quick. If you guys don't mind, I'm gonna log off. But real quick, I just want to ask Miss Taken. Earlier, you said how you felt like a single mom because of all the things you had to do when you came home from work, right? So would it be safe if a man said he's a single dad because when he come home, he got to take out the trash, cut the grass, feed the dogs, pick up dog poop, do all the things that a man should do on the outside of the home? Would he be considered a single dad?
Well,
If
at
he
that
has to do
time,
those things
that
just because you're
wasn't
doing the things in the home?
the only one thing would be him taking out the trash. But we lived in an apartment, so there was no mowing no lawns. There were no regular outside chores that he needed to do. Inside, you get the super if the sink is broke. So he did not have to do that. So a lot of the load did fall on me until I had the conversation that I cannot keep this up. I was getting home at like 10, 11 o'clock at night because I would work all day, then go to school right after work, and then come home.
But he would pick up the kids and feed the kids, or he'll wait until you come home?
He would wait. He would give the kids, he would give our son snack, but that's not dinner. Baths wasn't given. I mean, those are things that he could have done. So when I came in, I'm gonna be honest. I personally feel like when I came in, dinner should have been made. He got off of work at 6 o'clock, and I'm not coming home till 11 o'clock. I just think out of courtesy of saying, dang, my wife is doing all of this, I should not have had to come home when he could have helped with some of it. I'm not saying everything.
I can respect that in your dynamic. I get it.
No, I can understand that as well. The American lifestyle,
Yeah, it was a lot.
Okay, Miss Goddess.
Okay, so let's Goddess, you had another.
Good night.
Thank you. See you,
All right, take care,
Rojo.
Rojo.
Have a good evening.
Thank you for standing right. Appreciate it.
Joining us.
No problem. Have a good night.
You as well. Okay, Goddess.
So the next one was passed down aggression.
Oh, that's.
I think we kind of spoke on that.
Yeah, I didn't want to deal with that.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
we
then
spoke on that. Let's go to the next one.
What happens in this house stays in this house.
Right. That's the one that I wanted to speak on, because her description of that said, what about if there's trauma in the home and the person who is receiving the trauma is locked into this terrible relationship? What I find a lot is that when we as Black people talk about things, we always look through the lens of trauma. We look through the lens of abuse. We always see the negative in a home of Black people, or in people, I guess, in general. But since we're talking about Black people, I'll go there. I don't know trauma. I have never had any trauma in my home. My mom was not abusive, and my grandparents were not abusive. My uncles weren't abusive. I mean, my mother had a short temper, granted, but she was not an abusive woman. And my brothers and sisters that came up with us, we didn't have any trauma in the home. And in my neighborhood where I grew up, it was a rough neighborhood, but I knew a lot of my friends and they came to my house and I went to their house and I didn't see any real trauma in the home. And they never said anything to me like they were being abused or anything. And back then in the 60s, 70s, we all talked to each other. We ate at each other's house, all type of stuff. So, you know, maybe you guys are speaking from a different dynamic of the Black family today than the reflection that I have. And I know because what I hear a lot, and when she came up on to voice her points of view that she made notes on, every single thing was traumatic and abusive and destructive to one person to another. And I think that's why a lot of times we suffer so many things with the cops and different things in our home. Because when the cops call the police on their son who has a mental problem, the police don't say he is sick. He said, what? This is a 6'7" dude. He's 280. I'm gonna pop this dude because I can't hold him down. And everyone goes straight to the violence to address things that can be dealt with. And I know because my younger brother, he is like 6'4", and he had a mental breakdown when he was 18, right before he graduated high school. And he had it for basically all of his life. And when he had an issue, my mother called me, my uncles called me, my cousins called me. And I'm 5'7" and he's 6'4". And I can deal with my brother at his age. I mean, at his height and his size. Mentally, I had a mental control. I have a mental way to deal with people. But my brother respected me even in his sickness. He still would listen to me. And what I find is that a lot of times that the first thing we jump to, we look for some negative that's happening in the home and then try to classify it that there's got to be something bad in there. So those people need to be rescued. And a lot of time, the people that we call to rescue us wind up killing us.
So
Okay,
let me just say, okay, go ahead. Because I think a point.
You made that point because trauma is usually established in children. When you're a child, you don't get to voice your opinion in your house. You don't get to tell what you can and will not do. You get what I'm saying? And so that may not have been your household, but trauma exists.
I'm not saying it doesn't.
Maybe,
but it seems as though it's
maybe you
pervasive.
Should the nearest your child protective services. Look how many children are in there, and look at your registry and see why people are being locked up. Trauma exists.
But part of that might be because
as a child, and that's why I feel like everybody needs therapy. I'm an advocate. I have a therapist. Everybody needs a therapist.
I don't think so. Not everybody.
Okay.
But that's not what he was trying to say, though. He was trying to say when he says keep it in the house, that means if you have an argument, don't be posting it over social media. Don't be telling your friends about it.
That child is affected by that argument.
But we weren't even talking about kids. We were talking about two adults.
We even had the conversation. Don't do it in front of the kids.
What happens in this household, what happens in this house stays in this house. This all goes and correlates because he didn't know about trauma. He was never introduced to it. He never knew anything about it until I introduced it to him. I just gave him an example.
But what he's trying to say,
I'm aware of trauma. I'm just saying that we always jumped to. I think you need to mute up, Mike. Yeah. We always analyze or see things through the lens that whenever you say something, there's always the potential that there's trauma in that home, so you can't do that. That's what I'm saying.
I agree, but I think
and you can spin something every way if you want. If you want to include trauma in that dialogue or in that situation, then there's really you got to live in a glass house. because everybody got to see what you're doing because there's the potential for trauma.
So I think that one or two things, and I don't know, because after a certain time, I start getting like drunk off sleep. But
oh my gosh.
But not real drunk, but so one or two things. So Mr. Lee, I think that too, I think it does have something to do with the day, how you grew up, the day and age. Because I don't take offense to this, but you're like my mom's age. So they were raised a little different than newer generation of people, one. And two, damn, I was about to say something. What was that last statement you said, Mr. Lee? The last one you
said. I said basically that everyone see things through the lens that is as trauma can be introduced into any environment, which would mean that you would have to live in glass houses so everyone could see that we're not doing anything that could traumatize one another or a child.
And so when I remember, so what I wanted to say to Goddess is, when I say this if I say this to my child, what goes on my house stays in my house. It's not because anything toxic is going on in my house. It's just, I don't like my business in the streets. It can be anything. It can be something low level. I just don't, that's not their business. This is our family business, whether it's good or bad. It's not always bad because there's really nothing bad going on in my house.
Well, a child doesn't have the mental capacity to distinguish between the two.
Right.
So when you say what stays in his house, what goes on in his house stays in the house, a child is not going to have the mental capacity to determine between something happening bad and not voicing that. So when you say that, you do need to be mindful.
Oh no, I think you do, but that's important to have conversations with your child. These are bad things. These are things that you need to.
It's okay to say that, but just follow up with.
I think that people need, first of all, those are two very different topics. To say what goes in our house stays in our house, and having a conversation about, this is your no-no zone. If anybody ever touches you there, you need to come tell mommy. No, the safe place for an adult. Those are two separate conversations.
Well, we were talking. The subject was respect and disrespect in public. That's where we got to. Let's talk about it at home.
But you don't want to confuse the two, because
I personally believe
as a kid.
First of all, I personally believe that if you're having a grown person's conversation, that should not take place in front of children in the first place.
Thank you.
That's not their business.
That's a problem.
Thank you.
And that's one of the problems that we don't do as a people. Back in the day, they used to say grown folks conversation, kids ain't allowed. Absolutely. They go in a different room or they go outside and play. But now kids are in grown folks conversations and they can't process it, and they're trying to act on things that they hear that it's above their level. And that's part of the issue that goes on in the home, where kids start acting and thinking and moving in ways that are adult-like. You look at the fashion for women are the same as the fashion for kids. Kids are wearing spandex, all kind of clothes. Serious.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm a just speak from personal experience. And I think most of us grew up in a household where, what goes on in the house, stay in the house. You presented one face once you leave the house in front of the world, and then, stuff happened. But not like I was molested when I was younger, and I did not say anything about it. And that was from some of that messaging of one feeling like it was something I did, or embarrassed or ashamed or what have you, and did not say anything until the perpetrator did it to someone else. And then I said something, because then I felt bad. Like, man, had I said something, then this wouldn't have happened to this person that I knew. Right.
And that happened in your primary home?
No. Well, at the babysitter's house. No,
but you see, that's different. That's the baby. See, now we're conflating two things.
Right, but
that's the babysitter's house. That's something happening to you.
No, but it happens. It happens all the time in primary.
It happens very
right. But that's why I was asking for clarification.
Yeah, and when you learn the messaging,
that it happened.
Right. What I'm saying is when you learn the messaging of what goes on in this house stays in the house, a kid doesn't necessarily know how to determine which house am I not saying something about. Right?
But would your parents not tell you to come to come
right,
to
you
them
wouldn't tell
if
your
something
parents?
were?
But no, that wasn't a I'm gonna be honest, that wasn't conversations that we had in our household. Now,
a lot of people don't feel comfortable talking to
they
the parents.
don't have conversations like that. However, because of my experience, guess what I did with my kids? They knew their body parts. We had regular conversations, regular check-ins about stuff like that because I was viewing the world through my trauma. In that instance, it turned out to be good because I made sure I parented my kids a certain way because of my experience. But I do think I think a lot of times we do see things through our own experiences, which if trauma is involved and we don't get the necessary help, that we are going to continue to perpetuate certain things. And that's why therapy, like Miss Goddess was saying, I agree, because the Black experience in America historically has been built on trauma. There has never been there has never been any point in time. I can't remember who it was, Dr. Joy or somebody was saying, at no point in time that when you go back from slavery, that was trauma. No, part of the whole Reconstruction never included therapy. So you're still building on those same traumatic, passing on certain things from generation to generation. Now, and I'm not saying that that's not I'm not using it as an excuse, but what I'm trying to say is historically and even up to now, that same mindset of what goes on in a house stays in a house. And, you know, don't go to therapy. You don't need help. Not everybody, like, those are some of the things that are perpetuated in the Black community that I think prevents us from growing and developing and healing from some of those traumas where we can learn to interact with each other the right way.
Well, I think, but also I think too that therapy has just now become a positive phenomenon.
Not to be okay. You once you get through therapy and you really get the help that you need. We all have been through something, whether we want to admit it or not. But it's okay to not be okay. It's okay to seek out for help. If you are feeling a way, it's okay. Feel that feeling. And men, feel your feelings. It's okay to feel emotions. It's okay to cry. It's okay to feel. We want more of that. And that's, I think, what we're here to say. We're here to support you guys, but we want you to meet us halfway.
But Goddess, I want to
consider therapy. If we're not in therapy on this panel, let's consider it. I'm an advocate for therapy.
I'm in therapy.
I'm not a victim. I'm a survivor. Okay.
But Goddess, I want to say
I'm
this.
not asleep, y'all. Why do y'all think? Because I'm looking at my phone, I'm asleep. I'm not asleep.
But Goddess, I want to say. But Goddess, I want to say this. This positive push for therapy is just recent. For the longest, it's been frowned upon.
I'm here to tell you that it's amazing. I am a living testimony from it. It is amazing. It has done wonders in my life. I used to be a drug addict. You know, 2012, I had an overdose. I was smoking crack. I did coke. I was in a hotel room. I was escorted. You name it. You know, I tried to take myself about a year. It didn't happen. Today, I can truly say I'm an entrepreneur. I'm a business owner. I'm married. It'll be 4 years, September the 7th. And, you know, it's not where you start. Don't give up. You know, have that faith. You know, it only takes a mustard seed of faith. Believe in yourself. If you they don't have a job, create one. Somebody close the door, build one. You know, that's the space that I'm in now. It's not about what color you are. It's about let's get positivity flowing. Let's get
you ain't got to preach to me.
Love. Let's get love flowing. Let's get supporting one another. Let's make that popular. Let's make conversations. Let's have these more often.
But you ain't got to preach to me because I'm in therapy, but I'm in it for different reasons.
You know what? I'm glad you took the initiative to voice that. You're helping somebody. This, like I say, my story is not my story. It's God's. It's not my business. It's God's business.
I'm in it for I'm in it from PTSD from Afghanistan.
Oh wow.
So do you see a therapist or do you see a doctor?
A therapist.
A therapist.
Well, a licensed therapist at that.
Yeah, licensed
Because I've learned that there is a difference between all of them.
Yeah, hey, look, hey, and I've been to war 9 times and I ain't got PTSD. So I'm saying,
life.
yeah, so you ain't got to worry about me. Fuck that! PTSD.
Well, listen,
He probably got it, don't even know it.
As long as I'm
You lucky, Logic.
I'm good.
You lucky, Logic.
No, they said I got that shit. I don't that shit, but they sure pay me that money.
I would say that
I'm not doing
in
this for
support
shit.
of Logic. My granddad fought in World War I, 1914, and World War II in 1942, and never had PTSD, never had a mental issue. He lived till he was 94 years old. He outlived some of his 10 children.
And you
so,
know,
I mean,
Sometimes that experience though, we can't control who it affects in different
That's
ways.
true.
It's just a
That's
different,
true. That's true.
So,
no, but
look, real fast,
though.
Goddess, thank you for sharing your story with us. I know that was
But Steve,
Thank you for the vulnerability.
Yeah.
Here's the thing though. Afghanistan, Iraq was completely different from World War I and World War II.
Are we gonna compare the two? What do we really know? We don't know.
World War I, World War II was even worse. Those two wars was worse.
We're not gonna do this today.
No, they had
I'm not trying to make comparisons.
This is the
I was
thing.
just
though.
saying it in support of Logic.
Yeah, this is the thing though. It's like I'd have been blowed up, I'd have been shot, my hands been fucking blowed up, and I just think people handle it different. So I might be insensitive when I be people like, you need a therapist, but I always just find somebody to talk to. And I think that I would rather, and this is my opinion on this whole therapy shit, is like I would rather talk to somebody that I know instead of talking to a complete stranger. You know what I'm saying? And to be
You
honest,
get therapy just a different kind of way. That's what's
all right, she's gonna interrupt me. See, that's the problem with women today. Let me finish talking. The thing is I think that our failure in our relationships is why we need therapists. So because we don't trust our significant other. I mean, it's a lack of trust. So now you just can't break down. Like I had a chick one time in my life that I could actually break down and open to. And then that shit was like, that was the best therapy. That's why I think I got through all them wars. But if you don't have that, it's like, what a therapy gonna do to you? You know what I'm saying? You can't take her home with you. You can't lay on her booty. You know what I'm saying? You can't do none of that shit. You need the best therapist is a good woman. And the best
you know what? But Mr. Logic, just because listen, that woman was that way for you. Maybe they don't have that in their life, but you can't. It's not a one size fits all. People have to do what works for them.
Yeah, people deal with trauma differently.
I went because I have nightmares.
Oh, so are you sleeping at night now?
No, I'm still not sleeping.
He's up with us.
Like,
Yeah.
what state are you in? I'm not trying to get
I went to therapy too for 2 years.
I'm in Louisiana.
So you have you smoked? Smoke.
Well, I'm still in.
Yeah.
Oh. She said that should have put you to sleep.
No. Yeah, once he get out, they give him they give me I get a trial marijuana, so they give me all the good shit because they take blood. But watch this. This is the thing though. I'm gonna tell you how to go to sleep. Just get off.
Get off.
Get off.
No, but Miss Goddess, I was out.
You said what?
I was out for 5 years and then I went back in.
Really?
You said
therapy after 5 years?
I was out of the military for 5 years and then I went back in.
Oh, gotcha.
So why don't we?
Yeah, that's again. I hate that people have to experience that. We're grateful for you risking yourself to fight for our country.
And thank you for all the guys that are serving for us. We appreciate
absolutely.
No, thank you for my checks.
Logic, we can tell.
Thank you for the protect.
See, he needs to be in therapy. He don't know.
Yeah.
Look.
Therapy is wonderful.
Y'all give me over 8K a month, and then you know what I'm saying, and y'all be saying thank me. No, thank you.
Wait, you can't let me hold $1 then, Mr. Terrorist.
He gonna let you hold more than that.
Right.
It's the fourth and the fifth, honey.
I definitely let her hold more than that. She can hold it.
I was joking.
My son is in the military now.
You wouldn't even buy a fire an hour ago.
Yo, Christina, what's that song by Jaheen? You can have everything I got.
Oh, Mr.
All of me right on the spot.
Logic. You better watch out.
Mr. Mac is showing it up.
Hey, nigga, you know, hey, bro, I'm gonna kick your ass off. I'm the only one that's singing on this panel, man. What the fuck wrong with you?
I didn't know you was a singer. I didn't know you was up to singing.
Yeah,
I just back you up like Pops.
Yeah, I'm gonna say Christina's song. Christina. Hold on, can I say Christina's song real fast?
What is it?
I know it's about to be some shit. Go ahead.
No. Every time I see your face, it makes me wanna sing. And every time I think about your love, it drives me crazy.
I remember that song. Wasn't that like Rome? That was his name?
That's Rome. That's Rome. See my lady.
Is
You
this
are so
simping?
fine.
I like it though.
Is this simping?
I'm trying to figure out the definition yet, so I'm just asking.
If you just singing,
It's
not singing.
shooting
It's
your
not
shot.
simping.
This is
Nah,
just
he
playing
just
old
singing
school
and singing.
Let's
He just having fun.
keep it light.
But back then they
Just
called it a
sing.
serenade, right?
A
This is-
serenade.
We went super heavy just now. Keep it light.
This is just playing around and having fun.
That's how they used to do back in the 40s and 50s. Try to get a girl, like how that old Frankie Lyman in the 5 heartbeats just go around the school singing to girls.
Yes.
We need to have a conversation. Don't y'all remember 90s love? Like everything was so, I mean, I'm sure there were better.
And then you could call into the
Everything
radio
in the 90s
station.
was just so, especially black. It was just so.
Ooh, the radio station. At night. This is from my
It was
lover.
it was the cold.
Quiet
No,
I think
quiet
the 70s was
New York.
cleaner. I don't know what you think is the era, like they was really trying to be covert with what they saying, because I find the 90s started getting more raunchy. Even though the music is good, but the music started getting more raunchy.
New York had two of the best DJs at night, and that was Vaughn Harper on WBLS 107.5. He came on at 10 o'clock till like 2 or 3 in the morning. And then there was Frankie Cocker in the afternoon from 4 in the afternoon until about 10 at night, because Vaughn Harper took him off. Then in the 70s into the early 80s, oh man, Vaughn Harper, you're going to have some sex that night. No doubt.
But I think the music was more sensual, just because I do love, I like Smokey Robinson and Barry White and those type of artists, Luther and all them, right? But they were more sensual.
Isley Brothers.
Right.
Yeah,
Isley's, oh my God.
The best music was actually in the 80s. The 80s had the best, you know what I'm saying? Like,
we were happy.
Yeah, you go. I mean, look, check this out. If you can't goddamn get a chick and play some Lionel Richie, that one song, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What that blind girl? That's a hello. Cause I wonder how you feel, and I wonder why you and the blind chick. Yeah, that blind chick had got there painted that sculpture him, and you could even see.
What about Brian McKnight? Y'all remember him?
Who?
You like Brian McKnight?
Nah.
Nobody like Brian McKnight?
That was like 90s.
He wasn't in the 80s.
That's what I said. It started getting nasty. They started getting nasty. They started being more upfront. No,
Yeah,
they
but
Jodeci, and all I gotta say is Jodeci, Drew Hill, Blackstreet, 112. All these groups started coming out in the 90s, and the lyrics content itself was like straight in your face. Whereas, like they would use what was think of a song back then where they had like a word to replace like love making or something like that. You know what I mean? Whereas they was like just every freaking night and every freaking day. I want a freaking
night
day.
and every freaking day.
Yeah. songs
he
like
wanna
that
speak to you in
compared
every
to
fucking way.
Hey, but
That's
look, I'm
right.
gonna tell you this. I'm gonna tell you this song right here. This
And
how
the
you know
album
you.
covers was the
Oh
shit.
Yeah.
The
no,
album
look,
covers.
Somebody say keep sweating.
Taste
no,
the honey.
it's not the album covers though. It was the videos. You ever saw that Two Occasions video? Like I can goddamn jam to that shit. I can laugh with Babyface in there and that nigga with the Jerry curl. I only think
Two
of
occasions.
you
Here's
and
one.
on two
Tony Terry.
occasions.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hit y'all later. I'm gonna
Y'all
hit y'all
remember
later.
who had
Tony
the best
Terry?
album cover ever in the
Tony
world
Terry.
on
You know,
earth?
Tony Terry actually
Michael
sang to
Jackson.
me in
Me
real
Hey,
too.
life.
Me
I'm gonna catch
too.
y'all later. I'm
Oh
gonna catch
yeah, you
y'all
were
later.
there
I
too,
see
weren't
now.
you? He was nice too. He sounded
Yeah.
just like the.
Yes, just like the song.
Who has
Hey,
to leave? Who just waved by?
I'm out.
Thank you,
I'll
Mike,
catch
this
y'all later.
evening.
All right, Mike.
Good night.
My
Okay,
drunk.
Mike, take it easy.
Night, Mikey, Mike.
Look at this is second Saturday night that I didn't spend the night with y'all, and the
I'm
sun,
about to go to sleep too.
the sun coming up
Ooh,
Good
again.
night.
Yeah, I can see
good
it.
night.
Y'all done got me again with this okie doke shit, bro. Hey, somebody need to buy me breakfast, man. I'm telling you, one of y'all ladies got hit my cash
Listen,
out.
listen. When you come in August, we're gonna all go to because we want to talk about the Waffle House way too much. One
We
morning,
going to the Waffle House.
we are going right in the middle of the night. We're gonna go to the Waffle House.
I don't want to go to the Waffle House. I want to go to Spun Divots. That's my spot. Y'all don't like Spun Divots?
I don't.
I never ate that before.
It's all right.
I do.
I think it's overrated.
No, it's not overrated. It's just a whole vibe. They got good drinks. It's a whole vibe.
And they oysters.
Oh, you know about Spun Divot, Goddess?
Oh yeah, I used to.
I was like, who you think I am? Yes, I know
I
about
grew up in
Split.
Atlanta. I'm an East Side girl.
She said
Well,
she's
I'm
plugged
a
in.
West Side girl, but I grew up on the East Side.
Oh, I grew up on Chapel Road.
Yeah, I went to Stevenson.
I don't know what the fuck that is.
Stevenson is in Stone Mountain.
Oh, that's East Side though. That's not West Side.
No, okay. So when I moved there, I stayed on the West Side. I went to Margaret Mitchell Elementary. Google her up, very famous woman.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Okay.
Good night, Miss Hater.
Thank you very much,
All
guys,
right, you
for
guys.
allowing
Thank
me
you
to
guys.
come up.
I gotta give a closing, please.
Okay.
Thank you guys for being a part of the panel. All the panelists of Chic Critique and the guys, Mr. Logic, Mr. Lee, and everybody who called him Mr. Mag, Nurse Fancy, Goddess. Thank you guys for joining us on the panel. Everybody who stayed in the chat has been talking to us all night long. You are the true MVPs. We love you. Thank you so much. We'll see you next week, 9 o'clock, same place. Well, I just said the time. Same time. And remember to get your tickets August the 4th and the 5th for the meet and greet.
No, we're the 5th and the 6th.
Okay.
Yeah, and CC gonna be there, Shantae gonna be there, Miss Fancy gonna
We're
be there.
all gonna be there.
Miss Fancy, you gonna be there? Miss Fancy, you gonna be there?
Yeah, I'm gonna be there.
You gonna be there, Miss Fancy? I would.
Can I sell
I would
pictures
love to
for
give me a
$100?
ticket.
Like,
I would love to give me a ticket.
Get your
You need to get you a ticket, Mr. Mac.
Get your ticket. Come on.
Hold on, wait.
Some tell me Mr. Mac like himself some fancy, honey.
I'm a fancy type of guy, you know what I mean? I'm dressed to death, you know. I have a very verse vernacular, and I like fancy things, you know. What can I say?
Hey, nigga, don't talk us. I put the link.
That was so good.
I like it. Shoot your shot, boo.
Hey, I put the link in the back chat. Get a VIP ticket, nigga. Go ahead.
Well, I'm opening that link. Let me check what this thing talking about. You know what I mean?
Go ahead, you guys. I like it. I want to go to the
Hey,
wedding.
that ain't bad. That ain't
Do
bad.
Good night.
Y'all can see each other next week, 9 o'clock, same.
Well, you know I'm gonna be here. I'm
Thank you,
always on the
ladies.
call. So
Thank
I'll be
you
here.
guys for being supportive of us. Thank you so much.
night,
All right,
good night,
good
good
night,
night.
everybody.
Good night.
All right, since they leave, I'm gonna sing my song all night long, all night, all night, all night long, all night, all night long, all night, all night, all night long, all night, all night. Good night. Every time you sing, all night long, all night, all night, all night. Da, 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 da. Dun, 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 all night long. All right, hit that like button when y'all leave, man. We out of here.